Ask a NASCAR fan when the season starts, and it's at the Clash. For Formula One fans, it's Albert Park, IndyCar, St. Pete. And whether your answer is Sydney, Monte Carlo, or anywhere else, the true racing season and the JB Motorsports season starts right here at Daytona for the Rolex 24. We welcome you then to the Twice Around the Clock Classic. Jackson Lambros from Outlap Media with you, joined by Josh Turner, Omi, and the voice of JB Motorsports, Josh Bursch. Josh, good afternoon to you. Good morning to me.
Good afternoon, good morning. Welcome. Here we go then. 24 hours, the Rolex 24 at Daytona. It is absolutely fantastic. And welcome wherever you are around the world, whether you're on JB Motorsports, on YouTube or Twitch, or on our new partners at Downforce Radio. Welcome to you all. And hopefully you're going to be enjoying around the world coverage. This is going to be fantastic. I'm literally standing in the commentary box now shaking. And that's not just because of how cold it is. It's because we really are looking forward to what is going to be an unpredictable 24 hours. It's sunny at the moment, but the rain is still in the air. I'm just ready to get going, Jackson.
Big names, not just in this race, but hopefully joining us in our commentary booth. DJ Clark, Kyle Lowe, obviously Downforce Radio's Jake Sanson. A big cast here, Josh. I'm very excited. Let's go through your starting grid very quickly then for the Rolex 24. Starting back in GT Daytona, it will be the number 120 Windward Racing, not BMW, Porsche 911. Obviously, the Geico colors last year in that sort of Sunny Haze cosplay, shall we say. But one of the best Porsche customer teams in GT Daytona. They'll be starting alongside Philip Ellis in that number 57 Windward Racing Mercedes. Josh, who do we like in this class?
You've got to count in Iron Dames. They have been victors back in 2021 when they were running in LMP2. Then they won in 2023 in GTD Pro. And now they're just in GTD in 2025. So if we're going on odd numbers and we're going on new classes, they've got a good shout to win. They've got some brand new drivers involved in that mix as well. And we're going to have Michelle Gatting starting off the race in the Porsche 911 GT3R as well. Got to count in, I think, Inception Racing. Certainly, I think Heart of Racing as well. They start up alongside each other. And you've just got to look at Wayne Taylor Racing, basically trying to keep back up at the front. Vassar Sullivan in the GTD Pro was slower in their qualifying time compared to the pole time in GTD. So something to look out for that. Even though it says Pro, you've still got some very pro drivers in the normal GTD category.
No, and I 100% agree with you, especially for that Lexus Vassar Sullivan racing team. No one has the level of seat time in that car that they do, so absolutely love that pairing. Always a favorite to win. Josh Turner flies in, our designated pit reporter / weatherman. JT working our way forward in the order here, starting with GTD, our green end plates. Your pick for the winner in that class.
I haven't even thought about winners in different classes, to be fair. I've only done overall in GTP, but I am spot here after having...
I'm really putting you on the spot. That's on me.
Yeah, definitely put me on the spot after I've had to sort 5.5 litres of water leaking on my desk in the past 5 minutes. So that's all fun.
That is suboptimal.
I am just going to say a random number. I am going to say... AO Racing.
Oh,
fair enough, and I will absolutely allow that. Omi, I'll call it one and done for you because I know you've got a race in Assetto to go call really quick. Your pick for GT Daytona.
Hard one, incredibly hard one. Really putting me on the spot once again. Here we go. Well, I mean, this is going to be hyper competitive. We already know that. So I'm gonna go with our Pulsar. I think they're going to be able to convert it. So looking forward to it. And let's find out whether they're going to be able to do it.
Again, that's going for your pole sitter in GTD, the number 120 machine of Wright Motorsports, defending GT America SRO champions. The mission has been clear for them. Plant their flag in IMSA. They showed pace strong last year with a win at Indy, so these guys are fast in the endurance races. They're going for the big one. Up to GTD Pro, Ford has not been on the pole position in any IMSA event since 2017 with the Daytona 24 and the Ford GTs. They do so in a dominant front row lockout with Mike Rockenfeller and Frederick Vervich. Both of those Mustangs absolutely sort past their teething problems. They start ahead the number 48 BMW M4 machine with Dan Harper behind the wheel. Josh, your overall pick for the GTD Pro class?
You got to pick the Fords, haven't you? What a fantastic run around they're looking
Looks
at
strong.
as well. Those Mustangs have really done a number compared to where Ford were a couple of years ago after they left after the GT40 anniversary edition. That was sort of like, okay, they're done now in endurance racing. They've come back, teamed up with Mustang, and it's working brilliantly. Having this bring it back, the Mustang name, a sort of proper American car at the front of the Daytona 24-hour. It's fantastic. Looking back at it, BMW and the M4 GT3 Evos, they've got some good ones with Paul Miller Racing. You've got to also then look to the Corvettes as well, the Chevys. Alexander Sims, he could have had pole position, of course, on Wednesday, just missed out of it at the end. So it's sort of, I think, if you look at the top four in that running order, they've all got shots to win. So it's the Fords, Paul Miller Racing, and the Corvettes. I don't think PAF are going to go anywhere near it.
Still teething issues for this team right now, but absolutely a star-studded cast to look out for. It's the 91 Trackhouse by TF Sport Corvette, the non-factory Corvette machine, but still an incredible cast there. You've got Wonder Unk and Ben Keating, Connor Zilich, the Wonder Kid, Scott McLaughlin and Shane Van Gisbergen, two rivals years ago in the Supercar Series, now teaming up for this race. Absolute ones that I'm going to be looking out for. Overall, for the win, though, I really like Paul Miller Racing, that BMW M4 starting in third. You've got a stunning cast of factory BMW drivers there. Max Hess, Augusto Farfus, Dan Harper, Jesse Krohn. I think not necessarily a fan favorite, but definitely a group of guys that could upset in this division. JT, again, I'm putting you on the spot here, but for the red GTD Pros, you mentioned AO Racing. We want to go back to that?
Yeah, well, me looking at this, I've actually understood the spotter guide now. And, well, when I said AO Racing, I meant GTD Pro because the layout is a little bit weird. So I'm going for Rexy GTD Pro and then GTD. I'm going to go with Omi with Light Motorsports pole sitter.
If anybody didn't say Rexy, by the way, you're leaving the stream straight away, that he's not going to do well. Porsche look good here.
Always genuine contenders, but we're going to have to see if Lauren Heinrich, Alessio Piccarelli, and Klaus Bachler can get it done. Up to the prototypes then with LMP2. Everybody kind of on equal footing machinery-wise, but it will be the United Autosports USA machine, the number 22 car with Daniel Goldberg, Paul DeResta, James Allen, and Rasmus Lind up front. Alongside the PR1 Matheson Motorsports machine. Man, these guys are fast. Rodrigo Salas, Ben Keating, Ben Peterson, former IndyCar driver, and Matthias Beck. Both of those guys ahead of the sister car for United, the number 2 car. That's Gar Patterson, Nick Bull, Ben Hanley. God, has Ben Hanley not done a Daytona in his life? That dude shows up every single year, always a threat. And former track record holder Ollie Jarvis. I have my picks here. I've got strong opinions. I'm curious what you have to say here, Josh.
Look, LMP2 is sort of the throw around old school boys types of racing. I think Ben Keating's obviously, we've just said in the Grid Network show, so I don't want to contradict myself. Ben Keating, I think he's just going to do better in the GTD category than he will do in the LMP2. So hold that against me at some point. But you've got to go for United Autosports USA. What a pole position they got as well. They were really outside of it. As you said in commentary during the qualifying show earlier in the week, how great it was for them to be there. And I don't know, I just got the good feeling that the United Autosports USA team are actually going to be at number 1 in this race. I've got the feeling they can do it. Then TDS, we saw how good they were at Le Mans. So yeah, and of course LMP2 only really getting to compete in IMSA occasional races, and of course only one wet race. It's very much an old class now as it goes down to European Le Mans categories. So yeah, I'll stick with United Autosports USA for my pick in LMP2.
JT, doing your homework right now. I'll throw in my pick here as you're looking over, but I'm absolutely with you, Josh. I'm a big fan of this TDS crew. Hunter McElroy, I still firmly believe is one of the most slept on drivers, not just in IMSA, but in the racing world right now. And these guys know how to get it done from the box. You've got some really, really talented guys behind the wheel in Mikhail Jensen and Steven Thomas. They're in a solid spot here, still within the top 5 in the class. I'm liking them overall. JT?
Yeah, I'm also going with United Autosports.
I think you'd be a fool not to in this day and age, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Very well then. United Autosports, Zach Brown run program going for the win here with our predictions at least. Now, going up to GTP, we know who will be starting from the back, and that's going to be the 25 car. That's the BMW, which obviously, as we saw, Josh had a major issue in qualifying.
Yeah, BMW really struggled with their number 25 car. It just stopped completely. First lap out the pits, it couldn't get going, didn't even set a lap time, so it's just stuck right at the back of the field. So fingers crossed it's going to, I would say, be good and do good. So, I don't know, predictions, are we going to see it fly through the field, or are we just all talking nonsense and it's going to be another one of these days where we'll all go, one BMW is doing really well at the front of the field. The other BMW, well, it's still in the pit lane.
Word on the street is, though, Josh, that's not just a BMW-specific issue, but a GTP-wide issue potentially, as numerous IMSA teams across GTP have kind of complained about this issue, which specifically was the hybrid system on board that BMW prototype, essentially overclocking itself and frying the hybrid system on board. And again, that's a spec Bosch-made system, so the rest of the GTP paddock very much concerned about how that could affect them and how that could essentially be a pandemic for the rest of the GTP field. Granted, it's not always the most likely thing to happen, but we've certainly seen more bizarre things happen. LMP2 cars have won before. GT cars have won outright before. But I really think that Bosch is going to do everything they can to keep that from being an absolute nightmare here in the GTP field.
Yeah, now I'm slightly more alarmed about what we're actually going to see come this 24-hour race that kicks off in around about 20 minutes' time. Are we going to be in for a full race where it's going to be, you know, nothing going on until very late and we're all going to be very bored? Or are we going to be saying, it's incredible, they've all retired, LMP2, the old dog, it's teaching everybody brand new tricks?
So working your way back, as we already talked about, it's that number 25 GTP machine that failed to get a lap in. That will be Marco Whitman, Sheldon Vanderlyn, Robin Frins, and Rene Rast. Then working our way further forward, a lap invalidated for the 5 Proton competition car. Neil Jani, Tristan Vadier, Nico Pino, and Julian Anlauder in the customer Mustang sampling machine. Working our way up into 10th, it will be the Porsche Penske, the number 6 car, Matthew Jaminet, Matt Campbell, and Kevin Estre. That lineup stays the same. 9th, it will be the lone Lambo, the Squadra Corsa, number 63 machine, Mirko Bortoli, Roman Grosjean, Daniel Kvyat, 2 former F1 aces in that machine, and Eduardo Mortara. Up in 8th, it is the reunion of Cadillac and Wayne Taylor Racing, Jordan Taylor, Louis Deltraz, and the Japanese sensation Kamui Kobayashi still kicking and absolutely looking for another Rolex with this Wayne Taylor caddy pairing. Sister car up in 7th, that'll be the 10 car, Ricky Taylor, Philippe Albuquerque, Will Stevens, and Brendan Hartley. In 6th, Acura and Meyer Shank reunited after a year off. Tom Blomqvist, Colin Braun, Scott Dixon, Felix Rosenquist. In 5th, the top Porsche, or excuse me, no, the top customer Porsche, I should say. The JDC Miller Motorsports, that banana boat, number 85 car. Tiemann Vanderhelm, Jean-Marie Bruni, Jimmy Bruni as we call him, Pascal Verline, and Bryce Aaron in that 85 machine. Up to row 2, the top Cadillac, the Whelen Engineering machine, former F1 driver. Can we call Jack Aitken an F1 driver?
Just
We can call him an F1 driver.
I mean, if it
We'll
wasn't
call him an F1 driver.
if it wasn't for him,
Alongside.
the whole of 2021 wouldn't have happened. So yeah, we can have to.
No, absolutely. He shares that car with Fred Vesti, Felipe Drogovic, and Earl Bamber. In 3rd, the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport car trying to make it back-to-back for Porsche and Penske. Felipe Nasser, Nick Tandy, and Lawrence Vanthor. Up to the front row on the outside, it's the top Acura, the Meyer Shank number 93, Renger van de Zand, the shall we say, refugee from Cadillac and Chip Ganassi Racing, alongside Nick Yellowlee going from that BMW RLL program. Your defending IndyCar champion, Alex Palou, and Super GT ace, Kaku Oda. And on the pole, it will be Philip Eng, Dries Van Thor, Kevin Magnussen, and Rafael Marichello in that number 24 BMW M Hybrid V8. They haven't won a championship since 2020 in GT. Their overall victories have remained very, very minuscule, but they are trying to add the big one here at Daytona, Josh.
They really are, and they've got a good shot at it. Let's not beat around the bush there. They have got a real opportunity here to steal away some crowns. BMW, I think, sacrificing some of their last season to prep more for this season and prep more for Daytona. So I'm going to go for good there. But Majashek Racing, come on. Previous winners here in, 23-22. Back after a year out, they've got a fantastic shot to come through. Do not count your chickens yet. We're going to be in for a very entertaining run.
Should Meyershank Racing keep their tire pressures correct this
season? Now
and
you've
not
done
warrant any disqualifications? We'll get our fangs out early today.
We're
they are always favorites. Controversy aside, this is a program that last they left off, they separated after a win at Petit Le Mans in 2023. These guys ended in winning form. They're back in very, very close to winning form. Do not call it a comeback with this kind of pairing. But, I mean, you look at the BMW RLL team, a lot is on the line here because, yes, two endurance wins to their name. You know, you talk about, what was it, Watkins Glen and Indianapolis, but you could argue that both of those are kind of a mulligan. The Watkins Glen one was handed to him after a ride height infringement from Penske, and you could kind of add wet weather as a major factor there at Indy. So can outright pace and maybe obviously just the right amount of luck here at Rolex make that happen? They are absolutely my overall pick. I really want to see the 24 win. I think they can, but man, you got to look at that 93 to make it happen.
93 winning at Daytona. It feels like cars all over again, doesn't it? But it's so good. We've got a good run. And I don't know. I love the fact that we've got this entire speedway to play with. We're using the road course as well, which is only about missing less than 10% of the overall oval. And everyone's going, we have no idea who's going to win this. And in 10 minutes' time, our TV pictures kick in, so we get trackside audio and we get to see exactly what's what before the green flag for 24 hours of racing. And can I just point out, it's dark outside my commentary box. It is 6:25. I've already been up 8 hours, so plus another 8, plus another 6. I'm going to be up around about 36 hours by the end of this broadcast. It's not going to be pretty at the end of this.
And proud we all will be of you, Josh.
You've got to lead some of the hours as well.
Jackson Lambros, Josh Bursch, Josh Turner here on JB Motorsports and Downforce Radio. Still plenty of questions before this 24-hour race. Not a lot of answers for us yet, but we're going to start figuring that out here in just about 15 minutes. We'll go over to radio here to fill you in the time being. Stay with us.
And I think particularly for those GTD Pro cars trying to get through GTDs, there's going to be less of that. It's not going to be completely removed, of course, but it is going to be an aspect of it.
It's Peter Mackay. He'll be joining me at the first part of the race. Johnny Palmer to come into the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre in a wee while as well. I am no Jeremy Shaw, and I know Jeremy will be listening in, but we're going to try and rattle through 61 cars on the grid for the 63rd running of the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona here at Daytona International Speedway. It's the Michelin Countdown to Green for 2025 and the opener to the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship season. So, in 61st position is the Triassic Competition Ferrari with Charles Gardini starting that race. It's Court of Competition's Mercedes, number 32, in 60th on the outside of the 30th row of the grid. Alongside them, Custodio Toledo for AF Corsa in a Ferrari. Cetilar Racing, Roberto Lacorte, is 19th in GTD. That puts him 58th on the grid with the blue 47 car. Alongside him, in 57th position, Dan Knox for Lone Star Racing, Mercedes AMG GT3. The new Ford Mustang for Gradient Racing, Till Bechtelsheimer, one of the Bronze Cup drivers, will be starting the mighty 66. Ori Fadani has the AWA Corvette in 55th position. Another Corvette DXDT making WeatherTech Sports Car Championship debut. Charlie Eastwood in the 54th place car. That's 15th in the GT category. 14th, the number 21, Simon Mann, AF Corsa Ferrari. Then in 13th position in GTD, Robbie Fawley for the Daytona Motorsport BMW. At number 96, it has not been a GT BMW sort of week so far. Can they turn it around? And in GTD, 12th position, the number 44, John Potter for Magnus Racing in the Aston Martin. The 021, James Collado, Triazi Competitions Ferrari, is in 11th position. And we move into the top 10 in GTD with Michelle Gatting for Iron Dames in a Porsche with a special livery this weekend. That number 83 car has Daniel Serra for company on the inside of row 5 of the GTD category. That's a Conquest Racing Ferrari, number 34. On the 4th row of GTD, Fred Schandorf for Inception Ferrari. The number 70 car has the 27 Heart of Racing Aston, Zachary Robichon, who's doing the treble. He's already done Dubai, he's here at Daytona, and he'll be heading round to Bathurst next week for the Maguire's 12 hours. Valentin Asklo is on the outside of row number 3 of GTT for Aston Martin and Van der Steur Racing, the number 19 car. Top 5 is Frank Pereira with the Fortier Lamborghini, number 78. Then Parker Thompson, who we just heard from his teammate earlier on, the Lexus, starting in 4th position for the number 12. 3rd, Trent Hinman, Wayne Taylor Racing and the Huracan. Then it's Winward Racing, Phil Ellis, just missing out on pole position in the 57 car, which was taken by a Porsche. Wright Motorsports 911 GT3R. It's the green and yellow car, and Elliot Skier will be starting that machine. Into GTD Pro, 15 of them, and in 15th position, Vassar Sullivan Racing for Lexus, and the RCF GT Kyle Kirkwood will start the number 14 cars. Outside of the 7th row of the GTD Pros, brought on competitions Porsche, Thomas Preining, the Austrian, driving the number 20 car. Defending champions, former champions, Madison Snow for Paul Miller Racing will start one of 2 PMR BMW M4 GT3 Evos. The number 1 is in 13th position in class alongside Davide Rigon for Dragon Speeds Ferrari. That's the number 81 car. Lucas Stoltz for Get Speeds on the inside of row number 6 in GTT Pro. That's the 69 Mercedes. Now the top 10 in GTD Pro, Heart of Racing Team, Aston Martin, Marco Sorensen starting the 007 machine. And he'll go forward from there, surely. Maro Engel with 75 Express, Mercedes AMG, that's the Kenya Bull team. He's off to Bathurst as well on Monday. The 75 then lining up in 9th position. Top 4 rows of the grid for GTD Pro, Connor Zilic. An absolute superstar in the making. The Trackhouse by TF Sport, that's the Shane Van Gisbergen car, Corvette, blue Corvette. Just get your head around that for a moment. Lauren Heinrich with AO Racing Rexy on the inside of that 4th row. Then it's the top 3 rows. Tommy Milner for Corvette Racing and the number 4 car. That's the Pratt Miller Motorsport machine. He's got Andrea Caldarelli starting alongside him in the number 9 Pfaff Motorsports Lamborghini Huracan. In 4th position, Alexander Sims will start the number 3 Corvette by Pratt Miller Motorsports, and Dan Harper is in the BMW. That's going to take a little bit of getting used to, that he's on this side of the Atlantic. The number 48 is the better placed of the 2 Paul Miller Racing BMW M4s. On the front row of the grid, it's all Ford, it's all Multimatic, it's all Mustang. Fred Vervish in the number 65 car, just pipped to pole position by Mike Rockenfeller. Now a dozen LMP2 cars, all Orica LMP2 07s. John Ferrano for Tower Motorsports is on the outside of row 6. Toby Lutger for Era Motorsports, the blue and black number 18 alongside. John Field comes back with Inter-Europol competition. He is in 10th position. It's George Kirks for CrowdStrike and Gar Robinson in 8th position. Then in 7th, AF Corsa, Luis Perez Companc. EO Racing's PJ Hyatt in 6th. Stephen Thomas for TDS Racing in 5th position in LMP2. And the front 2 rows are Pratt Miller Motorsports, Chris Cumming in the 73. Nick Boole is alongside him. He's gone to United Autosports USA in the number 2 car. Ben Keating, second in LMP2, will start the PR1 Matheson Motorsport car, and Dan Goldberg captured pole position. That leaves just the top dozen cars, and it's a delightful look at the GTP field. BMW Team RLL have had a good and bad day on each side of the qualifying run on Thursday for their garage. The bad part was Sheldon van der Linde down in 12th position with no time recorded. Problems there with the hybrid system. Proton Competitions Porsche 963, Neil Yanni, the number 5 car. We weren't expecting to see that car here. It's back. It's still in the black and gold colours. Matt Campbell, Porsche Penske Motorsport, is another 963 in 10th position. That's the number 6 car. And then it's Mico Bortolotti for Automobile Lamborghini Squadra Corsa and the SC63 Lamborghini making its debut on the high blank, the 63 in the Italian flag colours. Top 8, Louis Delatraz, Cadillac Wayne Taylor Racing with the number 40. And the team car is right alongside the number 10, Philippe Albuquerque. Then it's Tom Blomqvist for Acura Meyershank Racing. He is in the number 10 car in 7th. Philippe Albuquerque. No, let me go back. Tom Blomqvist. I was in 6th position, my apologies. Then it's Jimmy Bruni for JDC Miller Motorsports and the 85. That is the bright yellow car. Top 4, Jack Aiken for Cadillac Whelan Motorsport in the 31. Felipe Nasser, Porsche Penske Motorsport, number 7. Nick Yellerly for Acura. Yeah, that's going to take some getting used to as well. On the outside of the front row, he'll be racing Dries Van Tor, the good side of the BMW M Team RLL BMW Hybrid. The 24 car claims its first pole position here at Daytona. That's our countdown of the positions on our Michelin Countdown. It's green. Let's go back to CrowdStrike pit lane reporter Jamie Howe.
And cars on the grid have fired to life, John. We are getting closer and closer to the start of the Rolex 24 here at Daytona. Before everybody leaves pit lane, though, Antonio Garcia is sitting on the wall right now, just catching up. We talked about the changes here in GTD Pro, the torque sensors this year, the complexity of the race. What's going to be different as a driver?
I think as a driver, it's going to be probably the same, which is we need to stay on contact with everybody in the crew. It's going to be 15 cars in the same class, which will make a difference. Now we do car splits and everything, so every restart is going to be tough. So 15 cars in Pro is going to be challenging. Now, we seem to be lacking a little bit of pace in qualifying, but I think race it's going to be a little bit different. So, yeah, looking forward for it.
It's going to be a 24-hour learning laboratory, John.
Yes, exactly right. Jamie Howe and Ryan Marine, our CrowdStrike, Ryan CrowdStrike pit lane reporters, wrapping up our Michelin Countdown to Green, live from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. I've got goosebumps. The cars are rolling off the pit lane now. I'm just checking. We've still got about a third of the GTD field.
Yep, and we're coming to the green flag, which means I'm going to hand it to Jackson to introduce the IMSA stream if you're watching us with TV pictures.
Thanks very much, Josh. Absolutely splendid intro there by John Hindhoff and the whole IMSA radio crew, joined by Jake Sanson, Josh Turner, Jess Ball. My name is Jackson Lambros, and with us is the voice of JB Motorsports. It's Josh Bursch.
Thank you very much, Jackson. Here we go then. 24 hours ahead of us. What on earth are we going to see today, folks? Who is going to be the 24-hour of Rolex winners across the classes? The cars on the circuit then. And let's take a look around this venue. Turn 1, very much on the infield section now. It's a downhill braking zone. 1 and 2 tight up together. Loop back into the horseshoe at 3. And you get into 5. 2 more horseshoes, 6 and 7. Back onto the speedway. And then the Le Mans chicane as well. The kink as well, it's usually okay for overtaking. We've seen a surprise, I think, in the last 24 hours. But I think as well, Jackson, Lambros, we're going to be in for a good day of racing.
Absolutely in for a good day, Josh. Want to say really quickly here, I promised I wouldn't geek out too much, but I want to say really quickly, the way I introduced my friends to racing was not just this, but Super GT, which was Saturday nights in my time zone. And we are absolutely honored to be joined by not just the voice of regional racing all across the UAE and Asia, the English voice of Super GT and Super Formula is Jake Sanson. A very big JB welcome, Jake.
Thank you, Jackson. Yeah, no, really good to be part of it, and great that Downforce Radio has been able to join the stream as well for the first time in 2025. This is such a great way to start the sports car season. Really excited to see what the Rolex 24 is going to give us. There's such a great combination of amazing driving talent up and down this field, from the greatness of the World Endurance Championship across IMSA, along with Formula One, IndyCar, Formula E, even the new brigade of drivers that are coming in, the teenagers that are trying to rock the Casbah up here in Daytona. It's looking really strong. It's going to be incredibly unpredictable, particularly, I think, in LMP2. That race is going to go probably down to the last couple of laps of the entire event. So this is definitely the perfect start to the motorsport season stateside.
As it has, and you ask people why this race is so special, what makes it such a unique experience compared to maybe Le Mans or any of the bigger endurance races. You have it this early in the racing season. You're able to see talent from so many different disciplines of not just racing, but life itself. It is truly, Josh Bursch, the round table, the Super Smash Brothers, if you will, of motorsports.
It really is. You've got everybody coming in. It's the perfect kickoff for the season as well. We usually have to wait for motorsport action. Formula One kicks off in March, MotoGP end of February as well. WEC takes just a tiny bit longer as well before we go racing at Qatar. IMSA, end of January, perfect action. We had Formula E in Mexico give us a little taste, but 24 hours non-stop action. Sign me up. And we're now looking bright sunshine conditions as well, 59 Fahrenheit as well. Translate that, 15 degrees the air temperature, track temperature 31 degrees, 60% humidity. Wind speed only at 1.2 mile per hour as well, and 61 cars waiting to do battle. I think it's the brightest I've ever seen Daytona for the start of a 24-hour race. There's no overcast, no clouds. It's actual sunshine. It's quite nice.
I'll tell you what, though, Josh, we do have weather as a little bit more of a factor than you think, just because of the actual chill here, kind of in response to what has been kind of the coldest it's been in a while on the Gulf Coast. And I think the chill that we have at the track here, it's been a complaint throughout the Roar and a complaint throughout, you know, the week leading up to the big one. But it's absolutely going to be a factor here come nighttime.
Absolutely, and Jess was watching qualifying. She's just joined us from the Grid Network show as well for their pre-race. Jess, here we go again then, 24 hours. You've done some mega work and got some fantastic equipment. We're coming up to the green flag shortly. What are you expecting ahead of 24 hours here?
I'm expecting it. I'm keeping my eye on the GTD class in particular, because we saw how close that qualifying was.
Yeah.
It can go either way. And who cannot forget the LMP2s? I mean, the LMP2s sometimes are the unsung heroes, because there might be situations where the higher class may not do as well. But, you know, I think we're going to see the unexpected. I'm glad that we don't have any rain, and that means we're going to see some much closer action. But I pray to God, if the BMWs have an absolute nightmare with their mechanical issues, I'm going to scream at my TV and just go crazy. But here we go, over to you.
Get ready! The green flag falls! The 2025 Daytona 24 hours is green! Great start from the BMW 24. Look at the V-line already, number 31, trying to go around the outside into turn 1. Meyershank Racing keep it. Outline goes with Porsche Penske with Felipe Nasr. Green flag falls with the GT cars as well. Will they make it through the first couple of corners safely as well? Look at the two Corvettes as well. On the outside line, Ford lead the way. 1-2, V-line under pressure, spinner. LMP2 number 2, right in the centre of the exit of turn 2. And the GT field just avoid. But that is the 2 back down the field already, back to green flag running. Wow, that's drama.
Trouble already for Nick Bull behind that number 2 LMP2 machine. We're going to have to see the replay as he just nearly clips the pit divider wall there, trying to get himself over. But it looks like green flag running for the time being. Great moves so far from the Paul Miller BMW and GTD, already fighting for that second place. Here's a replay.
Now this car was running second in class in LMP2. And it just dropped it onto acceleration at the exit. That's really bizarre. And Ben Keating's at the wheel of that. And it's already... sorry, that's running... It's Nick Boulier at the wheel of that, running third in class already. But he got to second by the time we exited turn 2. So already, with Ben Haley, Nick Boulier, Graham Patterson and Oliver Jarvis at the wheel there, they've already gone round as they come back through Le Mans for the first time. GTD, still the Fords 1-2. Mike Rockenfeller ahead of Frederick Vesey as well. And they've taken off a great start, 50.6 as well. It's a second faster, that opening Ford in that first sector, Jackson. Brilliant lap times.
Already off to a blistering pace. You can already see some of the GT Daytona cars trying to go too wide here through the Le Mans chicane, trying to get those moves in early. Back in GTD, though, it remains a Ford 1-2, and Elliott Skira up front in Porsche. Trent Hinman holding third against Parker Thompson in that Lexus.
Jake, to bring you back into this as well, you've covered loads of international racing across your campaign. You've just come back from Abu Dhabi. How was that start to your season, and how are you thinking we're going to see the 24 hours turn out?
It's an interesting one because this is actually a bit of a preview to what we could see for some of the teams that are going to be doing multiple campaigns. With this being the 24 hours of Daytona, obviously in 2 weeks' time, some of these teams are actually heading out to the United Arab Emirates to continue the journey. The Asian Le Mans Series not far away. I'll be there for both of those events as a sidekick almost to the main event. But it is fantastic to see what the Daytona 24 hours gives us, and that's what you'll see if you've never really witnessed this particular race before. It's kind of a race of 3 different types of event in one. It's a warm-up to the Le Mans 24 hours in one side. It's the chance for the lower teams in GTD to try and take on the pros in the most competitive environment that you'll see outside of the Le Mans 24 hours itself. But it's also the signature sports car event in America. This is kind of the pinnacle event now in the motor racing calendar for American sports car enthusiasts. You've got the entire calendar of IMSA still to come. But in a similar way that the Daytona 500 is the hallmark of NASCAR, this is the preview to the entire series, and it's the perfect kickstart. But already it looks as though we've got nail-biting drama across both of the categories in prototype already.
Yeah, we're just on board now with the number 3, Alexander Sims, as well as the Corvette Racing in GTD Pro. Car that very nearly did take pole positions on the back of the 65 as well at the exit of turn 3 and 4 of the Speedway. And I suppose, going back to what you said, Jake, as well, we had, and Jackson, bringing you back on this one, Petit Le Mans used to be quite popular, but of course it used to be Sebring everyone went to. WEC teamed up with IMSA to do a joint Sebring, and that sort of faded away after a while. The spark's gone out of it, and as Jake said, it's really come back to being Daytona is now back to being the number 1 sporting event, and we're running here now for the 63rd time.
I'll let Jake kind of get to this also, but I think as the American in here, it was always kind of the approach of, Daytona was supposed to be the big one. It was supposed to be that sort of NASCAR approach, Jake, of having the big one be at Daytona and kind of be the kickoff for the remainder of the season. And obviously you have the international appeal of Sebring, the championship premise going into Petit Le Mans, and we're trying to get that a little bit more with Indy and Watkins Glen, especially Indy with Battle at the Brickyard. But I think finally it feels like with this new sort of golden age, if you will, of sports car racing, Daytona's getting the appreciation it deserves.
It certainly is, and I think with the younger generation, that's really helping as well. Interestingly enough, the way that things have actually evolved with this event in how it's really magnified itself, ironically enough, has actually come from iRacing. It's one of the staples of the iRacing world, and as a result of that, you've not only got this fantastic array of young sim racing fans getting into the event and really starting to get behind it, but the younger generation of drivers who have basically spent the last 4 or 5 years on the sim trying to perfect it, now they've had the crossover, they've had to come over to actually become part of the staple event, particularly young drivers like Connor Zilic, who have basically grown up doing this sim and trying to get a little bit more out of it. I can remember him back in the karting days. A tough mission for an American to come over to Europe and try and kickstart a racing career, but it was always designed to come back here and conquer this particular event. He's been a real staple of the American racing scene, and for all of the competitors that you're seeing out here on the grid, he's going to be the next big one. Now we're really starting to get to see a lot of the battles kicking on. This is where the Corvette's got to be so careful on the far side. Patience is a virtue. You have to be really timing these particular moves very carefully indeed. You do not want to go ugly early, especially when in this first hour things can get pretty frenetic. The moral of the story in this first hour is always the same. You can't win in the first hour, but you can definitely lose.
Yeah, that was Alexander Sims getting past Bamaro Engel. Engel now back ahead, and Tommy Milner as well just behind. Ben Keating's taken over the lead in LMP2 to come through as well. And I'll hand back to Jess for her view on it as well.
I think I've gone to Daytona a lot more because of sim racing. I've watched many of my favourite content creators take part in Daytona. I'm like, oh, this is cool. I want to watch the the real life one. But another reason why people may want to get involved in watching Daytona is they see their favourite F1 driver or F2 driver or even IndyCar driver or people that take part in our other series go and take part in these events. They want to cheer them on. They want to find out what it's about, and then they go on and like other drivers because of it. So it's kind of like an addiction for endurance racing. You want to see how the other drivers do in other series, like we saw with Fernando Alonso when he did WEC a few seasons ago, which is our endurance, the World Endurance Series. So you know, it is great to see a variety of drivers from a lot of different series taking part in these events to try and bring everybody from all different series into one. Really, it's just fantastic.
Yeah, it's a really good point. You've got a lot of drivers in the field now that are either just finishing their Formula One careers or are very much well known from it. Look at the fact that we're on this grid alone. We've got Felipe Massa's on the grid, Romain Grosjean is there. So too now, of course, is that Kevin Magnussen, having just stepped away from his Haas Formula One drive, and it looks like it's going to be sports cars for him. The irony about the Daytona 24 Hours, of course, is it's the one sports car race in the calendar that's guaranteed it's never going to clash with a Formula One event.
Exactly.
And you do wonder from time to time how tempting it is for the 20 drivers in Formula One to scratch their little itch a little early. I did wonder if a couple of them would actually decide to have a go, but not on this occasion. We look down in the paddock. It's obviously a very busy time. Who's who of racing is always going to be there. This is the place to see and to be seen.
I think that was a replay from NBC's side of broadcasting. Just take a look at the gaps, if you can, on our streams. If you are watching us on YouTube or Twitch, if you listen to us on Downforce Radio, we'll explain them. Dries Van Hoff has got a 2.9 second gap in his GTP class. In LMP2, hang on. We've got a major run around LMP2 because we've got the number 99 just jumped up 4 places to run second in class in LMP2. I don't know how that's happened. Goldberg's dropped down, so is Cumming and Kurtz as well. And we're seeing that, I believe that's still the number 2 LMP2 that's stuck in the GT traffic. Yes, it is, coming through. So
back on Josh.
Yeah, and he has got back down. Thank God for that to come through. But yeah, either way, Ben Keating leading now LMP2 by 5 seconds. And the number 9 GTD Pro leading by only 3/10. So actually the battle is in the GT categories.
Absolutely huge shuffle early on in GTD Pro. Andrea Caldarelli already getting that Pfaff McLaren back into winning form. It's not a Porsche, but those guys still know how to go fast as long as they're in plaid. Over to GTD, Elliott Skier holds down that lead, but it's certainly a hurricane warning here in Florida. 78 and 45 Huracans still getting in that podium positions ahead of Ellis, who's dropped from second back to fourth.
148.568 for Trent Hagman as well for Wayne Taylor Racing, running third in class in GTD, setting new fastest times. But everyone now 10 minutes into the race, just getting into the swing of things as well. As we heard Jake say earlier, you can certainly lose the race in the first hour. Oh, you can hear physically.
Big lunge on the West Horseshoe there.
Brilliant for the number 3 Chevy as well. And I love that we've got track noise back as well this year. There it is again, just whining.
Oh, that's nice.
So far under braking. Keating's done a 140.030. Oh, I love this.
I think that's what's collectively known as Supercar Symphony, isn't it? It's just wonderful from all of us. I mean, we can talk about this till the cows come home, but that's one of the beautiful things about sports car racing. A lot of the single-seater classes, the engines will sound fairly similar these days as they do in touring cars. In GT and in Prototype, these very much have brought their own signature soundtracks to the party. That's one of those beautiful things about the Daytona 24.
I can't wait for the 9.
As small... Yep, I was about to mention as small as the turbocharged 4-banger and 6-cylinder engines all the way up to the naturally aspirated V10s in these Lamborghini Huracans and soon to be naturally aspirated V12s in these Aston Martin prototypes, which we were unfortunately hoping to see here at Daytona, but will have to hold off until Sebring. Same issues that this early BMW prototype had, just teething issues in development, showing up late to the party. But as we already have lap traffic here, Jake, we're unfortunately going to have to wait just a little bit to see that Aston Martin in action.
Yeah, I think this is the kind of race where the Aston Martin is kind of a slow burn. You've got to give them a little bit of chance to get those tyres, get the real first part of the race underway. The Aston has a bit of a reputation are coming on stronger later in the race. They are a bit of a top-heavy car in general. And when you really get the best of it is when it's really started to bed in. We saw this a lot in Japan last year. They're not the perfect race car to start in an endurance stint. It gives you about sort of 6 or 7 laps before you really see the best of it. You only got to ask Charlie Fagg. It's the car that gets better as it goes through a stint. We saw that a lot in Japan last season. We saw it a lot in the GT in World Endurance Championship last year as well. But this is a car that still has plenty to give. And just for music alone, trackside, it's a very popular addition to any race entry list. But it is a car that does get better over time. If there's any GT car that's like a fine wine, it's the Vantage.
Absolutely.
So, Josh, we're talking about the kind of various aspects of what makes sports car racing so special, and just 10 minutes in here, we're already getting that kind of final piece. The overlap of, well, lapped traffic as the 24 has already caught up to the GT Daytona pieces.
Yeah, it's like a motorbike through traffic on the M1. It's just going around everybody now. So the high line coming out of Speedway 3 and 4. Ferrari held it up, though, a little bit early on. But the only good thing that this is doing is that it's closing up the battle of the GTD Pro as well. We've got 3 cars within a second of each other, the 9, the 48, and the 64. But the 2 Fords that started so strongly, only within 7 laps, have already dropped to 3rd and 4th. It's now Lamborghini and BMW who are at the front of that field now as well. And it's the Formula Racing that's taken it. BMW just turned on the braking there massively, shifting down. Now the number 7 Porsche with Fred Nasser, as we used to call him in the F1 paddock, Felipe Nasser, on board. He's carving his way through. Aikens got launched up in the traffic further up. And Nick Ellerly's now 4 seconds back. He was only 2 before that traffic started. I don't know where to look. There we go. Yeah, timing screen's already doing red sectors. Ben Keating, who's got clean air, is fine. We've also, if you take a look as well, the 11, the 43, the 99, so everybody that's further back in LMP2, they've started to have a little bit of gapping between them. They're not caught up yet to the GT field, so LMP2 already creating their own event.
If I'm Dries Vanthor, this is absolutely the move. I want up front, get myself as much of a gap early as possible, and just kind of get as many of the lower class cars to kind of meat shield me between the competition as possible. Ben Keating very much doing the same. Problem with the GTD cars, you can't really do that.
No, you can't, and it's very much going to be the problem throughout it, especially when we get to the night when we're going to be speeding if the weather stays good. As the Right Motorsports 120. That's the leader of GTD. It's got a second to the 78 Lambo, and doesn't it just look slow? It looks so slow compared to everybody else as the fields start raging through. At Le Mans, you can, expect about half an hour, maybe, before we start getting to lap traffic. Here at Daytona, it's been within 10 minutes because of how small the track is. I mean, I've only got information on what it is on the circuit. I haven't actually, to hand, got the length of the circuit at the moment. But it's closing up at the front. It's on my other page of the tablet, which, this is why I don't like having information on tablets. I much prefer having information printed out for me. There we go. That record here is a 132.656 in the GTP category, with Delaney doing it last year as well in the Cadillac V-Series R. I think we've got an interview down at the pits, actually, so I'm going to hand over down to them.
Locking out the front row in GTD Pro, a customer team in Gradient Racing doing an amazing job with their number 66 car, which has only been delivered to them within the last 8 weeks or so. So they've done a cracking job to get that package going.
Yeah, missed the interview. They told me quite late on that front, as they always do. I'm never used to where IMSA are shouting in the information, because I've got everybody in my headset listening through and filtering, and for anybody who's not a broadcaster, it's around about 8 voices you hear, and it's quite mad. On board with the number 24 of Dries Van Holst in the BMW. Now, where is its sister car? Sheldon van der Linde is driving that, and it's 9th in class at the moment. It's moved up 3 places from where it started, so it's running 16 seconds behind its main competitor, as we ride on board now with the number 4 car down into the Le Mans chicane. This is down LMP2. And this is the
CrowdStrike Racing machine.
That's the one. Yeah, it was the Automobile Lamborghini Squadra Corsa. Every time I say Squadra Corsa, you just want to say it in Italian and roll it off your tongue, don't you? It's quite funny. There's Rockefeller. What a name for him as well, down into it. And a legend, I think we have to say, in touring, in GT communities as well.
Absolutely. I mean, he's the guy you want to call up in any kind of high leverage or high prestige event, shall we say. Obviously, was joined by Jimmy Johnson and Jenson Button for that very American Garage 56 program in Le Mans a couple of years back. Talked to him at Laguna Seca about that, and he said, you know, being a part of this program is special, but just for me to be kind of put on caliber with those guys, you know, 7-time Cup Series champ, Pride of Britain, Jimmy Johnson, to be able to do that as we've got issues for the 52 win car. I believe that's Ben Keating behind the wheel.
That is the leader.
Yes, it is.
Of LMP2 has been passed by the 99. Now, how did that close up so quickly? 7 seconds was the gap. Yeah, the PR1 has taken the lead in LMP2. Ben Keating not in traffic as far as I can tell on the screen there. He's clearing a lot of GT cars quite quickly. A mistake, possibly, has already changed the lead. Yeah, 99 takes the lead in LMP2.
We'll watch the replay of that. Jake, you're unmuted, and I'm not sure if you had something to say there.
It's fascinating how you can make up 7 seconds across one lap. That's the big effect of traffic, particularly when you're in the first hour of the race. When you've got that huge concertina effect that comes in from the GTDs, it can be so difficult. This is not like Le Mans when you've got really fast, wide sections of the straight on the flat. The tight and twisty nature of that infield course makes it so difficult to pick your way through, and you can lose anywhere between 5 and 12 seconds in one lap just from trying to stay patient. You don't get wide stretches of circuit till you get to the back straight and on the oval itself. You've really got to have that strategic edge. It is never easy to cast the die in the right direction. And on this particular circuit, at Le Mans, you can lose a heck of a lot of time. Here, you can lose anywhere between, you know, a dozen seconds or so. To try and get yourself into a good position is not easy. That tight and twisty section, there's a very good chance he could well have tripped over a back marker, maybe even just having to be on the brake pedal a little bit more tentatively for a couple of incidents through that run.
Is that?
He's done it again here. This might be a mechanical issue here for the 52. Keating, once again, late on the brakes there as the 73 Pratt Miller machine and the rest of the field comes to attack. That's Kurtz now attacking as they get themselves back onto the high banks. We'll try to hold the inside. Now, the field further back, I believe that's the TDS machine attacking that CrowdStrike machine on the high banks. They'll be too wide here going into the bus stop. Looks like there's some consistent issues here, though, with the 52, Josh.
Now, it locked up on the front right-hand side tyre. I'll be very interested if it does it again. It's the heaviest braking zone on the track actually coming down because you're going slow mile an hour, so you have to put hard on the brakes. It's weird to say, but it's actually easier to brake from higher speed than it is lower speed. If you can understand that, it's because the entire aerodynamics of the car sort of helps it brake. So it's easier to brake from high speed compared to low speed. Imagine if you've ever been on a bicycle and you've been going really, really fast and you slowly attach the brake to the front and the rear. You don't pull the front brake because you just go straight over. Pull the rear brake, put your weight down on it, and it slowly comes down, so it's easier to brake. Compared to when you are only piddling along, you put the brake on, you're down on your legs, aren't you? Because it's hard to do. Same concept in racing cars. The slower you go, the harder it is to brake and brake correctly because you're sort of throttling it, trying to pick up speed, so you just easily lock it. But coming into the horseshoe again, it looks okay so far. We're looking back from the Falls point of view. But he's dropped down to third place. Let's see if he does it a third time.
Two of the coolest millionaires going at it right now. Head of Keating Auto Group, Ben Keating, versus CrowdStrike CEO George Kurtz. He's got some GT Daytona traffic in the way here. Too wide in front of him. That's not going to do any favors. And that's Blue Machine, I believe, is the TDS competition machine. Excuse me, it's the PR1 Matheson machine separating them right now, but still very much a good amount to go here in this fight.
Yeah, 3.56 miles I have finally found the right page in my 200-odd document that Jess sent me this morning. If anybody wants their phone number from America, it's 386-254-2700. If you fancy calling Daytona and telling them to put the lights on later. I tell you what, if anybody wants Mercedes or anybody's phone numbers from Formula 1, I've got them all right here. If you'd like to tell Lance Stroll that he doesn't deserve a seat in Formula 1, the number is...
All right, we've got a lot of time to get spicy, Joe.
Surely
Yeah,
there's nobody
do.
in the world that thinks that. Surely there's nobody in the world that thinks that.
What, doesn't deserve
Josh,
it or
I've
does
got-
deserve it?
Josh, I've got something to say about the LMPs in general. We know that the GTPs and the GTDs had high voltage problems throughout the week. I'm a bit worried that if Keegan was losing time, hopefully it wasn't due to high voltage issues, but it seems to be okay at the moment. But I'm praying it's not something battery related, Josh.
Jackson was on about that earlier on as well, weren't you? That GTP issue could be coming as well. We're keeping an eye on it. And LMP2 as well, with the brake disc, as you say, also struggling. We saw that actually in practice. Just in practice 3, actually. A car had a brake failure, it had to stop in LMP2, and it lost its fastest qualifying time. Debris at the exit in turn 1 already. I've just turned to the Aston Martin page in my Formula 1 2024 book written by the fantastic Bruce Jones, and I'm disappointed to see that they've actually removed that ability to call them and email them. It's vanished. So yeah, I'm very disappointed about that. I'm just checking as well. It's gone.
Yep, going back really quick, Josh.
Yeah, go.
To that GTP issue, as we ride on board with the 93. The complaints really started with Urs Peralti, who's the head of Porsche's LMDH factory team. He was the big one that kind of brought it up when the first kind of issue happened with the 25, and they said this is something we've been worried about since the roar, and we're really trying to see if there's anything we can do to prevent it. And Bosch, who's been, the sole provider of these hybrid systems, said we're working on it. We'll see what we can do. And very little is known since that incident that happened on Thursday. But we're no stranger to these kind of weird incidents, happening here at Daytona. We've had GT cars win. We've had LMP2 cars win. I'm not saying it's probable, but it's definitely not impossible.
If we see LMP2 take an overall victory, it will be so similar to that year at Le Mans, where all of the...
I called it on Grid Network.
You did, yeah. I don't know. Do you remember that year where everybody... Was it the first year of Hypercar? In WEC?
It was, it was the Toyotas having... It was the Toyotas having issues. There was one of the LMP2 cars almost got the overall win, and I think it was the Aston Martin GT3 or GTE that won their class as well. That on the last few laps, that was incredible.
That was certainly a most entertaining day, and it was raining as well. I don't know if that caused problems. I think they got.
It wasn't raining towards the end. Towards the end, it was sunny.
Yeah, it was really. I remember now. We started under the safety car, then we went green, but everyone was sliding around. Then everybody started dropping out from the hypercar class. Well, at the time it was LMP1 or LMP8 because it was just before the complete transformation that it has been now in World Endurance. And LMP2 were running in the lead for the majority, and then I can't remember who fought back to win right at the end. Unless it was a Toyota overall, it would have been the number 8 car, because the number 7 stopped in the middle of the night. As we take a look now with the number 23, Cesare Competizione as well in GTD. Downshifting at the back of exit of Speedway 2, down to the Le Mans chicane. Oh, and there goes the 85, darting through.
JDC Miller Banana Boat, baby. Love that color.
Gianluca Bruni, of course, racer in Formula 1 for Minardi and Jordan in the 04-05 seasons. I still remember Martin Brundle interviewing on the grid at the back of, where were we? Manicure. And he introduced himself and sat down as well. Formula 1 in those days.
Can we go back to that?
What, Manicure?
Yeah.
I love Manicure, but the problem with it is
I'm okay if we don't.
Yeah, you can't overtake there. Jake, when was the last time you were at Manicure?
Do you know, it's one of the few circuits in Europe I've never been to. I've been to some various other locations. I've done a couple of the French tracks. I was at the Grand Prix de Pau as a commentator in 2017 when Lando Norris was in the lead and sadly binned it. So I remember that one. And no, the last time I was at a French racetrack was Paul Ricard. That was for Fanatec GT Europe in 2023. It was interesting. You were talking about Le Mans and starting under the safety car. I was, of course, very delighted to be the world feed commentator at the Le Mans 24 Hours for the very first time they started under the safety car, which was back in 2016. That was
that's so
the
cool.
craziest of races. Craziest of races.
What was your reaction to that when the message came through, starting behind the safety car? Because I think I was actually commentating that race as well, back in the days when it never got uploaded live.
It's the maddest story I get to tell in motorsport, actually, because we literally had about 90 minutes until the start, and I got given a radio set and a notebook and instructions from my line producer as to who to interview so that we could get a few of the nuts and bolts of what the start of the Le Mans 24 Hours was going to be like. It was already drizzling a little bit, and I'm there on the straight. They said, go and find the guy from KCMG. They went off in the warm-up. Tell me, go and find out what happened to them. So I managed to find the team boss at KCMG. He was chatting to someone. I couldn't see who it was, and said, look, I'm from the ACO live feed team. We want to know why you went off in the warm-up this morning. He said, perfectly fine. Yeah, no worries. By the way, have you met Jackie Chan?
Oh, my God.
Because that was who he was talking to. That's who he was actually having a conversation with. So I ended up having to hold out my hand and shake hands with the greatest movie star on the planet. No arguments, please. And yeah, got to shake hands with Jackie Chan. Anyway, shake off the moment from that, go and find somebody else. I'm writing in my notebook and I'm having a casual walk while looking down at my notes. Very silly, I know, especially considering I crashed into somebody.
Oh.
And it happened to be another Hollywood star. It was Patrick Dempsey. I wrote straight into him.
No way.
So, it's just the craziest, like I said, craziest 45 minutes of my career. Then, of course, the weather gets very, very heavy. We get the instruction that it's going to happen, and my line producer says to me, Jake, we're going to be starting under safety car. Go find someone from the FIA to try and explain to us what's going to happen. We need the information. So I ran to the front of the grid, as you do. There's only one person there from the FIA, and it's Jean Todt.
Oh.
Oh, God.
And I know I can't interrupt the conversation he's having because he's having the conversation with Brad Pitt.
You just go all around.
So you met Brad Pitt?
Honestly, you cannot make this stuff up. It actually has to happen. You can't invent this stuff. Anyway, I said to the guy, look, I can't interrupt. That's Jean Todt, and he's speaking with Brad Pitt. I can't interrupt that conversation. I was still very new to the game at that point. And he said, look, you've just got to. We've got no time. You've got to be in the box in 20 minutes. Fine. So in my best schoolboy French, I address Jean Todt. And I say, look, we're from the commentary team. We just want to know what the procedure is going to be under safety car. Bless him, Jean Todt being Jean Todt. He turns to me and says, you can speak in English, you know. It's no problem. Bless him. Love Jean. And anyway, he just says, I was just explaining to Brad anyway how it was going to go. So I ended up accidentally shaking hands with Brad Pitt that moment as well. Sorry, ladies. But yeah, he explained to him what the whole procedure is while I just stood there and wrote it all down so I knew what we were going to talk about. But Brad was the most enthusiastic man I've ever seen, the most enthusiastic celebrity I've ever seen at a sports car event. He was absolutely into it. A friend of mine from Porsche Hospitality told me that after 2 hours, when the race finally got started, his PA came up and told him, look, we've got to fly back to America. You've got a gig with Angelina and the kids tomorrow. And he said, no, I'm enjoying myself. I'm staying. I'm staying where I am. Incidentally, 3 weeks later, their divorce was announced.
Oh, God, it was, isn't it?
Oh, God.
Unbelievable. Like I said, you can't invent this stuff. It has to happen.
I'll tell you what, Jake, I think you might have just witnessed the conception of Sonny Hayes, the character here in this F1 movie.
Yeah, we were witness to it. Absolutely incredible.
I tell you what, just to circle back, you bumped into Patrick Dempsey. Can I finally get some backup that he is one of the best smelling men I've ever met in my entire life? His aftershave is fantastic.
Well, you met him as well.
I bumped into him, not as literal as Jake, but Silverstone 2018 WEC. He was Dempsey Proton Racing at the time, and he was there. And I was in the back of the garage, and we just had a quick conversation. He was very nice. because I was doing a mid-race report, because in those days we did 2 lives, one at the start of the show, one at the end of the show. And then mid-race, we sort of walked back over from Stowe and came back into the paddock area. And we just did the garage, and he was there, and standing next to him, and I'm saying hello, and your car's doing very well. And all I could smell was this wonderful aftershave flying off him with that wonderful little coat he wears and his scarf. It was fantastic.
I'll actually correct you. I'd say he's the second best smelling.
Oh.
The first has got to be Valentino Rossi. I'm sorry, but that's an absolute fact.
Well, I haven't met Valet yet. That's on my list.
But no, I tell you what I will say about Patrick Dempsey, having bumped into him, he is the sharpest tack in the toolbox.
Oh, yeah.
Because when I bumped into him, I wasn't going to go into that much detail. I didn't want to hog the limelight. But when I bumped into him, I said, "I'm so sorry, Patrick." And he said, "I know you." I went, "No, I don't think you do." He said, "Yes, I know your voice."
Oh,
because in my very first year at Eurosport, the very first gig I did was to narrate his documentary for the English audience. And he had remembered my voice from that.
Oh,
So
my crazy.
Absolutely astonishing. I could not believe someone as, Hollywood and A-list and, incredible as Patrick Dempsey would actually deem to remember some bloke's voice he heard 4 years ago. That's unbelievable. He said, "Look, you're welcome in the pits anytime you want. Come and have a coffee whenever you want. 3 o'clock in the morning, you're welcome, buddy. You're one of us now." Amazing.
I love it. What a story. Fantastic stuff, isn't it? Wow. This is what the 24 hours is about. Yes, we've got some racing going on, but it's all also about the stories. Is just quickly, the number 7.
The invitation, of course, was wasted on me, because it's the invitation that every woman who's straight on the planet wants. And it was on me, completely wasted. Completely wasted.
I would have...
Battle for 5th right now in GTP. Felipe Nasser in the 7 trying to dig on Tom Blomqvist here in the 60 Acura. Got a plethora of different classes. P2 in front, GTD in front, was really close on the high banks there, but Blomqvist doing a good job to separate himself here. These guys 20 seconds back from the lead here. Dries Vanthoor with a healthy lead. Big stack up here on the high banks.
And that's going to be an overtake as well, as the LMP2 is getting out of the way. But look at the run from that. We've got the Ferrari, the Cadillac in there too. So this is going to be fantastic stuff looking in. Get out of the way, please, Ferrari, into the GTP class. Let's do it. Okay, back on the inside. Nasser gets ahead of Neil Jani. And now, Vanhoff. How's Vanhoff 8 seconds back? He has a total gap to this battle we're here. We'll see with Aiken, Blomqvist, Nasser, Jani, Bruni, Albuquerque. He's got a 1:17 gap already. I cannot.
That's incredible. That is
I tell you what,
insane.
Tom Blomqvist is genuinely one of the most underrated drivers in sports car racing. He's got such
Stand by that
an
100%.
incredible term of speed. He's really got the hang of these. Prototypes now. He really seems to be coming into his own. We've been talking a lot about the British drivers that have been really excelling up at the top end, like Nick Tandy and obviously Alan McNish in years gone by. And you've also got to put James Collado into that list, of course, who is in this race in the GTD category, of course, in his beloved Ferraris. But I genuinely think that Tom Blomqvist is going to be the next generation of that. He really seems to have fitted the mold. He's a really analytical driver. His data recollection is phenomenal. And he's an absolute sports car team's dream. So he's really starting to come alive, not just in this race, but certainly over the last 2 seasons out in America. He's an absolute gold mine for any race team. If they want to get someone on their side who's going to deliver 110% each time, Blomqvist is the man you got to call.
I think adaptability is the name of the game when it comes to Blomqvist, Jake. I mean, the guy obviously has had basically a year off from these prototypes and is already back in pace in this Acura like it's riding a bike. Obviously, this last year kind of had his own sort of, what would we call it? Call it a science experiment with Meyer Shank Racing, trying to see how he'd do in IndyCar. Had the privilege of talking with him at Thermal Club, and it was very much not necessarily I'm here to win, but we're trying to see if this whole sports car to IndyCar pipeline is something that can actually work. And it's unfortunately a shame that most of America will remember Tom Blomqvist as the guy that, wrecked out turn 1 of the 500, because he is genuinely, Jake, one of the most talented drivers. And obviously, as we know with Mike Shank, it's no harm, no foul, as he's already back in his machines after Indy.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that. Absolutely spot on.
I tell you what, I'm just trying to edit some graphics because the Alchemy systems, first time I've ever seen them do this, glitched. Not once have I ever seen the Alchemy systems glitch. So I apologise if that happened on your side, but I think they're fixed now. And they're back up. I've never seen that happen before, because they are the most reliable timing systems on the planet. As another friend of ours, Ryan Marine, is down in the pits. Ryan.
Luis Perez Compact staying on board that car. I'm also down here in the TDS pit area. They're going to go ahead and do a full set of Michelin tires as well as the fuel going into this car. No driver change on that one either. These are the first two pit callers in the 63rd Rolex 24 at Daytona. Of course, down and away, just waiting on the fuel for the TDS number 11. It is clean, and they rejoin the fight. But this pit lane's about to get very busy. In fact, here comes Spike the Dragon right now. And John, if it's all right with you, we'll hang down here in the pit lane. This is the leader in LMP2 coming in. PJ Hyatt had the miscue in qualifying, but is charged up through the field. And it looks like we might see a driver change. Not yet. Oh, they're going to change the nose on the car. In fact, they have that nose off right now. They're working on the right front. So something seems to be amiss on the leading car that had left front, that had been dominating the class thus far. A couple of other pit callers, including the 74 Ranch Resorts Riley car that was running down in 8th. They come in. We see of course, this is the Pratt & Miller car, their very first LMP2 entry. They are in. They were running in podium contention here in the early stages. Lots of fuel-only stops at this stage, and I need to go figure out what's going on with Spike the Dragon. I'll be there in just a moment, John.
Ryan Marine was on our coverage last year, of course, here on JB Motorsports, but he's declined our invitation this year because he's got the main gig with IMSA, so you can understand why. But LMP2 get their first pit stops then of the 24-hour, and I presume we're going to see the number 18 LMP2 stay out there for an extra lap, so we'll see what's going to happen there. It hasn't stopped yet, as that's not Ben, that's Jarvis's car coming in at the top there with Ben Haley as well. So
that's the sister of the two United Autosports car, I believe, Josh.
The one that spun early on.
Possibly, no, that was... Yes, it was, excuse me. Going back really quick to the 99 in Spike, I want to say I saw crew reaching into the brake duct. I'm not sure if there was some kind of pickup of rubber or some kind of debris, but obviously that's your main source of what's cooling those front brakes. So I believe it was some kind of issue there as they were able to just get that same front nose assembly back on instantly.
Now, we're going to take a while for it to redo, but I understand that we might have had a driver change already at the 52 coming in, because I believe Rodrigo Sales has taken over the car.
Yep, he has.
Yes. Yeah, that is a drive. And a car 8 has been given a pit lane speed violation and a drive-through penalty. As I can hear Josh T's back in the box as well in the background. JT.
I never left.
Oh, you never left. Well, hello.
He's here.
JT, I've got your weather screen up. I'll pop it on the screen.
Hello.
Talk us through what we're looking at with weather at the moment.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. It's a beautiful day in Daytona. A little bit different to what we had on Thursday. Absolute beautiful day. No rain in sight. Dry, clear, not a cloud in sight. It is good track temperature at, well, around 30 degrees Celsius. It was at the start of the race. It is now up to 88 Fahrenheit, which, if I do the maths, that is 31.1 degrees Celsius. Track temperature, air temperature is 57, which is 13.9 degrees.
The number 18 of the era. Actually, on my entry it says it says the United Autosports USA. On my timing screen here, it says the era Motorsports is into the pit lane, so that's the leader. So it's going to be the AO Racing, I believe, still leading because it had a lap to the rest of the field. So that 99 doing a top up of the brake coolant seems to be A-OK. We are 42 minutes into the opener hour of the Rolex 24 Hours at Daytona. no retirement so far. The only big thing that's happened is the number 2 coming into pit lane, back down to Ryan Marine.
Checking the transponder. I can't get that confirmed, but they're not denying it either. And the best news of all, though, is that the team says everything is A-OK.
Well,
lovely jubbly. Nice call as well to come into it as we fly through. So
call it 50%, then maybe the transponder on the nose, which obviously marks lap times. We'll get back to that really quickly because the Pride of Canada is under attack right now by the Paul Miller BMW, trying the high side here through the tri-oval. This is for the lead in GTD Pro, not quite close enough, but tries maybe selling a dummy to the outside. Again, that Pfaff Lamborghini has been well known in Porsche plaid colors up until last year. Had 1 year in orange with McLaren, and now McLaren is completely gone from the IMSA GTD field. They're back in Lamborghini Huracan colors this time by.
Jake Sanson has disappeared from the broadcast now here on JBMotorsports and Downforce Radio. He'll be back with us during the night shift. He's, of course, now based in Thailand, so he'll be joining us when the lights go down low. Another penalty, number 93, for turn 7 re-entry violation. Just a warning has come through. So why issue it as saying it's a penalty, I do not know. But diving through my timing screens, that is the Cadillac Wayne Taylor Racing as well in the GTP category. So in we go, and now I think as well, Jackson, the sort of pressure starts to come in terms of the fact that we've got a lot of traffic and a lot of action to continue on in this race.
Going from kind of a tactical mindset to, let's call it a strategic mindset, right? I'm not necessarily trying to go for the competition, but what can I do to use the traffic to my advantage, right? Using the lap traffic as much of a, and kind of have it be as much of a human shield, shall we say, as possible. The main issue is obviously if you're GTD guys, you really don't have any places to hide, and we're seeing that right now with Caldarelli as he's under attack from Dan Harper. Same with Elliott Skier, who's got Pereira right in his rearview mirrors as we're watching a replay again here with the 99 LMP2 machine that spiked the Dragon in pit lane. Pit crew goes to work quickly here to clear the ducts. And maybe investigating that transponder up front. PJ Hyatt holds onto that lead for the time being. But not sure if that's an LMP2 as a whole issue. I would reckon that's just a 99 specific issue, Josh.
I would agree, 99 only coming into this one as the Dragon comes back through. I love when you get Dragons, you get Rolexes. It's absolutely brilliant stuff. As we raid on, 45 minutes down then. Van Holt's now leading by 12 seconds to Yellowly, so that gap has come down big time. So a warning is a low-level penalty. If it happens again, it'll be a high-level penalty, drive through, stop, go. That's how the IMSA rules works from JT. Jackson's nodding, so I suppose that's okay.
I think,
therefore, I am. Is
that's
quote.
how I understand it.
I have missed this. A proper...
Me too.
This is actually the first time I've been in the commentary box for a race this year. Because, of course, the last time it was me and Jess.
A proper one.
Yeah, because, of course, last time it was me and Jess at Birmingham Airport in a hotel we were doing Formula E.
With good mobile data, might I add. Better than waiting at home.
Yeah, it was fantastic. I am definitely booking the hotel room again next year.
I might do that instead of Moxie, because even though it's a bit further away.
Richie's from Birmingham.
What?
Yeah, when Richie's on, he's Birmingham.
Richie.
Yeah.
Richie, I'm sorry.
For all of you American folks,
Whoa,
this is Birmingham.
24, race leader, nearly getting taken out by GTD Cadillac. Down into turn 1. Woohoo!
I wouldn't call that. I mean, if anything, it was maybe a little bit too much ambition from the 24 there, as he actually had to lift to clear that number 9 Lamborghini Huracan, the leader in GTD Pro, to make that happen. But man, that could have been some real gnarly, a really gnarly incident there.
There's the number 91. JT, continue what you were saying.
Yeah, basically what I was saying is that, and we've got a pit report. So
Yeah, Jamie Howell.
The tank came in first. So a couple of takers right now. I see the 6 coming down as well as the 40. So a couple of the first GTP cars coming in. Looks like it's going to be a energy-only stop. I don't see any driver changes being executed with these early runners right now. Just wanting to stay comfortable and make sure that they've got a solid start to this 24-hour race, John.
Now this is coming in from GTP, so Philippe Albuquerque, Louis Delatraz and Matt Campbell coming in further back as well from 10, 11 and 12 overall. Back to you, JT.
Yeah, if you're new to JB Motorsports, this is what happens literally every single enjoyment race. I say a point, something happens, we have to throw down to that, and then I go back to my point, something happens again, and it's just repeat, repeat, repeat.
Yeah.
I never get a word in. Basically, what I was saying is that Birmingham, for you American folks, Birmingham.
Yeah, Birmingham.
Birmingham.
Into the pit lane comes race leader Dries Van Holst for the BMW M team as well. And let's head down to pit road.
Clean entry for him as the 10, the 40, and the 6 have all made their way down to pit exit. I've heard on the radio this will be a energy-only stop for them as well. Pretty happy with the way that car is performing here with the sun out on the racetrack, but they were very quick to say down on pit lane, Bobby Rahal was, that they're going to have to continue adjusting just like everybody else. There's still a lot of racing to go. Also into pit lane, the number 31 from Wayland Engineering, the sister, number 7 from Porsche Penske. All of these fuel-only pit stops right now. It's one of the things that Nick Tandy, if you remember, we talked to him a few moments ago, and one of the things he said was we really just need to learn these opening couple of stints and just see what we have stacked up with everybody else. He made the comment their car wasn't as quick as they would like with that Porsche plant at the moment, but it is a very long race. A great pit stop for the number 24, and they're already making their way down pit lane, John.
Okay, who was next up talking as the pit stops start to kick off? Blomqvist and, well, the 60 of Blomqvist and the 25 of Sheldon van der Linde, they've stayed out on the circuit.
Nick Yellowly coming out of the pits again, making that switch over from BMW prototype service over to Mike Shank with the Acuras. So up front, the sister Acura, Tom Blomqvist, will hold the provisional lead. Sheldon van der Linde in that 25 goes from last to second provisionally, but still in fourth right now. It is indeed Dries Van Thor on pit exit. Some of you will know him as the brother of the Porsche pilot, Lawrence. Factory driver with Audi from 2018 to 2022. 3 24-hour of Nürburgring class wins to his name. Make no mistake, he's maybe not as well known as brother Lawrence, but he's just as fast.
This thing beautifully to the 24, stuck behind one of the, I want to say that's the 021 Ferrari, but I'm not too sure if that's correct, so I'm trying to look at the timing screen to tell me, which is about as easy to do as looking at a furnace. They're all bunched up together quite nicely there. So 24, yeah, look, you can see where the 24 is. It's doubled up with somebody else, so I can't tell who it is until it dips away. The 18, there we go. And it was the 47 and the 023 just behind. There we go. All sorted now, all sorted.
And then behind that was the number 13 as well in that bunch.
Now, this is Blomqvist and Sheldon van der Linde coming into the pit lane together. The current leaders of GTP for their first stops of the day. Everybody else behind. So Dries Van Holst still will inherit the lead of the race, and it looks energy only, no tyres. It's weird how they just sort of...
Nation colors gone on that. Sorry, guys.
Sorry, we all glitched at the same time. Back to you, Jackson.
AutoNation colors gone on the Meyer Shank cars. No more pink for them, unfortunately, which was certainly a fan favorite for us and most of the paddock. But Ask ROI colors, now sister partner of Andretti Global, which will be leading those cars to hopefully a second victory with Mike Shank Racing.
Jess, do you have a point?
I forgot what I was going to say now, but I'm just amazed of what the gap was between the GTPs was quite massive. But we're already seeing, I think, a lot of traffic happening at the moment with 23 hours and 8 minutes still to go.
Adam says, Jackson, are you ready for some Major League Baseball spring training action?
As a Padres fan, not really, because we kind of lost everybody, and any of the good free agents are going to the Dodgers. Next question.
No.
I'll live.
Coming in as well, let's have a look. Jason N says, don't forget to hydrate. We've got our drinks already.
Oh, yeah.
My water's on to the left of me. All good.
Same, and my desk is also being hydrated after my shenanigans before the stream.
Am I the only one who hasn't brought a drink into the box with him yet?
Probably. Yeah, Just, you missed it. Were you here at the start?
I was only here. I was only here from 6:30. Why?
Oh yeah, at the start of the broadcast at 6, my 5.5 litre drinks dispenser started leaking all over my desk.
Oh God!
Considering that JT has about 8 monitors, it's quite dangerous.
It's quite worrying with the amount of cables he has on this setup. This setup is huge.
Well, on 8 monitors, I have 4, Josh. That's a little bit extreme. But yeah, I have gone through, you will be happy to know, Christmas Day, we de-rigged the whole setup and we actually did cable organisation and we actually cleaned the box up. It is cleaner than Josh's setup for one.
Hey!
Speaking of
I gotta work on my cable management.
I'm
battle for second right now, guys, in GTD Pro.
Speaking of cleaning, I've started cleaning up my room today, and it's going to take a while to clean. So yeah.
Look at the BMW as well, the 48 trying to go around the outside of my angle, getting almost caught up there. I'm trying to see who's down in 4th place. It's on a different page of my timing tower. So it's Frederick Vesti and Dan Harper in there as well. There we go, G4 the GTD Pro.
All the way back there, you got Alex Sims in 6 with a seat at the table here in this battle. As, man, everybody's stacking up. You got a Pratt Miller LMP2 back there. You've got the Lambo back there. This is going to get really interesting. What can the 63 do to cut through this traffic?
Slice and dice. That's all you've got as we're also to do this early in the race. Look at that from the Corvette, number 3, trying to keep its way through. That Chevy trying to push. Where's that running in class anyway at the moment? 6th with Alexander Sims, as you said. And there's that fantastic engine brake, discs blowing. It's proper old school motorsports.
Filling you in from GTD Pro here. Mauro Engel in that 75 Mercedes did take second from Dan Harper about a lap ago. Those two have been duking it out, and that's kind of held up the rest of the GTD Pro freight train from about 4th back to 7th here. So very much a melee further back with Andrea Caldarelli about half a second up.
We'll see Neil Jani in 7th position now. He's 0.4 behind Sheldon van der Linden. So we've got a battle going on, getting ready in GTP as well. That's going to be fun. Craig says, watching on Peacock and listening to JB. Pleasure to have you along. Lee Diffie, Townsend Bell over there at NBC. We take IMSA's feed as well, as finally GTD Pro comes in.
Oh, man.
7, 8, and 9 categories. So it's the number 9, the 65, and the 4, and the 91 coming in. So Path Motorsports, Ford, Corvette, Trackhouse all coming in, Jackson.
Burbage in the 65 almost hit that outside pylon on pit entry. I'm not sure if that was an intentional flick to kind of maximize the brake on the grip on braking, but man, that was almost for certain a pit speed violation or some kind of boundary violation for that Mustang.
Number 20 has changed driver, so Thomas Price moved over to Claudio Slavova as well. Schiavone, I should say, sorry, coming in. Has changed over, so that now runs in the 20 in GTD Pro. Charlie Eastwood is into pit lane in GTD along with John Potter, and the 47 also coming in. So second half of the page now, starting to see a lot of pit stops finally coming through as we'll switch over. There is the number 120 for Wright Motorsport, second in class now, but all eyes very much on them as we talked about in the pre-show. Mike's muted, that would have been helpful. Went to cough. Went to cough and then it didn't mute. Problems at the 9. Yeah, very big problems at the 9. What's going
Does
on
it
here?
seem like problems with the 9?
Well, look, they're struggling to get one of the nuts off. Yeah, they can't get the nuts off. They can't get the front right nuts off.
Oh, man.
Oh, not the nut problem again. I thought we were going to wait until F1 to experience
Are
that
we in
problem, but
Monaco
no.
or Daytona, guys?
Exactly. Is this that to Bottas?
Hammer and Chillers is out, and Calderani, the number 9 Lamborghini GTD Pro. Come on, come on. They can't get it off.
Come on, you're wasting time.
It's off.
You wasted time. Yay.
It was literally just Jackson spinning around on the rim. It would not come off, and I think they had to break it. It looked like they broke it, didn't they?
They might have had to. You got to check now to see if that's maybe issues to the whole wheel assembly. Making sure you're not stripping anything in the process there as the 9 goes back out. And if I'm Mauro Engel and Dan Harper, that's absolute fireworks for me because that's one less guy I got to worry about, at least for now. But again, guys, if you want to have those issues, it's so much better to have them right now than way better to have them hour 1 than compared to hour 23.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Coming up on the end of our first hour. And penalty for the 13 pit lane speed violation. So it's a drive-through penalty now coming.
Where are you getting the penalties?
Race control.
How do you see the right? It's on very small on my other screen. I need to make it bigger, but I don't know how I make it bigger.
Flashes up on our monitors because we've got time in 71. You're seeing Alcamel because time in 71 has been a bit weird, but it comes up here. Car 13 penalty, pit lane speed violation.
Yeah. I'll do time in 71
if it works. That is. Into the pit lane comes Vassar
Sullivan.
in the pits. Yeah. Now that's GTD Pro's 14 and GTD's 12 in. That is, by the way, the 13 is the AO Racing in GTD.
Should have a replacement to this very long-tenured Lexus RCF. They're saying as soon as next season. That's been in development for a minute, but it's Parker Thompson in that 12 GTD and Kirkwood, the IndyCar winner in the 12 Pro machine, as the rest of the field, your top 2, top 3 here in GTD Pro work their way into the pits.
Bortoletta has come into the pit lane in the automobile Lamborghini GTP 63. That's come in, and in comes Rexy down there as well. But driver change, Philip Ellis has changed to Russell Ward and has now left the pit lane as well. So driver change is going on there. On board with the 24 BMW, Dries Van Holt still 13 seconds ahead. There's the confirmation for Videlli with a pit road speed violation coming through. Oh, and Parker Thompson has moved over to Frankie Montecavolo as well in the number 12 car. So driver change going on there too.
Back over to the Inception Racing car, that former McLaren, now Ferrari 296. Out goes, I'm not sure who was in that car, but in right now, Brendan Uribe, the former CEO of Oculus and Rift, behind the wheel of that Inception Racing machine. Ward's still up front right now. Going to need a couple of minutes to figure out where that order is actually sorted here with the pit stops. But Heinrich's still up front in the 77.
1 hour down, 23 to go in the 63rd running of the Rolex 24 at Daytona. Well, that went well.
So far, so good.
What about the hourly update?
Jess, I don't know if we want to do that yet because we're trying to figure stuff out, and the Lambo's got its engine cover off right now, and give us like 30 seconds and then we can do it.
Okay.
I'll keep my ear out to IMSA Radio trying to throw to it. I believe they're going to try and do it at the top of every hour. So it's going to be in 20 minutes, I think.
So it's IMSA Radio doing it. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh. They took my job.
Oh, fine. Jackson can do it in a minute. We'll send it down to him.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Yeah. That's how we got to know Jackson, by him doing his great hourly update with the orbit, and it sounded beautiful.
Suggestion: we have the Jackson Lambros hourly update at the end of every racing hour, and then the IMSA one at the end of top of hour.
That was the plan, Joshua.
All right. Car 63 has gone behind the wall, so it's bad news already for the Lamborghini squad. And Mara Engel has changed to Kenny Habul as well in the 75, as we're inside. Now, have we got a sting? do we need a sting for the hourly
I
update?
can do one right now if you want.
If you can get a little musical sting,
Go on, JT.
we can play that. If we can get it as if we can put it in the Discord as one of the notifications, you know, like how we can play the funny sound clips.
Yeah.
If we get that, then we can play it when everybody's not here, because then Jackson can do it. And I'll take over when
Okay.
Jackson takes his nap.
Well,
Yes.
I can work on that soon, but it's the end of hour 1, and it is time for Jackson Lambros' hourly update.
Can I go? Is this happening? Are we-
Well, that was smooth.
Go!
Jackson, go on.
Go!
Already insane action here at Daytona, but in the words of the great Kevin Harlan, I'm calling both games. Russell Ward in Windward Racing has the power of God and anime on his side. Princess Krebs up front in GTD in that Mercedes AMG GT3. Dan Harper in that Paul Miller Racing Machine iHeartRadio We Heart BMW. Harper and BMW up front in the Reds. LMP2 PJ Hyatt, Spike the Dragon up front so far in that purple AO Racing Oreca. And up front, feeling the Drees. BMW Team RLL in that 24 machine has started up front and has not looked back. 1 hour done, 23 to go, Josh.
That's another one that needs to be added to the end of season bloopers.
Yeah, can we go?
Can
Can we go or not?
Right,
You usually get like a cue for these things, or I'm done. All right, go.
Right, what's really bugging me is the layout of this as well. Is that if anyone looks at the guide, you sort of got to go below to see what it is. So I've got the marker of doom ready for crossing off the 63, in case that has to happen. 75 and the 91 battling together in GTD Pro, 8th overall in class. That's on page 2 of our timing towers.
Big dive there in the bus stop. That's the 007, the Heart of Racing, Gabe Newell owned Heart of Racing team.
Sorensen
Just split that, going for the lead over here, trying to take it from Habul. Sorry, Josh.
I was going to say Sorensen at the wheel, and still going to go for it. GT's going to be providing us with the better action, and that Mercedes stands no chance. As we mentioned earlier on, the Aston's starting to come into it.
Late bloomers in here. Paul Miller Racing Machine further back. Again, still a couple of these guys in GTD Pro still looking to have their pit stops in. So kind of a cycle right now, especially with Connor Zilich in that WeatherTech 93 Corvette. So in that weird kind of overlap of strategy right now, but still Harper up front.
And leader changing over as well, again, in GTD Pro. Bortoletti is now dropped to 24th in class, 3 laps down. So it's now behind all of the LMP2s.
It's Dan Harper that is the leader in class from Lauren Henrik.
Changes coming through time and time again. And literally...
I can actually get to see it. I get to see it from the sites I found this morning. I get to see every time there's a lead change.
You need to send me that link right now so I get up on the commentary box monitor. In fact, hang on a minute. Why do I remember at some point last year during the Rolex 24, JT had something very similar, and he sent it to us 23 hours into the broadcast. Anybody else remember that? There was a lead change graphic. You had the same thing that Jess has found. You had a lead change graphic at some point coming through as well. Do you remember?
And there's a lap chart as well on the other tab. I would recommend. It's a site called pitnotes.org, which I found from the IMSA Media website. Which IMSA Media, you don't need to log in at all, which is quite interesting. I'm quite surprised. That's how I found that website. They recommended it.
Let me go back in commentators chat like a year ago and find out if I can find what that thing was. I sent like 24 hours.
It's so good, and then you go on to I think it's scoring archives, and then select Rolex 24 Daytona. Oh my goodness!
Mercedes trying to
Class split here. This is the GTD Pros tussling with the GTDs. That's That's Russell Ward there in the Windward, or no, excuse me, that's the 76?
Yeah.
75 Express, that's Kenny Habul. Tussling here with Connor Zilich, and I believe that can't be Dan Harper already a lap up on him. I'm not sure. Oh no, that's Madison Snow in the Paul Miller machine, excuse me, in the sister car.
Well, I seem to have got the same information that Jess has got here with the lap chart. And my goodness me, is this great?
I was playing around with like loads of materials this morning, and I was just like, oh my god, it's so good, I have to send it to Josh.
Well, I think we've just found out when our stuff for when we do our touchscreen analysis later on in the broadcast.
Jackson, do you want it?
I spaced out so hard. What's up, Jess?
Jackson, do you want it?
I don't know what it is. I'll take it.
It tells you the leader in class every time it happens.
Please. Yes.
You're welcome. I'll put it in comms chat. There we go.
Like this. On board, look at the throttle if you're watching along with us as well, listening in. It's going to be fun. And Jess has just said about YouTube Premium. Absolutely, yeah. Put it in the chat, Jess. Put that race notes in the chat as well. We'll get the links.
Am I allowed? I don't know. Like,
well, you've got the settings also. Yeah. So for everyone listening to us on Downforce Radio, type into your internet browser IMSA pit notes and go from there, and you'll be able to find it quite quickly. Just select the Rolex 24 2025 and it'll take you to the web page that we have here.
And I put the exact link in the chat, and I should be getting updates every 45 minutes.
It's very good. I really do like this actually.
Oh, and I just got some news. I've now got access to the IndyCar Media Centre. There we go.
I haven't got access to that yet. I wonder why.
But and then I just put JB Motorsports on Grid Network and put the Grid Network website and your YouTube link, and they accepted me.
Some stern words are going to be issued to Penske Entertainment at the end of this broadcast. I'm just double checking.
This is the front of the GTD field running into the back of the GTD Pro field as Russell Ward in that Windward Racing Princess Krebs machine catches up to the 75 Express car of Kenny Habul and has gotten past. That's Madison Snow now in front of him in that Paul Miller BMW.
I don't have an email from Pit Notes. That's annoying. I meant to get that every 45 minutes about updates to the race, but no.
Penalty for car 93. Failure to adhere to the controlled powertrain parameters. It's only a warning, however. Okay.
So that's listing basically when you're allowed to, you can't have the car powered up when you're on jacks. Yeah. And there's a couple of other specifics that I think JT would know a little bit more about than me as we're watching this replay here.
Don't tell
between
me.
the Risi Competizione car and the Inception McLaren, or no, the Inception Ferrari, excuse me. Bit of a love tap there into turn number 1.
He's going to wish that he was in a dream after that. Don't mess with the Inception guys. They fight back 10 times as hard. The 77's also in the pit lane now as well, of Laurie Heinrich as well in GTD Pro. Let's go down to Nick Dam.
In the IMSA championship, they're sitting there. I think they're currently just got the back of the car. They're not really working particularly heavily on it. They're refueling it while they can, but not a stop that was planned. But they've done something and then they decided they put some fuel in it. Now I'm wondering whether, again, we've had a couple of overheating issues. I wonder whether there's another one there where they've just got something in the brake ducts and wanted to sort it out. I'll go and ask them. It's probably the easiest thing to do.
Yeah, that'll be the 77 that is still there as we see the number 9 car. Now, did you refer to it as the Pride of Canada earlier on?
I mean, ask anyone north of the border who their favorite team is, and it's going to be the one in plaid.
Well,
you've got the mayor of Finchtown on board as we're watching the replay.
Replay, Jess.
Oh, it was
top corner.
Top left. Oh my goodness, that's another thing to add to the belief now, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, it's a replay.
Oh!
Trust, David Croft told us about that story once. He got very animated in Monaco one year about an overtake down at the
It was Lance Straw replay. I remember that. There's still memes about that on somewhere, but I'll need to re-get that.
It wasn't actually the Lance Stroll replay I was about to say.
Oh, was it not?
Huh?
All right, tell me more.
Yeah, it was 2013, and it was an overtake down at the Nouvelle Chicane. And he got very animated about it. And he looked over to Martin Brundle, who was giving him a shake of the head and was pointing at the screen. And he was like, well, what's he going on about then? And then he realises when he looks up, it says replay in big flashing letters. So he got it, he thought it was live, and it wasn't. 63 is back in the garage and having work done. So it looks like already Jackson 1 down.
So I'm trying to figure out what that potential issue could be with that 63, if it's that aforementioned potential power hybrid issue we were talking about before the start of this race. If not, I mean, we saw Iron Lynx was having their own set of issues running this car last year. So we'll hopefully have an answer for you guys as soon as possible. But again, certainly not ideal to have it. But again, it's so much better to have these kind of issues this early in the race.
16 cars still remain out there on the circuit and running around. The 63 is in the pits as we've had the number 2 LMP2 pass the 74 for 8th place in class. It just flashed up on our monitors. And if you're watching, just to give you a quick update, if you're watching us on YouTube, on JB Motorsports, the broadcast of the race will be split up into 4 parts due to YouTube not liking live streams over a certain time frame.
Well, over 12 hours.
Yeah, and with our case, it's over 6 as well. They don't like it, so that we try and keep it down. So we'll be splitting up into 4 parts every 6 hours. You will be notified, and also we will be doing a dual live, so they'll both start and end at the same time together. And you'll be taken from one to the other with automatic redirect. If you're watching us on Twitch, you don't have to do anything. It's all going to be live throughout the broadcast. And the same if you're listening to us on Downforce Radio. Back to you, Jackson. We've got side-by-side battles of 45 in the Porsche.
This is for second in GTD Pro. Adam Adelson checks in for Elliott Skier in the 120. It's Trent Hidman in the Wayne Taylor 45 here. Adelson hanging on to the outside through the West Horseshoe. He carries that speed in that Porsche mighty fine. Hidman gonna try the reverse. He's got 2 GTD Pro cars in front of him, then the overall leader in Russell Ward in that Windward Racing Machine, and it is a battle for the worst right now in GTD Pro and the best in GTD.
No safety cars so far as the Dragon, Spire the Dragon goes round the
I'm quite
outside.
surprised.
Yeah, what, an hour and 15 in, no safety car. These guys might cause one here at the moment. 75 still staying ahead of that Mercedes part. They are racing for position here as well, overall, as well as separations in class. So there's still some pride and honour to go on.
It's a 2-second gap between Adelson and Ward, and he's got to get past that Mercedes of Kenny Habul to potentially start working on that gap. He's gotten past Madison Snow behind him now. He's got all of the draft in the world from that Mercedes in front. He'll take a look to the inside going into the tri-oval, and he'll probably clear him here by the stripe. Yes, he will.
Oh, it just goes behind the building bathroom. We've got 4 wide coming into 1. We do. Everyone's switching positions coming into the braking zone. Fabulous moves. So we've got the 120 ahead of the 75, the 1, and then Hidman in the 45 drops to 36th in class. So 2 separate
So now it's the pair of Huracans behind Trent Hidman and the Wayne Taylor machine and Misha Goikberg for Forte trying to work their way past this GTD field. Both of them already getting to work on Madison Snow.
So we are continuing on. We've cut to the wrong battle in class that we need to see. Everyone very much spread out. There's not one part of the circuit that isn't covered by a racing car at the moment. Case in point, here's the backstretch. So this is the LMP2s coming through across the line, start their secondary laps. And there's the 52, the 73, which tells me it's Sales, Cumming and Goldberg at the wheel on that page.
Look at Josh. If you see in the comms chat, Josh B, look at what Josh T has been able to do.
Live score. Well, hang on.
He's got one overall view. He's got each view for each class.
Sorry, I nearly
Oh, that's
joined.
beautiful.
I nearly joined the boardroom.
Wow.
So here we go. Look at that for a screen. Oh, fantastic.
That looks really cool.
That's what I could do with the monitor, but unfortunately you lot are on it. So.
Oh, what a shame.
But I'm downloading that extension. Thank you, JT.
You're welcome.
Battle still brewing as into turn 1. Slowly, that's the 57 going through as well as the 91. So trying to find them in class is difficult. So JT, just tell me that. Go on, Jackson first.
Connor Zilich under fire right now. He's in a GTD Pro car. So again, it's the 57 trying to just cut as much as he can here into the Pro division. He's got an 18-year-old in front of him in Wonder Kid Connor Zilich, who's never driven this car up until last week. But again, this kid has won in MX5 Cups, Trans Am. He'll be having his first ever debut in the NASCAR Cup Series now at Circuit of the Americas with Red Bull colors come this season, but still very much on the learning phase right now with this GTD Corvette. He'll dive to the inside here, working their way onto the speedway, and it'll be a done deal for the 57.
That 91's not going to let him get in battle. It's a separate class. They don't need to do as much now, but 9 times out of 10, we're going to see an interesting little run around shortly. GTD Pro going so well at the moment. Where are they actually overall? I can't find them on the timing monitor. Oh, as Thomas comes into the pit lane, as does the 88. So LMP2 starting to come in for their second stops of the day. See, they can only run an hour. GTDs and GTD Pros can run hour 30. On board with the Dragon. Spyro the Dragon. Anyone used to play that game on PlayStation 1? I had it, Spyro the Dragon. For those of us who are old enough to remember PlayStation 1, that is. Please don't tell me.
By the way, AO Racing has actively been asked, why don't you guys just call it Spike the Dragon? And the answer is a fairly simple answer in copyright.
Oh, I see. Yeah, Sony, it was their flagship for a while. But that's changed now. What's their current? I can't remember what their current flagship is anyway. Into the Le Mans chicane. I think the 11 must have some sort of issue because it's not come out of the pit lane just yet. And now it does. There we go. That took a while for it to flash out. Still green here with 22:40 to go.
Gone quick.
Philip Albuquerque has passed Jimmy Bruni for 8th place overall. It's going quick, but I have a very bad feeling that when it's night time for us, which is now, but like late on, 2 a.m. time, I'd be glad I get an hour's break to go and have some food.
Yeah.
And then Jackson disappeared.
Slacking.
Hey, I'm not doing it all this year. I get 4 hours break in 1 hour stints. So, is my break in 40 minutes, Jackson? Who's got the chart?
I believe it should be about then.
Yeah.
I'll check the comms chart, JB.
I can't actually remember what my one is.
Your break starts at 8:40 p.m.
And goes to 9.
Yeah, in about 40. So yes, you are right. 40 minutes.
Oh, good. Yes, so I have an hour off, and then I'll come back in. And in comes Dragon for a pit stop. The number 99 comes in. Oh, and the number 12's come down pit road as well. One side of the tires. Oh, interesting.
About on schedule for them. Also, I'm not sure if we pointed this out, but Vervish and Ford has taken that lead in GTD Pro back from Dan Harper and Paul Miller. Rockenfeller is trying to close that gap in third. Alex Sims has kind of been a dark horse thus far, but he's also knocking on that podium position in Corvette.
74 and 8 in LMP2 in as well. Same with number 12 GTD, 63 GTP still behind the wall.
I'm starting to get used to the colour code in our timings. I'm only starting to figure out pink means in the pit.
Yeah, in as well. A lot of LMP2 starting to do
99
their pit stops.
is going out.
99 just coming out. 73, 22, 04, 28 all in as well, with the 74 on its outlap alongside the number 99. And there is a look at the 63 behind the wall, as we just mentioned.
Marker of Doom, JB.
Doesn't look like it's officially out, doesn't it, unfortunately?
I'm really concerned it's that hybrid issue we were talking about before, because we didn't really see any big puff of smoke or anything leaking outside of it. It was kind of a quiet quit. So
Yeah,
it was at least able to kind of get back to the pit lane on its own pulse, but I'm still trying to figure out what that issue was in and of itself.
It doesn't say he's retired on the timing monitors.
It's got behind the wall, so the driver can't move away from it.
Yeah.
But
exactly, it still says in the pits at the moment.
It's
So
not
he's,
it's not officially out, that's why, Jess.
yeah,
yeah, I know.
I'm slightly concerned. Is this a possible issue that we saw
Battery
earlier?
failure.
Yeah, with the GTPs. Because where they're working is where the battery is, Jackson.
It looks like they're trying to dig underneath the cooling system of that Lamborghini twin-turbo V8 and kind of work their way towards where the drivetrain is, and maybe just in the proximity of where that hybrid system is actually based. So, yeah, certainly a little bit of anxiety if that's that pandemic we were talking about.
So,
I've got a question, Jackson. Is this going to affect potentially the entire IMSA season if they keep having these high voltage problems, or will they be able to fix it for Sebring?
I mean, you've got a month and change until Sebring, Jess, so I really think they'll be able to find a way to either dial it back and switch it. And the big concern is, or the big question is, we didn't really have this issue at all last year. Obviously, IndyCar has a similar-ish hybrid system, and they had their own kind of coughs in the creation for that. But
battle!
Lap traffic and nearly into the wall there. Is that for the BM? It's the number 7 Porsche and the
Oh,
BMW
this is
as
close.
well. My goodness me! Running
big
together.
speed cuts it to the inside into the Le Mans chicane.
Nasser.
Onto the anchors. Nasser will get it to be a done deal here.
He got
Through the Le Mans chicane. Wow.
He literally towed Blomqvist so much there. Blomqvist had nowhere to go. He got caught up with the traction, had to lift off, and Nasser took full advantage. Up into 4th place then for Porsche. Okay, they are going to have a
Number
surprise.
93 coming down pit road in GTP,
Yes.
Josh.
So that is second in class with Nick Yellerly.
Battle further back in LMP2. I'm not sure who was the other one involved. It was one of the United Autosports machines.
A few driver changes.
But a nuclear move from Felipe Nasser on Blomqvist gets him into 4th as there's a
Car
big
63
wash up to the
officially
outside there
retired.
from the crowd strike 4. Oh, man. Curtains for Lamborghini again.
Within the first hour as well. My goodness.
Car 9 drive-through.
I have my marker of doom and I will cross out 63 already. Out of the race is the 63 car.
I need to get my marker of doom.
That's the Automobile Lamborghini Squadron Corsa out of the race. So that is Romain Grosjean, Mirko Bortoletti, Danny Kvyat, and Eduardo Mortara out of the race already. So I'm sorry.
It's always Grosjean that gets bad luck.
Look, I just can't wait until Megan turns up tomorrow and Brendan Hartley will be involved. Penalty! Drive-through for car 52, pit lane speed violation.
JT just mentioned that.
And a third. No, it's coming through again.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Multiple.
What team is Hartley racing in, Josh?
I'm going to just circle back to that. It's three drive-through penalties for the car 52 for pit lane speed viation. 3 separate penalties. That's you got a +9.
How did he
next
do
to it.
that? So is it maybe he sped one coming into the pits, maybe, and then he sped coming out.
Yeah, speeding coming in, speeding going out, maybe speeding exit pit box. Unless he's done it twice, but yeah, that's flashed upon our minds.
Is there a minimum time? Jackson may know this, but is there a minimum time you have to stay in the pit box?
I believe so for safety reasons. I'm not sure what that time is off the top of my head.
So I think he might have left too early.
The number 93, Meyershank Racing has spun and continued to turn 3. It just got on the exit of the grass and goes straight on. So that's a heads
Cold
up
tires.
there. Yeah, 100% cold
Cold
tires.
tires for Kakuoda there.
Right.
Oh, vision's gone dark. Just quickly, guys, you might have noticed that we haven't had any adverts compared to qualifying. And we're now in HD pictures as well, up in the box, because I got premium for this race because I knew we'd be having problems.
Make sure you cancel it after this race.
Well, I've got a month free trial, so I'm going to do it after.
Oh, that's lucky.
Yeah.
But what if we do Sebring?
Yeah. It'll be there.
When is Sebring? February, end of Feb?
Around Feb, yeah. Mid-Feb, isn't it?
You'll need YouTube again for that, so you might probably have to keep that subscription, Josh.
Yeah, I should probably just mention out as well, we are covering IMSA and WEC this season as well. Some races...
Oh, I'm excited for WEC. WEC's going to be brilliant.
Now, how it's going to work is, some races we will be in the broadcast booth, some races it'll just be IMSA radio and we'll come in at the end or at the start, and some races won't be here at all, but we will be able to provide you with watch-along coverage this year of IMSA and WEC, as well as all the other series that we cover, because we are just insane.
A lot.
Yeah, 30 different championships coming away in 2025. And this is mainly Jackson's baby as well for IMSA. He's wanted to cover this for a very long time.
I like him.
And he's doing very well.
Thank you. Dries Vanthor with a healthy 25-second lead over Jack Aitken, now behind the wheel of that Wheel & Engineering Cadillac. Then Philippe Nasser, who's gotten ahead of Tom Blomqvist. I believe we had someone in the top 3 take a trip to pit row. PJ Hyatt with almost a minute on Luis Perez-Companc. Really kind of what we were expecting here. Close battles will stay in GTD Pro. Harper keeps it within a second and change here for Vervich. I'm not sure if this is a replay of what happened to Kakuoda, or maybe it happened again.
It looks different. So, yeah, that's a second off for the 93. Yes, it's a second off. It's happened again. Oh, hello.
Going into turn 1, locked up the rears.
Well, that's 2 brake
Keeps it on the track
issues.
that time, though.
On board with him now, coming through the kink and down to the horseshoe. Down on the brakes, turns in. There's a car on the inside with the GTs. Seemed okay to me. Daniel Goldberg has changed to Ramos Lynch as well. So they've had a driver change.
Riding on board, though, with Kakuoda, Honda factory driver, competed in both of the big Japan Super Sports Car Series, Super GT and Super Taikyu, in a plethora of classes between 2021 and 2024. Has raced none of the prototypes before, but he's gotten something pretty close. He's driven in the GT 500s for Honda and Super GT. But on debut here in IMSA for Meyershank Racing.
Into the pit lane comes the
75 in the pits.
Right, now this is an interesting little strategy to see what they're going to do. They're outside the GTP running order by quite a margin. Actually on page 2 of our timing tower. They're 47th overall and 11th in class. Now 12th in class. And it's a driver change as well.
Out goes Kenny Habul.
What have you done, Josh?
Amazing.
It's not. It's not me. Right. It's not me. I need to pop it onto IMSA radio for a second because that's not me. I'll go fix it because
it's back now.
It's someone in the house that's just done it. I'll go put it on IMSA radio quickly because hang on a minute. What's this? This is a puncture. Look, you see, it's rubbing on the 75, so it's a puncture, Jackson.
Yeah, I'm not sure when that happened. Might have been from a excursion here. He's able to successfully get it.
Oh, hello.
Oh, no, he's not. He almost lost it on pit entry there.
Did he actually commit to
issues
pit
for
lane
that.
entry? That's the question.
He went outside of the tri-oval, cut back in, didn't quite go on the grass, but technically missed the pit entry point. The officials are looking right now, figuring out what they're going to do with this Sun Energy machine.
It is not an official pit. It is running slowly or stopped. Race Control has officially said that that car is not in pit lane. So that car is not in the pits. So they've done.
Well, I mean, the transponder.
But
Josh, the transponder didn't pass the pit entry point.
No, but they've just
checks out.
Yeah, but they've changed tyres. Officially, it's stopped on track. Yeah, and now they've just realised we've just changed drivers, but it's an illegal pit stop. So now they're having to get the driver who just got out to go back in again. All hell is breaking loose for the 75 squad. Well, why did? Was nobody looking to say that it hasn't come down pit road? Officially, look on the timing screen. It has red S stopped, and it's dropped to last overall now, 60th. 75 is now behind the wall, according to Race Control. So that car, which has entered pit lane illegally, is now going to face some serious repercussions in this race.
I'm not sure. I don't think Kenny Habul is indeed out. I'm trying to figure out if that's Maro Engel or Jules Gounon who hopped in that machine.
But that's an illegal driver change. That's almost a black flag in the rule book. You're not allowed to come in and do that. So, well,
is that surely? Hopefully, it's not a disqualification.
It's an illegal pit lane. Yeah.
Well, carry on. We're gonna have to figure out what the verdict is. They're going behind the wall. I'm not sure if this is a penalty being served or what.
Penalty for the 75.
For pit lane entry violation. But it has now, but it's gone behind the wall.
Where's he going right now?
He's entered the paddock, but he's gone past where the GT cars need to turn off. I have no idea where he's going. The 75 has gone on for a mission of its own at the moment. Right, we'll have to IMSA radio while I fix TV pictures.
Try and stick to that for a while, and then see where we are in the morning.
Thanks, Nick.
Thank you.
Nick and Nick with that CrowdStrike pit report. Nick talking to Nick Yellowly. It has dropped the 93 Acura all the way back to 11th position. Yellowly suggesting that the team told him that it was strategic. The reason why that doesn't quite work out in my mind is that he was about 13 seconds off the back of the BMW. Had they been totally together and Acura maybe felt that Nick Yellowly was being held up by Dries Vanthoor, that does make sense. You take him out of the traffic and put him back into clear air. It doesn't sort of compute in my mind. It's one of those lines you get from drivers, isn't it?
Yes, exactly. I'm not sure on that one. Interesting as well for the 75 Express AMG with an energy-backed car is pitted sort of halfway through the stint. Kenny Habul brought the car in after about half an hour. And they've done a driver change. In fact, it's going behind the wall. No, this is a front-running car. Started by Maro Engel, then Kenny Habul, and they did a driver change, and then they're driving it back to the paddock. So Nick Damon, if you're still near the paddock, there's going to be a bright orange Mercedes AMG coming back to join you.
I saw out of the corner of my eye that Kenny very nearly didn't make the pit lane. I mean, he was way off the road, I thought, and then had to tuck in at the last moment. So maybe it was a late call, or he just misjudged the slowing point, but that is far more crucial now to have that car that has been really getting stuck in with other GT cars up until this point. Maybe a prolonged stay behind the wall. Clearly they can't solve it in the live pit lane with the amount of personnel that is allowed over the concrete wall there. So more to follow on that. So is that now two cars behind the wall? The 63's there, isn't it, from the GTP class, and the first of the GT cars. Yeah, pit entry violation. So it's going to get a drive-through anyway, even if the 75 car rejoins the race.
They've not had the luck here. They had a mechanical issue last year. They were under the Sun Energy 1 banner. It's the same team as now 75 Express. They really have not had the luck. That's such a shame. That's such a shame for that crew. Because nowadays, in GTD, we've got 27 cars. We've got around half that in GTD Pro. If one thing goes wrong, you're not getting it back. As soon as you go behind the wall, you know that Rolex watch is gone. Really. I mean, it would be almost the work of fantasy if you can go behind the wall, come back, and still win the race. I could be made to eat those words. I kind of hope I do, because what a story that would be. But in general, at this level now, that's so competitive and so much depth in the field, you can't afford to go back behind the wall and then still come back and win the race.
Yeah, well, there will have been many stories of cars doing that. Like you say, in the past, they're probably still making their class podium, but those days are long gone. Rasmus Lind lighting up the timing screen in the number 22 Orica. So that is his third position for United Autosports USA. Rasmus, I think, just taking over that car and starting now to charge down on the two leaders. Meanwhile, from the GTP class, the number 10 Cadillac has just come in the hands of Philippe Albuquerque, and Nick Damon was watching the stop.
We had the 10 and the 6 in. It's one of those annoying things that the 10 was completely occluding my view of the 6 because I was slightly further up the what's it called? Pit lane, that's the one. Therefore I have no idea what the number 6 is apart from opening the door, so I see the doors being opened. But I'm pretty certain it was a full service on the 10, the blue caddy, and then moved away again as they kind of turn this sort of 45-minute rotation. Be interesting to see, isn't it? You know, what will happen when we finally get a yellow flag?
So both heading back into the race. Nick Damon with the CrowdStrike pit report there. We'll hear more from him, of course, in due course. And Philippe Albuquerque did stay on board. Mathieu Jaminet, no switch there in the 6 car either. And they will slot back in to probably 9th and 11th, roughly speaking.
And they're much more on what we'd expect. Pretty much the same stint length as the first stint. So yeah. we're now GTP. I'm more comfortable now with that.
Okay.
The 93 Acura, it's not saying there's a problem, but if it is a strategy play, it's an...
There we go. Hello, everybody. Sorry about that.
Hello.
Good job.
Literally, somebody had... You know how on YouTube you can connect your tablet device wirelessly? Somebody had pressed it and clicked mine. So, yeah.
I think they probably meant another TV or something.
No, they just didn't even need to do it. Yeah.
Why can I see settings, Josh?
Where?
Race leader in the pits. Oh man, that's a gnarly entry angle there for the 24.
I can see YouTube settings on your TV pics.
Where?
Guys, Dries Vanthoor has drilled the splitter into the pit wall.
Yeah, he's hit the wall. Dries Vanthoor, the race leader, has hit the BMW into the wall, and it has damaged.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me!
The
damage is minimal, but there was certainly a little bit of contact. I'm sure the damage to that and the effects to it aerodynamically will be minimal, but was definitely a little optimistic there, sending that 24 machine into the box.
So he's changing over. So driver change come in, isn't it? Yeah.
I believe so. I want to say that's Philip Eng who just hopped in.
Well, that's...
I can check for you.
Let's have a look then. Jackson coming in. And, well, that was super late. Swing in. It almost looked like he was going to miss the pit box.
Late turn in and a little bit too much left foot. Just locks it up, trying to actually turn it back into the box. You're just asking way too much of the front tires there at that speed.
Just a clip then. Shouldn't do too much damage, but it's not good to lose anything. Now, Jess says... Go on.
Race control incident involving cars 0, 2, 3 and 80 under review. That is 80 of GTD and 023 of GTD.
Vanthoor is still in the car apparently, according to Alchemy live timings.
Yeah, it hasn't changed over.
Seems like it. I didn't see the driver's side door open. I was thinking Philip Eng might have been on standby there, but they might have been calling an audible for keeping him in.
Maybe they couldn't get him in.
Tom Blomqvist will hold that lead in Acura. Kaku Oda now pushes his way with that early stop up into third. Now looks like he's kind of gotten into the groove now after those early on incidents. But the 7, the 5, the 25, and the 85 all in pit row now.
So, changes are coming, and the 23 has been given a penalty, warning, that is, for irresponsible, instant responsibility.
Driving.
80, yeah, for irresponsible driving. Right, Jess, you said some sort of settings on the screen. I'm watching the same TV pictures as you. Where?
It was gone now, but I don't know why I saw it and nobody else did, but it might just be Discord being Discord.
probably just going to be.
It might be my TV pick throws. Yeah, it was probably my. It was probably
So
my
it is
TV
Philip
pick
Fang
throw.
in this car.
Yes, yes, they have changed.
I was right.
Yes. So
Yeah, it's just changed. It's just changed on the timing monitors on pit notes. It's just changed just now.
Philip Fang takes over then from Dries Van Horth, who nearly put the entire 24 car out of the race by clipping the wall. If that was any harder, it would have been a lot more damage. It was
I would have cried, Josh, because that was my pick a winner.
I think
I forgot to put it in the. I forgot to put it in the Slack channel, but I said it on Grid Network, so yeah.
That counts. I've got a mysterious grey square on my driver track, and you do too. It's gone now. That was the safety car, grey, that was out there. It was weird.
That was weird.
Blomqvist pits, race leader in from the 60 for the Shake Racing, hands over now to the 93 with Kaio Ota at the wheel. And now the racing can begin. Second phase of pit stops.
Felix Rosenquist has now just got in the car in place of Tom Blomqvist.
First time for him.
The switch of the fists.
Yeah. I hate that, you know. They used to be in Formula E together for a couple of seasons. That was quite hard to pronounce when...
Wait, hang on. How come it's wrong? It's saying Blomqvist on the world feed.
No, Alchemy's right. TV
Just give it a sec.
Yeah.
Driver 80 has to switch over.
Yeah, it needs
so
to
we
pass through
might
the
know
first
it
sector
before,
line,
yeah.
Oh, right. Okay, now I know. So just follow Alchemy. Okay. Now it's changed it. Lovely stuff.
Yep, so Rosenquist comes in and goes up. So it's now switched over a bit. Now, actually, we've got a bit of uniformity running for a while. All the LMP2s are together. All of the GTPs that are still running are together. And it's only the GTDs, Pros and AMSA going side by side. Corvette coming on the inside then as well. And the number 3 of Alexander Sims and the 48 Harper coming through with one of the BMWs screaming through on the inside line, if I'm not very much mistaken. It could be the 7 Porsche from that angle. We're looking quite high above, but good move there for the Corvette to go through. So Sims back up into 3rd position. And the 75...
Alex Sims hard charging here.
Back out on the track.
Hey.
In the pit lane for now. I'm not sure if it's just now serving its penalty.
It
looks like Dan Harper's going to try and strike back here on Alex Sims. Tries the outside here, going through the tri-oval. We'll have all of that momentum across the stripe. Sims tries to battle back, get a little bit of side draft. It'll be down to the anchors here on turn 1.
And Sims goes through. Yeah, that's right. We've got racing going on. Let's cut to a mechanic already napping. Yeah, that's very useful, IMSA TV.
Yeah, that's not good.
You can tell it's NASCAR's production, can't you? And NBC's crew who do it. That's getting annoying.
Sims has just got ahead, so well done.
Yeah, and Sims into 2nd place.
And we didn't see it properly.
Yeah, still bad. We'll grit our teeth and bear it as the racing continues on here at Daytona.
We have to get used to it. We have to get used to this for all the races we cover in IMSA, Josh.
Well, I'm not doing many, so I'm only down for.
I know you know, but that's why I said races.
Yeah.
I didn't say all of them, did I? Oh.
So in they come then. 13 seconds the gap already with our pit stops. Shake Racing leading the way in GTP at the moment. Biggest battle at the moment is in GTD Pro with the 65, the 3 and the 48 all within a second of each other, and they are encountering having to back out the way for faster car traffic. Who's filling
Car
in?
75 into pit road to serve penalty.
Okay.
Lovely stuff.
So who's taking my place when I go on my break? I know Jackson's leading the commentary, but who's filling in?
We got DJ Clark on the way. Davin Sturdivant coming in.
Lovely.
That means I can have food if they're jumping in and having their cameras on. Is that all right, Jackson?
Yeah.
Cool. So 22:40 to go. So I'll take my. I only get 4 breaks, so I'll be very nice.
Oh I'll still be here watching, but I won't be talking.
Yeah, and
I'm not sure specifically when DJ will be joining us. Gavin should be very soon, though.
Alright, that's good news then. I'll go have.
I'll stay until he's here then.
Yeah, I'll go have some food and get ready to go. So into this run, I think. No pit lane interviews just yet coming through. We're into our second phase of pit stop for GTDs coming up. That's our next one. As we run on board with the number 3 already, Alexander Sims, a second behind the race leading GTD Pro. So this is where it begins now, Jackson. Can Sims carve through the field like you said?
All-American battle here up front. Ford versus Corvette doesn't get much better than this. I mean, Sims was absolutely going the distance. Started from outside the top 5. These Corvettes have shown pace. Josh needs to charge the DualSense controller.
Oh, that's fine.
And we've got a battle slowly brewing up right now as we're now going over to the 2 Lexi.
So now everyone knows that Josh is using his PlayStation.
Hang on, pit road.
Looking at the back of the number 96, it's a full-service stop for Turner. BMW looks like it's a similar stop right in front of them as well. So for Turner, they came in second, but they're off the jacks first, still waiting on the fuel. These early stages of the race, you think about tomorrow, a lot of these crew guys will have been up for about 36 hours by the time we get to the checkered flag. No mistakes happening here right now. A pair of clean stops.
There we go. Trying to do several different things at once at the moment.
When are we not?
It's just usual stuff, isn't it, really?
Yep.
JT's already here, and Omi's busy for now, but he's joining us. But JT's already here.
Omi's commentating on a South Corsa League.
Yep.
JT, give us a weather update. He's not here. Never mind. Go on, Jess.
You cut off for a bit, so probably JT didn't see that.
Okay, well, we got a car 24 penalty, refueling while on stands, drive-through penalty coming through. Pit road.
0.3 seconds in his Chevrolet Corvette, car number 3, and it's a BMW in 3rd position in car number 48. We'll hear more in a moment from John Hindhoff, but first of all to Jamie Howe with his CrowdStrike report.
Adam Adelson has brought that number 120 down to pit lane, taking on 4 Michelin tires and staying behind the wheel for this moment in time. So nice clean pit stop. Still waiting on the fuel. I watched him clean off the windshield as well, pulled out that nozzle, clean stop as well. So everybody just following their motions right now and keeping everything clean down here, making it easy for us.
Yep, thanks for that down there in the pit lane as I'm trying to deal with several different thousand things because people keep pinging the commentators chat. So it's screaming off in the background. Jackson, we're almost ready. 10 minutes for another one of your through the hours as well. Not much happening right now.
Have you got this thing at JT?
I'll tell you what, we've got DJ Clark here in like 5 minutes, and that guy might be the one person who can bring the energy harder than me, so I might need to see what Sensei DJ is able to do here.
There it is.
Yes.
We'll figure that out momentarily. But already a very... It was action-packed for the first 30 minutes, and everybody else has kind of gotten into the groove here. I say that, and we're going almost 4 wide here through NASCAR 3 as Spike is trying to put one of his LMP2 competitors a lap down.
Why is my pictures delayed? Hang on.
Right, well, we need a minute to sync up with things here, because otherwise it's going to get very mad, so give us 2.
See, through practice qualifying and now the early stage of the race.
Yeah, John, it's been a really interesting first stanza here in the just over an hour, almost 2 hours completed, and I've been really surprised by the pace and looking at where...
Yeah, right, there we go. Sorted by pressing one button, thank God for that.
I was going to say, Jackson was commentating on a battle, and I was like, what battle? We didn't see it.
Jess's pictures being Jess's pictures as always. Philip Eng has come back into the pit lane for the 24 BMW. Out of service stop there, I think, Jackson. They've really just stopped a couple of moments ago and they're sacrificing it already.
Is that the drive-through penalty? that they got
No,
given?
it was an
Have
actual
Is
stop.
that them doing it? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure if one was actually given. So that will give...
Yeah, confirmed
Oda
drive-through. So
in his-
it was their drive-through that they've served. I've just had that picked in my ear.
Gotcha. So that will actually promote Rene Rast in the 25 as the top BMW, who has worked its way from last to 5th in GTP. So that drive to the front is already looking to slowly become a reality for that 25 crew, who obviously started on the wrong foot with a hybrid issue during qualifying, was kind of, by the rule book, forced to the back of the field, and has already pushed itself to the top 5. Philip N continues to push right now, but Kaku Oda leads overall in GTP. As we are joined now by a man who really should need no introduction, the voice of Trans Am and various SRO machines, a man who puts his voice on the line week in, week out. It's DJ Clark. DJ, welcome.
Yeah, you're giving me too big of a build-up here, man. I don't know.
Come on, man.
Not at all, not at all. Pleasure to finally have you on a broadcast as well, Jack's mood to drag you in. Have you been watching then so far the first 2 hours? What have you made of it?
Certainly I have. Got up early and walked the dog this morning and was able to tune on in, and thankfully my fiance is relinquished me for the next 24 hours. So she knows I'm going to be holed up in my office. But no, I mean, I've been making good pace of it. I'm really surprised here by the outright pace that we're seeing of these BMWs. Obviously, putting it on pole in the GTP category was a bit of a shock to everybody. But now seeing kind of a little bit more of what I expected up at the front of the GTP field, with everything cycling back around, and seeing those Meyer-Shanks and the caddies starting to pull away a little bit, with the Porsches starting to threaten. But my biggest storyline that I'm following thus far is these Fords down in GTD, and this battle that we've got shaping up. What it looks like between some American muscle between Corvette and Ford. I think it's pretty welcome and pretty exciting.
2 penalties just
Watching a driver change here between the Corvettes, and I think DJ, the whole storyline you could put between both the BMWs and the Fords is it's been teething issues for both of these teams, both of these cars. Obviously, Ford and Proton not having that pace they were hoping to have at their debut here at Daytona last year. BMW was last to the party with RLL when the GTPs debuted a couple years back, and it feels like finally both of these programs are hitting their stride.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. We're definitely seeing those teething issues, particularly from those programs that came in a little bit late to the party, looking at Ford and Multi-Matic's effort in particular. But I think now, as I switch over, you can actually see me. Now is we're seeing them come to the fore a little bit. It's much more of what we've been promised by IMSA in terms of this equal playing field. And I think a lot of that has to do with the torque sensors that they're starting to put into the cars to really see this across the board.
I'll get that camera set up. I noticed you're using an Audio Technica. Oh, right.
Inception.
Look. Yeah, Inception's gone around the number 70 right down at turn 6. And should be able to get back on. And that Ferrari, luckily, not getting sideswiped by anybody. So
That's Brennan Uribe.
Got a couple of penalties, guys.
You hear them talk quite a lot about just how hairy it is coming down this blind corner when you're trying to sort it out in a battle like this. It's exactly what you want to see at this stage of the race.
I have managed to get that camera set up.
Go, Josh.
I'm just saying about our cameras, I managed to get them set up now by pressing buttons around. So we can actually see you, DJ. And there we are. Hello. We can see you. So, JT's got... Excellent. JT, you got news on penalties?
Car 20 refueling while on stands at drive-through. That is, of course, the car in GTD Pro, the Proton competition, and then car 91 improper pit protocol, tyre without crew members. That is a drive-through, and that is, of course, also for the GTD Pro Trackhouse by TF Sport entry.
And finally, we're getting some pit stops in that GTD Pro category that we're waiting to come through as well. I must
which is
also,
a shame.
Yeah, which
because
is going to split
the 91 is the star-studded lineup.
Yeah, DJ, that was the one I was looking at all weekend. I mean, Connor Zilic, Ben Keating, the Wonder Unk, as he's been dubbed on Twitter. You've got two big supercar aces that have just kicked ass in America. I mean, star-studded is an understatement.
Yeah, it really is. And to me, I rate Scott McLaughlin very, very highly in IndyCar. I also rate Shane Van Ginsburg and the Acura starting to make some moves out on the track around some slower GTD traffic. But to me, the starlet in that car is Connor Zilic. I mean, being able to take the victories that he was able to claim last year in LMP2. I know Connor from working in Trans Am. And I got to tell you, this is a kid that you meet him, and he is incredibly unassuming. He is incredibly down to earth, but he gets behind the wheel of a car and he does superhuman things. He is going to be not only a name to be reckoned with in Cup, I think in the years to come, but he's going to keep coming back to these races. He has got road course mastery under his belt, and I would not be surprised if we see him running in multiple series over the course of the next year.
Let's throw a Hail Mary out here, DJ, because I think you know Zilic and his family better than anyone else. Has this huge Red Bull contract now. We'll see him in Cup at Coda in a couple weeks' time. Is Formula One still looking like maybe too much of an impossibility at some point?
Yeah. Let's be real. Let's not beat around the bush here. This is an American that was raised in stock cars. There is a higher probability of me ascending to Chancellor of the UN than to race Formula One.
Wow.
So out goes Zilic, in goes Ben Keating. If you're from Texas, you'll know him as the owner of some 50 dealerships, I should be saying. If you know him anywhere else in the racing world or across America, he is the Wonder Unk, as dubbed by Unpaid Intern. The 5th year he's done double duty here at Daytona, has done it in numerous flavors as well. He's hopped out of his LMP2 car. He's jumped back in this WeatherTech Corvette as we ride on board now with another kind of double duty driver, or multiple discipline driver, we should say, Kyle Kirkwood on the 14.
Yeah, Kirkwood's a special driver as well. Kind of goofy. He's kind of a goofy guy.
Oh, yeah.
Has a little bit of this sort of, Gen Z vibe to him, for lack of a better word. Loves to joke around in the pit, but when he gets behind the wheel of the car, he is ruthless. We've seen him excel in IndyCar and street races in particular, where you have to be so precise. And I think it's telling that he keeps coming back to this Vassar-Sullivan team that is so highly rated and continues to win championships. It's really a testament to his character.
Want to kind of pause and kind of dive in a little bit more on Vassar-Sullivan, DJ, because we talk about teams and how much they kind of switch manufacturers or switch cars. I think Paul Miller Racing's a great example. Gone in between Lamborghini and BMW over the past couple of years. No team has been longer tenured with their cars or with their OEMs, I believe, than Jimmy Vasser, James Sullivan in these Lexus RCFs. And I was talking to Bozy Trzewick, their mechanic, and they say just the amount of consistency that builds year after year is such an advantage, not just for crew members, but for drivers.
And let's think about the fact that this is, I believe, if my stats are right, the oldest car in that GT3, the GTD paddock. And that's really an advantage. As you said, being able to just consistently bank on those things that you know. I'm going to be very, very interested to see with the leaked production photos that we're starting to see more and more out of the GT3, this new Lexus GT3, just how that's going to handle and how much Vassar-Sullivan has been able to take out of this car because they know it, and how much Lexus is able to bring to the table because they know it. And I'm very interested to see the teething problems that they're going to go through in this next GT3 iteration.
2 hours in to the Twice Around the Clock Classic here as we ride on board with Kadu Oda in the 93 overall leader in GTP. Jackson Lambros, Josh Bursch, Josh Turner, Jessica Ball, and recently joined by DJ Clark. JB, what you got?
Well, finally got 2 hours in, and we already know one car retired, the 63. Still in the pit lane now is the 74, the Riley car in LMP2, pitted. Came in around about 50 seconds ago, just getting some new fuel coming in, and energy stock. Not in total time for tyres just yet. Energy stock recently. And yeah, it's looking quite entertaining after 2 hours, finally getting some more running in. And I get my first break with the broadcast as well. So I shall hand over to you two and JT ready for the remainder. I'll be back in an hour.
Thanks so much, JB. To the other Josh, shall we start with an hourly update? If JT is here. If not, that's fine.
I bet you
he's gone. It's all good.
You've been left completely single-handed. Where is he?
It's all good. It's all good.
Where are you, JT?
We'll deal with it.
I could introduce you, Jackson.
Hit it, Jess.
And now we hand over to Jackson Lambros for Jackson Lambros hourly update. Take it away.
Thank you, Jess. In GTD, Russell Ward still holds on in that Mercedes-AMG GT3. The 57 machine, Princess Krebs, still P1 overall in the green. Lauren Heinrich in the 77 holds on for Porsche. Rexy up front for the time being. Hold your Hot Wheels, kids. LMP2, it is PJ Hyatt, AO winning in both of their respective classes right now. Spike the Dragon up front in the 99, and Kaku Oda, the Super GT Phenom, in his first ever stint here in IMSA, leads outright in GTP. 2 hours down, 22 to go, DJ.
Yeah, and Oda here, I think he's the storyline coming in at this point. You know, a lot of questions about this young driver. As you said, a great record in Super Formula over in Japan. And we've heard a lot about the mentorship by Kamiya Kobayashi and what Kamui was able to really give this young Japanese driver. And he's proven it here on the track. I mean, he's got a 6.1 second advantage over that Cadillac running in second place. 9 seconds over the Porsches there that seem to be running almost a little bit in tandem. You have to wonder if there's a little bit of competition, if there's a little bit of competitiveness, or if there's a little bit of co-opetition, as they'd say on the NASCAR side of things, to be able to bring that in. But going to be very, very interesting to see. He's highly rated. I would not be surprised if this young driver, this is one I would not be surprised if we see maybe get a Formula One call-up in the next couple of years if he's as highly rated as we think he is.
Drive-through penalty for the 48 Augusta Farfus in the GTD Pro car. That's improper pit protocol. Tire without a crew member. I'm not sure what that particularly pertains to, DJ. I'm not sure if there was maybe a tire without a pit crew member attending it or what there, but that will send him certainly off of the lead lap.
Here's another car that I wanted to highlight in particular. This is the 04, the CrowdStrike machine coming on in. George Kurtz behind the wheel right now. George is a really phenomenal bronze driver. He's done a lot of work over the years in SRO. He's got a Mercedes-AMG partnership with CrowdStrike by Riley. They run a really, really phenomenal program on that side of the thing, things. And George has had a tough year. If we remember what happened with CrowdStrike and the global meltdown, frankly, that it was a real question mark if we were going to see these guys back in high-level sports car racing. And it's a real testament to George. I think that they were able to, and that company was able to recover from what was a devastating moment for them. They really and truly are the real deal when it comes to owning a company. George was down at VIR the weekend. Everything went haywire. And, was doing calls with CNBC from the garages at VIR, stopped racing immediately to take care of the company. Really, really good guy. And I'm very happy to see them back in the competitive space because George earned it. George works for it.
And I think as someone who works so much on the SRO end, you know how much that CrowdStrike as a company works to kind of contribute financially, not just to their own team, but kind of to SRO as a whole and kind of promote grassroots driving, gentlemen driving, what have it.
Yeah, I mean, they are a huge sponsor for the SRO as a whole, obviously being the title sponsor for the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa, will be coming up in June. But as you said, John, Jackson, really building up that grassroots driving. They've taken particular interest in Kevin Boehm over the years, who's a phenomenal driver that's come up from TC Racing. Competed the last 2 years alongside Randall Vandals Racing in GT4 and Pirelli GT4 alongside Kenton Cook, who is now racing with Windward, I believe, this weekend. So, you know, they walk the walk. This is very much like a Ben Keating type of situation that, yes, this is a gentleman's driver. This is a driver who doesn't make their living as a racing driver, but they put their money where the mouth is. They support racing across the board, and George is a fantastic talent.
And he has brought an absolutely, maybe not quite to the level that Keating has in his machine over there with the CrowdStrike, the TF Sport by Trackhouse machine. But CrowdStrike Racing, absolute star-studded cast here. Toby Sowry, Colton Herta and company. Still yet to see them, but you've got a IndyCar winner and potentially a guy working very, very hard to get his way into IndyCar and Toby Sowry, who really got his fangs out at Portland. One of the top contenders, I would say, for that final Dale Coyne slot.
Yeah, I mean, he turned some heads last year. You know, that sort of revolving door that was the second Coyne car over the course of the IndyCar season. You know, they had some heavy hitters with, you know, Luca Giotto stepping into that car, and obviously Catherine Legg doing the ovals, and quite a few drivers that looked particularly good. But Sowry was really the one. Oh, we've got a car into the wall, TDS Racing.
It's the number 11 car. That's the TDS
Turn
machine.
5.
That is Hunter McElroy behind the wheel talking about this Dale Coyne rotating door. And the kid that filled in the 18 at Toronto for, I believe it was a injured Jack Harvey, finds himself into the wall here at the West Horseshoe.
So easy to do. That is a very
Stand by for full course yellow.
Corner when in regards to the camber, it really crowns away on the circuit, and so if you get out into that driver's left area, specifically trying to overtake some GT3 cars, some GTD machinery, you're going to lose grip. You're going to find yourself out in the marbles, and I have a sneaking suspicion that's exactly what happened here. Yep, a little bit too much speed out into those marbles, out into that, and hard impact into that outside barrier.
Very similar to what happened to Kakuoda in his first 2-3 outlaps. Actually, almost had that exact same line in his GTD machine. Only difference was he managed to keep going, and 2 hours in, we've got our first full course yellow here at the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona.
Jackson, I don't mean to be a curse or anything, but I left you for 5 minutes and you've already caused a full course yellow in solo commentary.
Okay, so let's really break this down, Josh, because DJ's been here for about 10 minutes. So if we really...
if there's a point here, it's me.
Maybe
him, not JB.
Yeah, but I left the comms box, that's all I'm saying. I've only had to return because I realised full course yellow banner, it's all changed since earlier on, so I'm having to move it around. Anyway, I'm going back to having dinner. Back to you guys.
Okay, bye. So it is trouble here for Hunter McElroy, the Kiwi-born, British-raised American driver who has been trying to put a resume together to maybe get his way back into the IndyCar series. And this is obviously not helping him, DJ.
No, this is not going to be a good mark on his resume. Definitely one of those drivers that is highly respected among the IndyCar scene. You see him a lot of times just at the track, hanging out, kind of in the old school nature of what you used to see folks doing in the month of May. Just sort of hanging around, you know, if anybody needs anything, I'm here, and that's how he kind of subbed in for Harvey at Toronto. As you mentioned, Connor Daly's another one that does that a lot when he doesn't have a particular ride. He'll be kind of around. And you see that quite a bit. Obviously, the most famous instance of that being Alan Senior back in would have been 1987, I believe, when he was hanging around the month of May, and obviously Fly Milani and Danny O'Brien get hurt. Alan gets in the car, and well, next thing you know, Big Al has his fourth Indy 500 win.
But when we're talking about super subs, I mean, Connor Daly has to take the cake compared to anybody else. I joked with him at the pits at Portland, you're collecting these team drives like Pokemon cards. And he says, I kind of wear it like a badge of honor, the ability for me to adapt. And obviously I'm not anything, like the ability for me to jump in with a new team is nothing new, but when I'm so used to ovals and I'm not necessarily attuned to driving at Portland, I've only done sim work for Portland, and I get the call up to maybe go do this and give it a shot with Juncos. You know, I'm going to roll with it and I'm going to see what happens. And DJ, that drive turned out to become his full-time seat for 2025.
Exactly. It's one of the things that I think Connor best exemplifies about really that a lot of these young drivers can kind of take to heart, which is you got to hustle. You know, you've got to be out working it. You've got to be out really making it work. And if you look at the work that Connor has done, bringing in Midnight and that is now morphed into Ask ROI and all of that, and how that has helped out teams over the years. You know, I think it's very similar to what we see with frankly Scott Dixon and the Boston relationship that he has held first with Target and now with PNC Bank. Connor knows how to do this as a business, and he knows how to make it work, and he knows how to put that together. And that's something that I think that all young and up-and-coming drivers can really take note of.
Commence pass around.
Thank you, JT. So Hunter McElroy gets it backed out of the tire barriers and will continue on, albeit battered and bruised, the front of that LMP2 machine. Do we think that'll be behind the wall? I mean, it didn't look like there was any damage to the suspension geometry, maybe just a nose assembly swap.
That's going to be my immediate reaction. These prototypes are fairly robust nowadays. They are willing to take a hit. However, you definitely can tell if something gets a little bit out of skew. And I think with that angle, that team is definitely going to want to look very hard at those suspension elements to make sure that everything's okay. Hopefully they'll be able to get out. The other flip of it is that, yes, these cars are super durable, but they're also very easily paintable in those areas. So I don't think that's going to be day done yet for TDS.
For those of you at home wondering why all those LMP2 machines look the exact same, that's because they essentially are, although the regs allow it, the only true spec part on these cars is that Gibson V8 behind them, Nissan DNA in that power plant. The by and large, the dominant chassis in the lifespan of this category has become the Oreca, and we've tried to see some teams in recent years go against the grain. Sean Creek is the best example of that last year, trying to use the Ligier, and obviously that did not end fantastically for that Floridian-based outlet. So Oreca it is for everybody here in the LMP2 class.
Pits open prototype.
When you find the one, it works. You know, and obviously on sims across the world, we tend to focus a little bit more on a chassis that isn't raced in the Dallara. But nevertheless, this Oreca or probably just my Hoosier pronunciation, so ignore that. But, you know, that's been the one to come on in. And like we were talking about a little bit with the Lexus and Vassar Sullivan, they know this car. They know how this chassis is built, so why break up a good thing?
Prototypes working their way to pit row here, and we were talking actually, Jess Ball, who also does esports commentary, made a really good point about kind of the modern appeal to this race and sort of the iRacing connection, and I'm curious for you, in your opinion, as to why this race, whether it's in real life or in the virtual world, gets so much of a draw.
I think it's a couple reasons. In the virtual world, I think this was just a perfect storm of really, this is what people have found most easily digestible to race, whether it's the GT3 and the GTD machinery or the LMP2s are now bringing into these prototypes, that sims around the world have kind of been able to mask this really well. They're not super difficult to drive platforms like a Formula One car or indeed an Indy car, an open wheeler. So that's why it is. I think for the real world, it's a couple of reasons. I think the organization of this event has been spectacular, and they have been really able to lock in on it. I also think it's a calendar thing. I mean, this is, you know, we have a whiteboard downstairs in our condo that I write silly messages to my fiance and, you know, write ridiculous things on. But every year around this time, I write, it's officially racing season. And so I think for a lot of drivers to be able to kick off in a big endurance event like this, that this is kind of something fun that they've always wanted to do. And unlike something like the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa or Le Mans overseas, it doesn't fall in the middle of their racing season, so they're able to go out and get it. It's one of the things that I want to credit the France family for. Very, very heads up that if you look at this and you look at the Daytona 500, opening the season with the biggest race makes a lot of sense, and it's really smart.
And we kind of talked about that was the main kind of angle that we all had, you know, the ability of, you know, openness for not just drivers, but for organizers, for OEMs to kind of say, this is the start of our season. And this isn't gonna, you know, have any this will be able to coexist with your schedules for the remainder of the year. So you look at now the issue that IndyCar has with the World Endurance Championship. Alex Palou very verbally not satisfied with, you know, he's not going to be able to go to Le Mans this year. So the ability for all of these drivers to kind of come together from different walks of life, as we see with the gentleman drivers, and walks of racing. We have NASCAR talent in the form of Austin Cindric. We've got IndyCar talent in the form of Colton Herta, Scott Dixon, Toby Sari, Hunter McElroy, former Formula One guys in Felipe Massa.
GT Pits Open.
Yep.
K-Mag.
Yep, K-Mag. Great example. Yeah. So Romain Grosjean, Daniel Kvyat. It is, in my words, it is the Super Smash Brothers of motorsports.
No, I think you're completely right. And, you know, 10 years ago, 10, 15 years ago, we saw a little bit of divergence. We saw that this race, when they were running the prototypes and the Daytona prototypes, and before that pre-DPI era, this was kind of poo-pooed on a little bit by some racing circles. We saw particularly ALMS really putting everything towards Sebring, and that coming in shades of looking back to Audi and Peugeot coming over and racing in that as their test bed. And since the merger of ALMS and IMSA, we've seen this event be solidified as this is the real deal. This is where to go. And I think, you know, that's not what you want to see, right? Motorsport.
No, bit of a stack up there. Doesn't look like any contact there. Big eyes there on the 57 and the 120, as they were your provisional leaders in both GTD and GTD Pro. Looks like they'll continue on.
Yeah, and just to finish that point very quickly, is here we watch exactly what happened. Ooh, almost getting tagged in the back. There was that Right Motorsports Porsche. To get everything together and be there. But I think the next step for this race, because, you know, we've got a nearly record number of entries, and I don't think it is nearly as well attempted as it was last year, which was record breaking. I think the next step for this race truly will be seeing some of the LMH hybrids coming over, seeing Ferrari, seeing these big overseas giants, seeing Toyota come over and run this race as a way to test for Le Mans.
Pits open
now,
all cars.
I think that's the next step.
Right, and obviously the big doorstop for that on IMSA's end is you need to be able to sell cars here in America to fully do that. Now, if you're Ferrari and Aston Martin, no big. But, I mean, Jim Glickenhaus with Scuderia Cameron was the big kind of first person to challenge that and got shown the door. Peugeot could technically do a workaround if you put a Alfa Romeo or a Dodge badge on it. But, I mean, it's a major issue for some of these guys who want to race, but obviously IMSA's got their own prerogatives.
They've got their own prerogatives. I would love to see this race just be a little bit unrestricted in that regard. It harkens back to, frankly, thinking about, to go back to my love, IndyCar and the 500. You know, back in the day, it used to be, you know, there are great stories about buying a 3-year-old March chassis, and I don't know who it was. It may be apocryphal, but I've always heard the story of somebody buying a 3-year-old March chassis and putting a Buick bus engine in the darn thing, trying to qualify it. And I remember particularly around the time when Hinch was actually bumped from the 500, and that would have been 2015. Talks about loosening the regulations around the 500 and making it a non-points event and all that kind of stuff, you know, things being floated around. I don't think we're going to get to that level here at Daytona, but I would love to see a loosening of the restrictions just in terms of that car sellability. Right. Because, I mean, how great would this be if this became the international precursor to Le Mans, to set it up kind of in the ways that it used to be. I mean, if we think back, you know, the 2 test beds for Le Mans used to be Daytona and Sebring. Right. And when you look back to particularly 65, 66, the great run that the Ford GT40 went on, that was proven here at Daytona. That was proven at Sebring. And so it'd be kind of nice to see that, you know, if I ruled the world, that's what I'd do.
Let's put you on the spot then for how some manufacturers are able to kind of work around it in the Michelin Pilot Challenge, because somehow we've got a Alfa Romeo Mito and a Cupra in TCR this year. I'm curious what your guesses are as to how they were able to sort of work around that.
It's Alfa Romeo, so I'm going to guess that they took the Italian way of counting and they said, how many cars, to quote Top Gear, how many cars do you need to sell? 20. We sold 20. You know, I that's just, you know, I mean, cheating like that, breaking the rules like that, I don't want to call it cheating, bending the rules like that, is as age-old as racing. I mean, there's the story of with the GT40, they had to have 100 cars lined up, and they took them to a parking lot where they had 50 GT40s, and then they took them to lunch, got everybody to move the cars to another parking lot, rearranged them, and that's how they sold the 100. That's how they did it. I get why the rules are in place, and you put those rules in place, and OEMs are going to find ways to break them. That's just how it goes.
Yep. The answers we were looking for was it is indeed a dealer-owned and operated Alfa Romeo program that was able to basically say, well, it's not one that we're selling, but we're selling Alfa Romeos, and so it was like, okay, fine. And Cupra plans on selling cars here in the States around 2026, 2027. So a written promise is what allowed that.
Manufacturers, the better. I mean, especially in a TCR category, like, you want to see these road-relevant cars. I would be a little bit more restrictive. I would be a little bit more like, all right, come on, when we're talking about TCR. But you get into classes like this, I could care less if I see a BMW that resembles a BMW on the track. Now, don't get me wrong. I think that the rule set that IMSA has created is perfect for these GTPs. When you get down into the TCR categories and TC and arguably into GT4, there you want to see cars that look like cars on the track. You get down into a prototype category, you want to see rocket ships.
Yeah. Class split underway here at Daytona as we get ready to go back to green. Jackson Lambros and DJ Clark with you in the booth. JB having his lunch break. Josh Turner is somewhere in the corner, I think.
Hello.
Let's get you. He's here.
He's been here the whole time.
Okay, Jess. Getting set up here. Eyes on the number 77 AO racing car, which it's been a livery that's adapted a lot over the past 2 years. Obviously started with this kind of smiling Buddha initially when they first started in 2023. They decided to have fun and keep it as Rexy. And as the wins added up, a gold tooth would be added onto that front grille each time. They've got a permanent one this year to commemorate their first championship just 2 years into their existence.
Yeah, this is a special team. You want to talk about somebody that's come in and really captured the hearts and minds of the IMSA paddock. It's really these guys, what they've been able to do with Rexy and with Spike to be able to come out like that. You know, it's cool. It's fun. It's wonderful to be able to see kids getting excited about this, you know. And to some of the old timers that I hear kind of complaining about, like, it's cheap gimmicks. They're backing it up with wins. This is a good team.
Talking about another OEM on the way soon, Heart of Racing, the 007 in Advantage this week, soon to be GTP machinery comes Sebring. Obviously was hoping to have that ready by Daytona, still working out some kinks though, and should be here by round 2.
Yeah, and this is a car that was in what we would call, when I worked in Hollywood, development hell. It was getting made, it wasn't getting made, it was getting made, it wasn't getting made, and credit here to this Heart of Racing team. I've gotten to know them pretty well over the years. Really, really fun group of folks. The whole team, very dedicated to winning and to racing culture, as well as doing a lot of good work, I believe specifically with Seattle Children's Hospital. That's what they run on quite a few of their cars, and giving them some recognition and some proceeds and that type of work. But seeing them bring this this new prototype to bear, I mean, just chef's kiss. This is the car we've all been begging for, you know, and hearing the noises that have been quite literally coming out of this camp of everybody going, we gonna make this thing loud. It's gonna be in your face. This is gonna be fun. Everybody's looking forward to this car.
2 beliefs were so implemented into our cerebral cortexes this decade. 1, no sound is going to top the Cadillac. 2, we're never going to get a V12 back in a top category in racing. I don't know about maybe proving the first one wrong, because for best sound, I think it's still neck and neck with the Caddy. But just the fact that we're getting 12 cylinders in a race car, I mean, in the words of David Land, the only way we're getting that back in IndyCar is if 2 cars crash into each other. So
yeah, I mean, it blows my mind that they're doing this. It's super fun. You know, it's just kind of one of those things. It's kind of, and I don't think it's nearly as short-sighted or as not good as Nissan's project that they launched for Le Mans when they ran a front-wheel drive car, and everyone went, okay, let's see how this goes. Yeah, but it is outside of the box thinking, and it's what motorsports is all about.
It's hard to put it on caliber of the weird stuff we've seen at Daytona, say the Delta Wing or what have you. But I mean, it's still certainly going against the grain. And even just the message of we're running a V12, we're going to try to win the whole thing is showing brands who are still kind of dipping their toes in, like McLaren, like Ford, who at the genesis of this new set of regulations was like, nope, not happening. We're sticking with GT racing, are now kind of seeing how good the water is in here and being like, okay, maybe we'll give it a shot.
Again, credit where credit is due to IMSA and to the ACO for creating this golden age of prototype racing. It is really and truly exactly what everybody wants to see.
Yes.
Unrestricted insanity is what we want to see in racing. You know, those of us that love this sport, we want to dive down into the weeds. We want to go like, oh, well, they're doing this little thing and that thing and trying to change things up. And, oh, you know, it's bringing back days to, like, Formula One and the double diffuser. That kind of just outside-the-box thinking where, like, this could end up terribly or this could win everything. It's brilliant. And it's exactly what we want to see in racing.
So let's break this down, because I'm not sure if we've got lights out on the liquid death inspired safety car, as we've called it here in the booth. But it will be Frederick Vesti alongside Nick Tandy in the Porsche, then BMW behind him in Rene Rast, and Fro in the 60. After that, Phil Eng, Matt Jaminet, and Tiemann Vanderhelm in that banana boat in 7th. Will Stevenson 10th, Jordan Taylor in 9th. Andre Lauder rounding out the top 10. We're going back to green here. Already a good jump here from Fred Vesti at the line. Tandy's still trying to get heat into those Michelins. Little bit of pressure further back from one of the Porsches trying to get around into turn number 1. Can't quite get it done.
Yeah, that's Matthew Jaminet trying to take a little bit of a move on Philip Eng. Farther back in the LMP2 field, we do see a little bit of side-by-side, but look at this. Nick Tandy on the attack, and then here comes the double attack again, trying to put those BMWs under pressure. Jaminet not satisfied with this 6th place running.
Already big stack up here into the International Horseshoe as the GTD field gets back underway. Olsen in the Ford will lead them to the green. Misha Goikberg in that Forte racing machine gets them to a very, very strong lead there in that Lamborghini Huracan. All Italian battle there for the front row in GTD. Bit of a lunge to the outside there in that Corvette. I believe that's the AWA machine. Negative. It's Alexander Sims in that 3 car trying to dig on that Paul Miller BMW.
Yeah, and this is a car here that has cut its teeth a little bit more over the years. We saw it have some teething problems last year, but definitely starting to come alive. From what I understand about this Corvette platform, it tends to launch off the line very well, maybe a little bit unstable under high braking, and surprisingly high speeds. Not the best car at high speeds. That's why we're seeing that BMW be able to try to breeze on by it, but penalty being issued here, improper emergency service. That's going to go to the 77 AO Racing.
Apologies to the Rexy fans at home. Go on, Josh.
Yeah, with the car 21 in GTD and car 44 in GTD, pit lane protocol violation drive-through, and car 57 of GTD as well. Incident responsibility with 1. That's a low-level warning for him as well.
Thank you, Josh. So we got your pro racing specialist. Let's bring in our virtual racing specialist, the head of Apex Advisory and the head of the North American Sim Racing Series. It's Davin Stradifan. Davin, welcome.
Yes. Yeah.
Davin, have you been watching the race at all? What's your thoughts so far?
You know, I'm thinking sometimes I'm doing today, like one of the plus sides of having a 24-hour race. I can go and do a couple other things in my life, but I've had Radio Le Mans on, and I've been kind of paying attention to me, kind of on and off. So, you know, it's been a pretty tight battle throughout all 4 classes, but it's pretty, you know, just noticed the start of the racing here. So a great place to start.
Already fanned out here significantly in GTP. Let's go over to GTD Pro, though, as there is an absolute stack up here, DJ.
Yeah, and that Vastersol of the Lexus really making some moves. That is a Mercedes AMG down on power there. That's the number 57. That does not look healthy for that Windward racing machine. I'm not sure who's behind the wheel right now, but there was something not firing in that Mercedes.
Was leading for a good majority of these first opening hours, that Windward racing machine, trying to figure out who's behind that.
Russell Ward behind the wheel right now.
Still continues behind the wheel there, but might be a cylinder down. I'm trying to figure out what that issue might be. That was our Princess Krebs machine that was dubbed by Windward Racing the Bowsette sticker on the inside that would go on to not just win Daytona, but win the GTD championship last year. We'll carry on through the bus stop. And not sure if it maybe was a wrong engine map, Davin. I know we've had that happen before in Nassers, but slow to get back going here.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to end up running into that 4 engine. That's really easy to tell them, just given how long the lap is, right? They've got more data there than we do. They would say, hey, you're getting eaten up by a ton of cars, and there's something you can do about it.
So what we missed up front is a new leader for the first time. Porsche leads in this 63rd anniversary of the Rolex 24. Nick Tandy, Porsche Penske up front once again, trying to go back-to-back as it is BMW in hot pursuit. Rene Rast, that 25 machine, working their way from all the way the back of the GTP field, now second overall.
Yeah, these guys want to push their way forward. BMW, I think, in the first 3.5 hours of this race, kind of felt it out a little bit. We saw them fall back through the field slightly. I think they've got a little bit more underneath them, and they're going to start to push now a little bit. They feel more confident in these cars. They know they've got the outright pace. And now that they've been able to get through this first time without any mechanical gremlins starting to come in, I think they're a little bit like a horse that wants to just lead from the front. They're pushing Nick Tandy here.
And they're pushing the 57 in their pit box right now. I'm trying to figure out what the issue is right now. And Princess Krebs is going back behind the wall. Unable to tell what the issue is there specifically. I mean, it's got to be power plant related.
Yeah, it sounded a little harsh when I was listening to it. I mean, where we saw them really struggle with pace was coming into the Western Horseshoe and then on those back straightaways. So I think you may have hit the nail on the head. We could have a cylinder problem, or there could be some other issue, but it is definitely something under the hood.
So with that, Misha Goikhberg will hold the lead in GTD, and it is back to a Ford 1-2 in GTD Pro. Olsen and Perot overall. Again, Sebastian Perot coming from that dominant AO racing program last year, got the call up to the red cars. But BMW in hot pursuit even there with Augusto Farfus in the 48, trying to close that gap to the front row.
Yeah, and this is where you want to be if you're Ford. It goes without saying, obviously, that you are up. As we take another look at that 57 getting pushed back down manufacturer's row, as it were. Got to get all the fans out of the way, always one of the craziest things. I've been on the receiving end of this as Roger Penske. I think that was RP that just had to run out of the way. Nobody is immune. When there's a car rolling down into the garages, you got to run.
I don't think the GT3 cars have horns. Maybe just for Daytona we should implement that. You never know.
Do what they do at Pikes Peak, and anytime. I can confirm I've got another feed up. That was indeed Roger Penske.
Amazing. So let's go back to this GTP field really quickly, more specifically the 25, because we obviously saw that major kind of choke up from that 25 machine in qualifying. And what that kind of evolved into from what we heard and what Sports Car 365 reported was some kind of hybrid-wide issue with potentially overvolting the power plants there in something that could eventually, turn into a pandemic for this whole GTP field.
Yeah, and I think what you're seeing here is they've addressed the issue. They figured out what the problem was, and they don't have any fears about it, because we consider that over voltage issue. That's because you're running in qualifying, you've got the wick turned up to maximum, and you are pushing that GTP, that BMW power plant, and the hybrid that goes along with it as hard as it will go. And I think now, with what you're seeing out of the response from these two BMW RLL machines, Team RLL, they got something figured out. And they're able to push ahead here without fear. I think that's why you saw them drop back a little bit earlier on. They wanted to check things out. They wanted to figure out if everything was all right. Now I think it's better. And in particular, Rast and Eng really starting to get moving.
They've already got about half a second in change here on the rest of the field. Or excuse me, almost a second and a half in change on the rest of the field here. Looking back here at the other kind of pair of OEMs kind of going buddy-buddy here. This is in GTD Pro on board with Perot, as these two are maybe trading positions up front, trying to draft off each other on the oval.
Yeah, I mean, play a little bit of leapfrog here. This is a lot like an oval race in the way that it plays. Obviously, you spend so much time up to speed on the high banks, and so playing a little bit of that leapfrog can help you, but you've got to be perfectly in sync. Get one wrong, you're going to find yourself into problems there, as we see one of the Lamborghinis going down a little bit. I believe that's the JG Wentworth, one that we've seen Stephen McAleer. I'm not sure if he's gotten in the car yet, but I know he's piloting.
I know that pairing of Sheena Monk and Stephen McAleer were with Gradient last year. I'm trying to remember where they've gone off to. Now that is Sheena Monk behind the wheel of that 021 right now. Roykberg still leads now with a dominant 5-second lead here over John Potter. And we go from kind of the rise of one fun team. Oh, there goes Potter off the leaderboard. What? Okay. We go from kind of one... I want to stay on Magnus, though, really quickly, DJ, because we go from the rise of a fun team in AO Racing to not a goodbye for one of these teams, but a see you later for Magnus Racing and kind of the guys who were, in my opinion, the voyagers of what if we try having fun here.
And it is sad to see them kind of giving their swan song here, as it were. But I love the lineup that they've got. Lally and Papelli, you know, two names that we're very, very familiar with seeing. They're super great to be in it. And this is not a team, this is not a style of race team that's going anywhere. They kind of put themselves forward, as you said. They were the first ones to really start to push themselves ahead and get themselves in position to just have a good time and to remind us all that this is fun. We get to go play race cars.
Yeah. John Potter, especially the gentleman driver in that role, who didn't necessarily go through the Rexy method of, you know, having one theme and sticking to it, but kind of a rotating cast of different, shall we say, personas that they put on, whether it was the Saturn V, the Mach 5 from Speed Racer, and just always having a little bit of a theme, you know, Star Wars, Indiana Jones, and this car this weekend has little tidbits of all of those little different tributes they've had over the years. And again, it's not a goodbye, but more of a see you later for now, as Heart of Racing is kind of fully taking over as the head honchos of Aston Martin's kind of customer program. That's not really to say that it hasn't already happened, but it's for sure the end of an era here.
It's the end of an era, but they're not. You don't fix the itch. You don't get rid of this addiction to motorsport. You may have to take some time off, you know, do X, Y, Z. They'll be.
I think one of the big reasons that step back is occurring, and what we haven't really talked about yet, DJ, is one of the consistent co-pilot in that Magnus Racing machine, Andy Lally, who is now, if we're actually taking this for real, is calling it after, God, almost 30 years of doing this, going for a 6th Rolex for his collection. Already said he's looking to give it away, but we've got a battle for the lead right now, as already it looks like Nick Tandy going around the outside here. This is not the lead, excuse me. But that is Nick.
Push here, but you know, this is what you got to do. You got to press the advantage when you come through traffic. Here comes Andelauer trying to make that move around the high side on the high banks. He's got the momentum. He's got the speed. One more thing to kind of close that book on Andy Lally. He's got a new job. He's running Trans Am.
He's your boss.
He very well be. Yeah, I got to report to him. Had the chance to talk to him a little bit back at PRI earlier this year, and he's loving it. Oh, Andelauer not able to get that move done. And Porsche's
maybe the over-ender. No, you can close that door so easily.
Yeah.
Let's look back at LMP2 here, as looks like the Pratt Miller machine is under attack by, is that the 13?
Oh, contact.
Incident is under review.
Yeah, I would hope so.
Yeah, not surprised by that. It's a very easy thing to do from both perspectives. You pinch that door a little bit. You kind of want to... You're racing in an endurance race such as this. You want to get your elbows out early. You want to assert dominance, for lack of a better term. So you want to show that you're not going to get beaten around a little bit. And likewise, if you're the chasing car, you've got to show you're willing to stick your nose into any door that opens. going to be interesting to see what race control decides to do about that. It's, whoa, we're going to go 3 wide up in there, and now we'll look down to the inside here for Andelauer. It's going to have to be later on the binders to get by that wheel and Cadillac. He's got it done.
Trouble for one of the Corvettes as it looks like they'll go through the chicane there at the bus stop. Correction.
70.
The Inception, dude, the Inception is running the yellow, and it makes me think it's the Corvette every single time I see them, but might have been a lockup or some kind of adventure there for Brendan Uribe, but a great move there from Matthew Jaminet as he battled there with the, or no, that was not Jaminet, that was Andelauer, getting his way into the top 5 there. It's the one of the 2 customer Porsches trying to work their way to the factories.
And that's what you love to see in prototype racing. Looks like the 57 is going to get their roll back out here. They're going to be coming out of pit lane. And this is the thing that you want to have. This is the thing that you want to have happen. Yeah, I just heard, watch out, Roger Penske. Hopefully Roger's back in the motorhome here at this point.
Yeah.
But this is, if you're going to have an issue, you want to have it early in the race. Exactly. Get it out of the way, and you know the mountain you've got to climb. You know what you've got to push to. There's a great story from Jim Jordan, one of the great names in TC and in other racing. He talked to me at one point that they were at Daytona, they were 4 laps down, and a yellow flag came out, and he said, I think I can do this. And through jiggery-pokery, and I will never know how he did it, he got 4 laps back on a single caution through wave arounds and all of that kind of craziness. That's the kind of thing that the strategists live for. Now, they're going to be able to think things out. They're going to be able to think things through and how to get those laps back for that number 57.
Back over to GTP, Julian Andelauer has wasted no time turning the burners on after passing Vesti. He's already gotten back to the back of his factory counterpart in Matthew Jaminet in that number 6 Penske machine. And the Mustang sampling colors being ran by Proton, doing everything they can to work themselves into the top 4 here.
Impressed here what I'm seeing out of these non-factory privateer entered GTPs. This is really good, whether it's from Andelauer moving his way through and really starting to put pressure here on the back of some of these drivers. This is the kind of thing you want to see. You want to see these privateers starting to scrap, fight, and make things a little bit interesting. I mean, how cool for the sport would it be if we got the likes of Proton or Whelan able to win this race as a testament to you can come in here and not be a factory-backed OEM and do this.
Whelan has shown pace before, obviously, with Pippo Durrani last year, although there was a little bit of factory money being forked over at that point. Ooh.
Gotta watch out for that, coming down into the run, back out onto the oval. Those Corvettes don't want to give up the ghost, but it looks like the Porsche is going to have to try to get out the hard way.
Playing outrun here with these 2 Corvettes, running the, I don't know how to describe it, the black rear bumper on those C8s as a tribute to the C6s and C5s of old, the original liveries they ran. As we've got a big move there from the banana boat, the JDC Miller machine. That's Steven Vanderhelm trying to get to work here on Jordan Taylor in that Cadillac.
Yeah, and it looked like their Taylor was just kind of choosing discretion as the better part of valor at that point. I didn't see too much fight out of Taylor. Recognizes the pace is going along there. A lot of vibration in that Acura, in that Meyershank Acura, particularly as we look on the right side there. I don't think that's anything to worry about, but that's something to just make a note of as this race continues on, that you hope that vibration doesn't get any worse.
I think obviously the big one that mechanics will tell you is save the curbs at the Le Mans chicane or the bus stop. You want to save that for like the last 2 hours, because that will be the source of probably like 90% of your vibrations.
Yeah, exactly. Running too hard and running too wide there as the Tex Imaging Cadillac moves his way on by. Nice stuff there. That was a very aggressive move from that WTR Caddy.
That's Jordan Taylor letting it hang right now over Kaku Oda. Some early moves here. This is for last in GTP, by the way, but they're treating it like first. And Tiemann Vanderhelm ahead of them there in that banana boat is getting the popcorn out and hoping he's not a part of it.
Yeah, he's going to be hoping to pick up positions here as much as possible. He may have a little bit of a run down to the bus stop. He's got a good draft. You saw him dip down low. That's a strategy that you'll see some of these drivers use to, frankly, slingshot themselves. You come down low, get the draft off the car in front. That spurs you out into that outside line. Jump back on board here to the Vassar-Sullivan Lexus. Who's this riding in line right now? These guys... It's very rare that we see Vassar-Sullivan show their hand early. This is a team that likes to play the cards close to the chest and just put themselves in contention by race end, and then they walk away with it.
Be there where it matters. And in a great conversation that I had with Bozy Tabarek at Long Beach was, this was a car that was never necessarily designed for the gentleman driver. It's one of the lone GT3 cars with pushrod suspension. It was really originally intended for GT300 use in the Super GT category, or in the Super GT series, I should say. So it's openness to the amateur driver, but really designed with the pro driver in mind.
Yeah, it's a tough car to drive, and that's frankly why you don't see a lot of the bleed over into SRO competition that you don't see this Lexus running, is that is, I don't want to say primarily, because we do have pro teams that obviously run in GT World Challenge America, but you don't see a lot of that bleed over there. Frankly, the other thing is that Lexus has the brand that they want with Vassar-Sullivan running this, and, you know, they're more focused on the Toyota brand as a whole, obviously running GR Cup and the Supra up in GT4.
Right.
Jackson.
Josh.
Hello. Car 18 in LMP2 has been found responsible for the incident at the International Horseshoe with 73 and has been awarded with a drive-through penalty, which I believe he has just taken. Yes, he has, and he's back out on track.
Yep, checks out. Davin, I want to bring you in really quickly because in the rookie series we run at Nassers, we've elected the Lexus as one of those kind of beginner-friendly rookie cars, and I'm curious to you as to why we've kind of elected that.
I think it's going to be a different story because like with the rookie series, we really want folks to be focusing on learning how to drive. So having a difficult car can actually be a bit of a benefit because you're paying attention to car input, right? Like in real life, the Lexus doesn't really have a support program with like customer teams where you can grab a bunch of data from a bunch of other cars and figure out like what's working, what's not working. Where with a rookie series, you have a bunch of drivers and a bunch of coaches that are all running the car, where we can say like, see, when you do this, the car responds badly. See, when you do that, the car responds well. So there's an additional advantage to having a car that really kind of stands out and doesn't work with you sometimes, so that when you do make it work, it really affects the driver's mentality of like, oh, this is what I'm doing right. This is what I'm doing wrong.
I'll tell you what, the Mustang performance right now is being pretty well reflected as how it performs in ACC right now as the dominant car, which again is weird when you consider the teething issues that they had last year, but you consider just how much absolute power is crammed into those Coyote V8s and your ability to kind of let that loose here on the banks. It's not too much of a shocker.
No, it really isn't. I mean, these cars they're muscle cars. Yes, do we have independent rear suspension? Yes, we do. Are these built race cars? Yes, they are. But the bread and butter that Ford knows from this Mustang is a muscle car, so they're able to stretch it away. What's interesting to me is that BMW from Paul Miller Racing with Augusto Farfus behind the wheel, able to keep it relatively close. And now look at this. Second and third, Rene Rast, Philip Eng, just running laps here at this point. They've got to love the fact that they're close to each other. They can kind of keep an eye on each other and make sure nothing's going to get too crazy. But this is a solid day for Team RLL. This is what they want. Kind of like we talked about a little bit with Vassar-Sullivan Lexus. What these guys want to do is they want to put these BMWs in position that by the end of the race, by that golden hour, the last 2 hours of the race, they're in position to go all out.
Reaching that proverbial witching hour, if we're using NFL red zone terms, but it is a BMW sandwich on Porsche right now. The 7 car leading, Jaminet in the 6 car in 4th, and the 24 and the 25 in between them. Going kind of back to that point, though, DJ, how much do you reckon the timing stand is looking at these deltas and maybe adapting their pace to those, whether it's the car in front or the car behind?
They're probably playing with it 24/7. Really and truly, as they look at this entire picture, they are changing things on the fly. We've got to remember, that was the thing that really blew me away when I was either at Long Beach or Detroit, or particularly the battle on the bricks last year, is the complexity of the timing stand. A little bit of a move to the inside. Okay, maybe there's not the full co-opposition we were hoping for, but the level of technical detail, I mean, we are rivaling what we are seeing in the top levels around the world with these cars. And so they are constantly changing everything. What really makes these drivers incredible is it's the same thing you talk about in kind of comparatively to Formula One. Where you get successful in Formula One is being a tire whisperer, being able to get those tires exactly in their sweet spot, put it right there, and keep going. With these drivers in endurance racing, it is driving to the 100th of a second. The team will give you a delta. They will tell you a time that says, this is the time we need to run because this means that the tires will last, and this means that our fuel cycle will last. And the engineers are able to calculate that based off the driving parameters, based off the driving statistics of the drivers in the car. They're able to give that back to the driver, and these drivers are able to go, okay, you need me to run a 24/7, I'm going to run a 24/7-1, and they'll do that lap in and lap out. So that's the stage of the race that we're really in right now at this point. Seeing strategy playing in more than strategic driving, maybe a little bit more than that outright pace.
Looking at the 40 of Jordan Taylor right now, as not been the reunion that Cadillac and Wayne Taylor have wanted. Obviously, the team and the group that brought Cadillac their first overall win here back in 2017 and was a very, very anticipated reunion, but obviously not where we wanted to see them thus far.
No.
Was I missing something, or was everyone just really quiet? Hello.
There we go. I think we got it going again.
Yeah.
What happened? Hello.
Was a little bit of a washout on your end.
Ah, lag systems.
Audio-wise.
Okay. There you go. Is that better now? I've swapped everything around.
I think.
Yeah.
Probably.
That's much better. Before DJ would take the ground out just a little bit.
Yep. Davin, I want to throw something over to you, though, because Misha Goikberg is kind of sitting pretty right now in first right now in GTD, 7 seconds over Stevenson in the Aston. If I'm in Goikberg's head right now, if I'm Misha Goikberg, what am I doing right now to try and maintain focus, maintain pace, and kind of keep myself in the sweet spot?
You gotta remember you got 21 hours left. So, 8.25 seconds over 21 hours is basically nothing. So, half of 10 and the guys behind you right on top of them. So you're sprinting right now. You're just trying to hold a pretty, DJ nailed it earlier, right? You're trying to hold a pretty consistent lap time to just be able to kind of run to your fuel number and push tires where you can. Try not to get into any unnecessary battles that burn up energy and eat up all the, the little bit of time you do have. But do remember that you do basically have a car right on top of you. So you've got to know how to push intelligently just so that you can manage the space that you have, but don't burn yourself out before you need to do something actually important.
Right, and I think that's kind of why Ang maybe pulled back from that attempt at an overtake earlier, realizing that's going to maybe hurt both of those BMWs, both on pace and on resources.
I mean, when you're the lead car, you've got nothing left but to lose. So everyone else behind you is going to try to apply pressure. You're either going to have cars that are going to say, hey, let me stay in this window so we can stay on top of the guy we're battling with. Maybe he'll make a mistake. Or we'll say, hey, let's let this guy burn himself out and we can, take advantage later on tires or taking advantage later on fuel once they've burned through all their resources. So depending on the strategist, depending on the driver, depending on the flow of the race, you can decide what choices you want to make. Some of these guys won't come in until the 23rd hour, right? It'll be the last little bit where in the last hour of the race, we're going to start pounding on each other because we've set up our chess pieces.
Right. Watching Manny Franco close in on these leaders here in GTD Pro as one of the Paul Miller BMW machines battling here with one of the Mercedes. I believe that is
Bartown Bros.
Bartown Bros, yes.
Yep.
3 hours in, I might be putting DJ on the spot here because I want to get an hourly update. So basically just do what I did about 60 minutes ago, but like the same energy, and I know you can do that.
Battle for the lead.
I've got a sting ready. I've got a sting ready to put on the soundboard. We could do that for the next one if you want.
But the lead's
Can
just
we do
changed.
it like right now?
The lead's just changed, guys.
What?
The seven has taken the lead.
Oh, it did.
7's taken the lead.
Oh.
We might have to wait a little bit because, yeah, Rene Rast has gotten right on the gearbox of Nick Tandy here. And DJ, that lapped traffic in the GT Daytona class has really helped him.
Yeah, it really, really has. I mean, we're down to under 1/10 of a second here as they try to go through the corners. At least that's what it was when they crossed over the line. Gonna get caught out a little bit there by the Van der Stur Aston Martin. That's going to put him back on the back foot. But then again, by the same momentum, we're going to see Tandy here pinch down to the inside by that Liqui Moly. That's a Turner Motorsports BMW. They've got a whole cadre out here this weekend.
Somewhat 8 cars across the 3 races being ran this week here at Daytona. Will Turner putting the whole armada out to use here. But the big guys, Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan trying to close this gap to Nick Tandy. Jess, let's go for the hourly update here.
Hang on.
You're doing great.
There we go. Ready?
Okay. Yep.
It is time for Jackson Lambro's hourly update from the 24 hours of Daytona.
Except it's DJ Clark. Go.
It certainly is. We've seen this battle start to play out. You just saw it on your screen there. Nick Tandy, Rene Rast, and Philip Ang. This is the battle up for the top in GTP as we continue to keep our eye on that. Meanwhile, back in LMP2, it's been a little bit quiet here as Murray for AF Corsa continues to lead the way over AL Racing, only by about 2 seconds there in between. Back down in GTD Pro, it has been a battle of consistency for the 2 Fords up at the front of the field. They continue to try to pull away in that Multimatic chassis. Misha Goikhberg continuing to spread his advantage back down in GTD over the number 27 machine there of Stevenson. Aaron Thielett's actually in between those 2 drivers out on track. Thus far, we've only got 1 retirement of the day, and that is going to be Bartolotti in that Lamborghini GTP. Very unfortunate there for him. I am also seeing that TDS Racing machine. We saw them get into the barriers, which precipitated our first caution of the day. And that, driven by Hunter McElray for TDS Racing, they are categorized as in pit lanes, so certainly not out of it yet. Windward Racing, the other real casualty over the past hour, they spent some time back down into the garages, almost running over Roger Penske on the way in there. But it looks like as we finish our update, we may have had an incident down in turn 6 here.
JT, you got anything else there, bud?
Other than race control saying incident at turn 6, not at the moment. And it's car 023 off and continued.
Yeah, just run it off. It looked like the exit.
Yeah, that's on Afiro Terrassi in that Terrassi Competizione machine, who, as we talked about, was able to continue. Yeah, I think the big problem you were mentioning here, DJ, is kind of at the tail end of the GTD Pro field and in the front of the GTD field, the overlap between the Pro and the AM drivers there.
It's so frustrating. When you are a driver out on course, when you are racing in similar machinery, I encountered a lot, particularly in Pirelli GT4 for SRO Motorsports America. There you have everybody in the same car, very similar to the way that this GTD and GTD Pro field is set up. Oh, that's going to be a tough run there for the Porsche. They're going to get boxed in a little bit. This could be an opportunity for Rene Rast. Here we go.
He looks to the inside. He'll stay right on the gearbox. Watch the headlights flash there from the 7 as he tries to tell this GTD field to get out of the way. I got to get a move on. That plaid Lamborghini separates the 2 right now, but both of them will get on the loud pedal, try the high line here to carry as much speed as possible onto the high banks.
Oh, we got a car down into pit lane. That's the number 52. That, of course, is Ben Deaning's machine. As he's going to be taking a look there on that. That's the Matheson Autosport. Salas, Peterson, and Becce behind the wheel of the car. Not sure who's driving it at the moment, but we are seeing pit stops starting to fire off for the LMP2s.
Yes, LMP2 finally getting in.
Go, Josh.
Hello. Yes, LMP2 finally getting their fifth pit stops of the race underway as we tick down 3 hours done. I was listening to that entire hour. Fantastic commentary. It's really nice to have everybody joining in this year as well. And I hope you're enjoying it, DJ, as well, up here in the booth as well. As in already comes the Dragon car. Can't call it by its full name, but everybody recognises it from the old PS1 days. Coming in as well. PJ here in
JB.
as well. Yes, go on.
I hate to say this, but I think you're out of a job, mate.
Yeah, I honestly was sat here listening, thinking, can I have another hour off? Do I need to come back? That was fantastic. But yeah, really great stuff. Mechanical Black Flag.
You both did brilliant.
Stop and repair cars 12 and 27 have both been given the black flag, like so the meatball flag.
It's not a disqualification, is it?
It's just come up. Failure to adhere to tyre operation requirements. It's given us more information too.
Oh.
My best guess on that would be potentially an unmatched set of tires.
Yeah.
That maybe they put on scrubs and stickers there, but that's two cars we've been talking about a lot here. That's the Vassar-Sullivan GTD entry as well as Heart of Racing. That is a big blow to both of them.
On board with that 24, now in clean air with chasing after the 7 Porsche of Nick Tandy, who's just got half a second of gap, but that GT field causing no more problems for our two leaders, are causing problems for those who've stayed out in LMP2, who are looking to get into pit stop. Look at Cameron, he's 1 minute 40 seconds down, so he's doing an extra lap, he'll get that back. The 88's just, I believe, had a driver change, I want to say? Yes, it has. Driver change come in. So they're now swapping over for drive times. So getting to the maximum and minimum drive times a bit later on. More times further back.
100 laps completed, JB.
Oh, fantastic.
Currently 105 LMP2 has just completed 100 laps. GTD Pro at 96, GTD at 95.
Not that big of a gap. I thought it'd be bigger after 4 hours, to be fair. Well, 3 technically, going into 4. But only 1 official retirement. And yeah, nice full Courgella, by the way, guys.
Thank you. I unfortunately do have to get on going here and along with my day. I will be back with you guys at some point. I'll pop back in maybe overnight or maybe in the morning, but love to come back in. I gotta go take the dog for another walk. So, but this has been an absolute pleasure to have you on board, Jackson. Thank you so much for the invite, my friend.
I mean, honor is all mine, brother. Thank you so much for being here.
No problem. I'll message you guys. It's not the last you're going to see of me. I'm having a blast.
Okay.
Can't wait.
Thanks,
Come
DJ.
back. The night race, it gets crazier. So that'll be more fun.
Yeah.
I'll be here for it.
Thanks, DJ. You've been absolutely amazing.
Thank you. And I'll see you guys a little bit later.
See ya.
Thanks, Siege.
I'll pop us onto battle screen to come through.
Shall I get my camera on?
Possibly, yeah, may as well.
Or are we going to get the other person Jackson's camera on? It's up to you.
I'm trying to see who's still in the box to come here as well. Yes, whoever wants their camera on, we have a free reign to put your camera on now. So it's up to you.
If you haven't had your camera on, I'll give you priority. If not, I'll put mine on.
I can put my camera on if you want. I've just gone into the other commentary box and had a listen to the JB Motorsports hourly update things. They are amazing.
Fantastic.
And, well, Josh,
You have to wait for an hour's time. You have to wait for an hour's time.
I don't want to jump the gun, JB, but we've not had a weather update in a while, so get ready to press the button because...
Right, hold on. It's now time for your JB Motorsports weather update with JT.
Air temp is down to Fahrenheit 1.1 Celsius, down to 55 Fahrenheit 12.8 degrees Celsius. Track temperature has gone down a lot as the sun starts to set. around Daytona. 73 Fahrenheit, 22.8 degrees Celsius. That's down 7 Fahrenheit, 6.1 degrees Celsius. Humidity is up 3% at 66. Wind has died down a lot, down to only 10 miles per hour. Gusts up to 17 miles per hour as well. Currently looking at the infield weather station, 54 degrees Fahrenheit with wind gusts 13 miles per hour, and then upon the tower on the start line of the World Centre of Racing, 16 miles per hour gusts and only 3 mile per hour winds, which has died down a lot. You would think it would be more wind higher up, but no, there's more wind in the infield than on top of the tower. That is the end of the weather update.
Radar's
For
still
this
clear.
hour.
Yeah, radar's still clear. And hello, JT. Nice to see you on camera. Jackson,
Hello.
How fantastic is this race already, though? We are. Oh, and there's the penalty for number 4, as JT's just told us about. But yeah, how brilliant has this race been so far? Only one full course yellow. That took around about 25 minutes. Beautiful blue skies. No real issues. We're just sort of going to be trucking to the night now, aren't we? It's going to be great.
I mean, at home, you kind of wish that there was maybe rain as a possibility to kind of spice things up, but I'm sure everybody here at the World Center of Racing is absolutely loving this weather right now. Maybe wishing it was a tad warmer, but we're not complaining super hard right now. Misha Goikberg under fire here from that 66 Gradient Racing Mustang. Takes it all the way to the outside. We'll try to cut the low line there to make it work. No dice, though, as I believe that 66 is well out of rotation at this point.
Yeah.
But, I mean, no, it's been absolutely phenomenal so far, especially in the GTD field. We kind of had this fear at the start of the race, at least I did personally, that we were maybe going to have a, let's call it a 2018 clone, where we maybe have 1 or 2 yellows at the start and then kind of next to nothing happens for the rest of the race. But no, it's even at this point in the race, you still got Farfus within battling distance of Olsen. You've got Nick Bull kind of closing the distance there to that 88 in the LMP2. Battles are far from over right now. We just had Andlauer past Matthew Jaminet in that in the 2 Porsches for 4th, so still plenty of action to go here.
And that Porsche's now diving into the pit lane. There it is, with Matthew Jaminet at the wheel. So new set of Michelin tyres going on, which is great news. And they'll just slowly get it getting together. Now, they're still only 1 compound tyres. It's the M, so medium Michelin going on. Tandy's got a 2.4 second gap at the moment. That's only because they're now hitting traffic at the front of the field, so there isn't that much they can do with the GT field sort of bunching up. JT, would love to know your thoughts on this race so far. How have you been making it? We're 4 hours in. Here in the UK, it's 9:53 p.m. I'm feeling already very tired, so the next 20 odd hours are going to be very entertaining. It's not like last year where we had the Formula E Interior at exactly the same time, so that's not too bad. But what have you made of the 24s so far, the opening 3 hours, 15 minutes?
Well, there's a reason why you are so tired already, Josh, and that is because, unlike me, you did not time your sleep, so you woke up an hour before broadcast time. As we look at a little bit of a battle with GTD going through slower traffic. Been a good 24. I'm surprised we haven't had more full Corsons, to be fair, with the FCYs. And now there's going to be another one, and you can blame that on me. But I want to point out that you, Kobe, and Jess all said that Ben Keaton would do better in GTD Pro, and well, he has, so well done.
Yes!
That's your fault.
Yes! Let's go! I'm not sure if Kobe's listening, but GG's Kobe.
Pit Road, I believe, has got some... Yeah, Ryan Marine.
To replace Nick Handy Now that's happening on one end. We also have the 31 Whelen engineering car. Driver change going on there as Frederick Vesti brought that car in. We also see one of the Wayne Taylor Cadillacs has made their way in, as has the Proton 963. That was Julian Andlauer at the controls. Everything seems exactly as it should be on this end of the pit lane. All of these stops clean. No dramas that I've been able to note.
And the driver change in the number 6 car was indeed kept.
Sorry, I pressed that button a bit too late there to come through.
And F1 race fans in the chat pointed out Ben Keaton is driving in 2 different classes. That's insane, actually. Correct me if I'm wrong, Josh. Hasn't he been doing it for the past 5 years? 5
or 6 years now, actually. And he's also done it in Le Mans too. In fact, at one point, I believe in Le Mans, he drove in 3 classes.
That's it.
Yeah.
Well, then, that is insane. Just in from race control, car 80 has got a drive-through penalty. That is working on car outside their designated pit box. That is the Lone Star Racing Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo car.
If anyone know, and another same thing, James Hinchcliffe is driving, but he's also commentating when he's not driving.
Yeah, he's double dutying. He's doing the commentary.
Same as Townsend Bell.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Townsend. In fact, I think they've timed it perfectly to have a Lee Diffie, Townsend Bell, James Hinchcliffe reunion.
Yeah. And I am triple dutying with commentating, weather updating, race control messages. Yes.
Into the pits. I believe, is this Rosenquist?
Cadillac.
This is Rosenquist.
Yep.
I'm enjoying this so far.
Not too bad, is it, actually?
And another penalty for the car 80 of Lone Star Racing in GTD. It's a double drive-through penalty now. They were working on car outside pit box and refueling while on stands, so they've got another drive-through penalty, so they have to serve 2 now, back to back.
I'd love to hear from Davin. I'd love to throw him a question, if I could. Hello, Davin.
Sure.
Pleasure to have you, first of all, on the broadcast. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, welcome.
What's the situation then? We're 4 hours in. We're starting to change over drivers. What would be the role for the middle driver in the second stint of the race? Would you be looking to gain gaps on the rest of the field, try and build up an advantage, or is it more of a cautionary period where we're just trying to get to sunset, under the lights, and then make progress in the night?
Well, I think the middle driver really has the idea of kind of keeping the momentum of the lead driver, right? You're grabbing information on the car of what's been going well. You're kind of taking that preliminary data from that first stint to see if you can replicate that in the second and third. And largely, it's kind of hold the ball and keep it, right? Especially when you're kind of working through middle stints, you really want to make sure you're able to kind of keep enough momentum so the team can gather data so they can really figure out if they need to make a change in strategy. If pace and things change too much, it's too hard to know what to do. So consistency is going to be really key when you slot someone in the middle. Also, depending on whether they are your AM or your driver times, it's also going to factor in there too. So if there's a high degree of safety car, you're full course yellow, you're going to want to put that driver in there so you can eat up your minimum driver time effectively, and then that way you're not having to play bingo or musical chairs near the end.
Just had the number 8. Is that the Iron Dames? Yeah, the Iron Dames just went off the track down at turn 6 and rejoined at the West Horseshoe, so they've come back on the circuit. But fascinating to have a point out as well. Thank you for that, Devin. I was just wondering what the stint would be, so keeping
Car
up and
80
going.
has cleared its first of 2 drive-through penalties, by the way.
Excellent. And I thought I saw a slow GT D Pro as well going through. I don't think that's Catsburg coming into pit lane. It was, so he's committed to the blend line early on as well. I don't know if Jackson's asked you this, Davin, as well, but what have you been making of the race so far as well? And I don't suppose you were racing a week ago in the iRacing 24 hours, were you?
No, most of the stuff I end up doing is SOR related, but I kept tabs on it because I have friends who race in those.
Yeah.
So, when you race other things, keep tabs on your friends who are racing in those. Honestly, I'm happy for the weather because I'm happy for that we have a lot of green flag running. At the same time, I'm kind of hoping for rain. Like the selfish person behind the screen always wants some drama. So it's really nice when you have weather changes because, like you had in Le Mans last year, right? That weather change can really throw a spanner in the works. But the racing's always really good, and so you're never going to be bored. Like, always something happening.
That's a good point.
No weather impacts forecasted for the whole
Oh,
24.
that's sad. Someone do a rain cloud dance. That's not fair.
I'm
I
with
asked
you.
for rain.
I was hoping it was going to rain.
Do a rain dance now.
There you go. There you go.
What would it look like? How would we do it?
It would probably be a
Look at that
combination
setting
of,
sun.
it would be a combination of Rafiki from The Lion King with a little bit of Black Panther kind of mixed in there. and a little bit
Put
of
your
Milwaukee.
arms and wave.
Yeah, you gotta
Or
wave
shake.
back and forth and bring the clouds in slowly over time, right? So
Yeah.
you gotta build up the momentum.
We need that.
Here's the 93 GTP in pit road, Josh.
Need that woman from Indonesia who did the rain dance in MotoGP that year. Me and Megan waited for 3 hours for that race to start, and she was walking.
And
it worked.
And the iRacing Daytona this year was the first ever year that it's had rain in the top split.
Yeah. Back.
Really? So it rained?
Yeah, it rained.
They added a new Tempest weather engine this last year. So now they have like an active wet line, and they can actually really play with weather a lot more, which is nice because for those who have like a real world wet driving experience, you actually have an advantage because you know about all the dynamics of driving in the rain. So that's cool.
Yeah, it is cool.
Jess, would you ever do that? The 24-hour race?
I'll need to actually get coached properly in order to do that. So, not at the moment.
Alex Pelosi's got
it. And I still haven't got my proper rig yet.
That's
so
true.
I can't really do any iRacing until I get that.
Hey, Jess, if you need coaching, I know a guy.
Cough. I'm just coughing really hard. Oh my god.
All right, I can ask you then. You're welcome.
We'll get David to do some lap attacks for us for the next races. I've got.
Alex Polo is in the car for the number 93.
Yeah, and he came out of the pit
Big
lane.
lock up
locked
there in the
yeah.
International Horseshoe. Sorry.
Are you back now? Are you with us? Or are you taking a break?
I'm in an on-off state of being
limbo.
Back right now. I'm in limbo. I'm in limbo.
Side by side, the 93 and the 60.
Take it nice and careful down into the Le Mans chicane. Got GT cars right in the way. Is that one of the Ferraris or Lamborghinis? Hard to tell from the front of the car. It's one of the Ferraris. Tell because of if it looks like a Lamborghini, it is a Lamborghini. If it looks like a McLaren, it's a Ferrari. And if it looks like a Ford GT40, it's actually a Corvette. They're very hard to tell the hold of. They've all just sort of copied each other in the last couple of years.
Why does it have to be so confusing?
At least the Mercedes always looks like a Mercedes. That's fine. Although BMW nearly changed them. And the Mercedes sometimes also looks like an Aston Martin. We were talking about those earlier on. In comes the 78 though, as well, which just is the Lamborghini. So I was right first time. See, it's so difficult.
It's Van Or who's in. Oh yeah, Van Or is in the number 7 leading. Yeah.
Yes, Lawrence Van Horst now takes over in the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport. 2.8
Got a new door panel, Josh, it looks like.
Oh, yeah, so the 78's had some issues. Either that
A few driver changes in GTD. We've got Glaucoma Alfred in the number 34. Marvin in
Marvin
number
Gaye?
13. Yeah, and in the GTD Pro, we have the number 81 of Miguel Molina, who is now in the car.
We're on about a rain dance as we see the 78 now leave the pit lane, and now we do get our second phase of pit stops starting to come through.
Side by side.
Whoops, that's the 14 Lexus coming through. The Lexus is absolutely a gorgeous car, by the way. One of my favourites.
It's beautiful.
My mum always said that the 3 cars she's always wanted to own. 1, Renault Megane, she's owned that. 2, a Chevrolet Cruze, she's got that now. 3, she wants to own a Lexus. So we've got to get her a Lexus at some point.
When will she buy that?
Not yet. She likes the Chevy too much. We've had the Chevy for a couple of years now. Right, Parker Klickerman is back in the car as well. Now, we were on about rain dances. I've messaged as well to see what it would be to try. So the Bangles have got it, and it's you've got to do the walk like an Egyptian dance. Apparently that's also part
Walk like an Egyptian.
Yeah.
Guys, we don't need rain.
No. You gotta play Toto, Africa, and you gotta be like.
No, Davin's got it. No, Davin's got it.
That's it. I bless
By the way,
rain.
fastest lap in the race is currently set by Djokovic with a 1:36.498.
We're not even into the official night period, and we're already in the craziness of JB Motorsports.
Wait a minute.
Oh, you've seen you wait, sunshine.
Just you wait till like 2 a.m., 3 a.m. in the morning, but I'll probably be asleep then. So.
All I'm saying is, for the night shift, we've got DJ Clark joining us back
No
here.
singing.
Yeah, Matthew Owens is joining us at some point as well.
Is he?
Yeah, Jake Sanson's coming in. We're going to have an entirely fantastic party in the night here. So make sure you
Battle
stay
for
with
third.
us. Here we go, and this is the BMW starting to come back up. This is the 25 BMW that started the race in the back of the GTP field. It's having a go now with Kevin Estre in the number 6 Porsche Penske. They're side by side with their Corvette in the way over the control line, and they've had to back out of it. So yeah, Robin Freins knows that it's not worth damaging a car that is so temperamental this early on in the race.
Freins getting his fangs out early here, but this is exactly where he wants to be. But for everybody listening right now, stay tuned, phone a friend. We got a lineup here in the next couple hours that could feed families, frankly.
Sunset is in 50 minutes.
Look, I'm looking forward to this. And I will just point out, a cake is being made, and we all know at 2 a.m. what the alternative to cake is when endurance racing.
More cake? Just more cake.
That's the right answer. We'll leave it at that.
Oh, right.
I do have a Victoria Spun sliced in my fridge, so yeah, that's the alternative.
The alternative we can't say live on air because we are a family-run channel.
No. So my birthday is tomorrow, which means that cake is
Oh, is
always
it?
there all the time.
The cake.
How old are you going to be? Well, actually, no, we won't ask that.
No. I'll be 38. I have the face that looks like I'm 25. so I can lean on that for another 25 years, so I'm okay with it. Like, I'm good.
That's good, because I am 25, and I feel like my face is not looking like that anymore. In fact, I look down.
You thank your parents for good genes. You thank them when you get them. And
Does
you
that
say,
mean we
"Thanks,
need to do some
Mom,
Photoshop swapping of faces?
I don't know about that.
I can't do that.
I don't know about that.
Oh, this is weird.
No.
This is weird. At almost 10 past 10 at night in the UK. Craziness at JB Motorsports.
Oh me!
Hello.
How was Assetto?
Chaotic?
As
Checks
always.
Yeah. Very chaotic, I'd say. To a point where I described it like the Macau Grand Prix Formula Regional qualifying, which had 7 red flags.
That was insane.
Do you remember that one, Josh?
I do remember that one. I remember you having to leave and then leaving me with what was 5 minutes to go in the session. 2 hours later, I was still there, waiting for the end of the session.
Bloody hell.
It was a long one. Mr. Mike 998 in the YouTube chat asking, "Hi from Denmark, where is the top standings?" I've pressed them back so we can look at them. And we should really point out, if you're watching us on JBMotorsports YouTube and Twitch, welcome to you. But if you're listening to us on Downforce Radio, welcome to you. Pleasure to be with you for the whole 24 hours and for a lot more racing action in 2025. Me, Jess, and Jake, we all met up at Autosport. We went for dinner, actually, didn't we?
And Richie.
And Richie was there as well. Tom was there. But we went for dinner.
Yeah, we all went up. Sorry, carry on, Josh.
I am still annoyed that you met Dave Goddard before me.
And after the last day of Autosport, we all went to Wetherspoon.
Yeah, we all had dinner. And then the crazy thing was, actually, is that I left to get on the train. My train was 20 minutes after Jake and Lucy's. Last lap Lucy was there as well. And they left. And I then got my train. And it was about an hour later. And then who stands up next to me on the train and sits down for the next half an hour? Lucy! So we ended up on the same train at the end. Which was completely hilarious.
Honestly, I met Lucy for the first time at Autosport, and she's the most lovely human being on the planet. She's just amazing what she does.
Really is, and yeah. But does JT know the story? I don't think he does. Actually,
come on, tell him the story.
Jackson's back with us, so let me just get his camera on, and then I'll tell it. It's quite an interesting story here, and because this is our first broadcast really of the year, I know we had the 3 at Formula E.
We had Formula E.
Yeah, but that was sort of like that was the beginning one. This is the first one proper of the year. Me, Jess, and Tom were in the media centre at Autosport, and they were all wrapping up, and they said, "Does anybody want this banner?" And the banner was around about
an Autosport banner.
Yeah, it says it's Autosport International. It says it up and down 3 or 4 times, and it's about 9 foot when rolled up. And I said, "Well, I'll take it. I'm going back on the train, but I'll take it. It's easy." Thinking I could roll it up even smaller. No, I had to carry a 9-foot pole back from Birmingham to where I live, which is 4 hours away via train. And I just...
Oh my God. Did you manage it? I guess you managed it in the end, right?
I did.
Did you get any dirty looks?
Yeah, I got a couple.
Have you considered just not living in the UK?
Look, it's back home. It's in my hall at the moment, and it's coming into the commentary box soon to act as a curtain. But yeah, I took it back. But it's 9 foot tall, and I was just walking around, banging into everything.
Josh, you should use it. You should use it for any extra links you have to do for the Autosport review show.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Actually, we've got a couple to do. That edit, by the way.
While you were away, JB. The number 57 GTD car very nearly committed manslaughter and murdered someone. It wasn't anyone. It was Roger Penske. He very nearly ran over when he went into the pits and behind the wall.
Well, to be fair, I think a lot of people will be after Roger Penske after what he's up to at the moment with IndyCar.
When does IndyCar start again?
March.
Oh, we got a while to wait.
Yeah, we got ages to wait.
Is it March, JB?
I want Davin's opinion on this because, yes, I know there's a lot of controversy, but I have never been more excited considering everything that Fox is doing. All of you better have seen the Joseph Newgarden ad. We're apparently potentially getting a Pato one tomorrow for the AFC and NFC championships.
They got a lot of promos, haven't they?
Amped.
IndyCar is in a weird place. So, like, on the one hand, they are definitely taking the time to get the right investment, especially looking commentary and a couple other places. They're trying to move to a broadcast format that has fewer commercials but higher weighted commentary. So, like, they added Will Buxton, they added a few other folks, which is really, really good. The weird part about IndyCar is that, you know, it's a series where the owner also has a team invested, like, in such a blatant way that you're like, right? So on the one hand, exciting. On the other hand, whenever something benefits Penske, you're like,
Interesting.
The cars are accelerating because they have exited the corner and are on a straight.
The Indianapolis 500 is 500 miles long, but only 250 laps. That's because each lap is 2 miles.
okay, so but fair to Will Buxton though. So like he did a thing about that when he did the Drive to Survive interviews. They asked him lame questions.
Yeah.
And so he just answered them. And then now everyone's like, oh, you know, there's where the memes come from. But he's like, I hated it because what do I do? Not answer that?
Don't hate the player, hate the game, man. Like.
Exactly. They're like, what's qualifying for? What did he do? Pout? Like, you know, Google it. I'm not answering that.
Josh, I hate to be that guy, but isn't Indianapolis 2.5 miles, which means it's 200 laps?
That was.
Is it 200 laps?
That guy,
oh right,
I'm
yeah.
actually.
Sorry, my brain's going in Daytona 500.
I am now telling the mayor of Indianapolis and Matthew Owens will speak to you shortly.
Yeah. Hang on a minute. But isn't that
both on the phone?
So
We'll figure
for
it
all
out.
diplomacy's sake, you guys don't use miles very often, so it's okay.
No, we use miles.
If I had gotten,
the UK uses miles.
I was trying to give you an out.
No,
you don't
right,
want to
yes.
take me out.
Yeah,
You
it's,
go to war.
it's kilometers.
I'm trying to help you
we
out.
drive kilometers,
Okay.
it's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, Davin, we can go check the moon for any new landings really quick. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Right. Exactly.
Wait a minute. You guys believe in the? You guys believe in the moon?
That's funny. That's funny. Oh, that's right. Because for them, Wallace and Gromit, the moon's made from cheese. So I totally.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, God, I understand the lore. I read.
I do love a bit of Gorgonzola.
Okay,
I'm
no,
doing
Davin,
lines. Yeah, just
Davin.
straight over.
Davin, genuine question. When the Better Man trailer dropped, did you know who Robbie Williams was, or did you think it was just some funny-ass movie about a monkey trying to be a pop star?
Okay, so I knew who Robbie Williams was, and I thought it was a funny-ass movie. So I was like, but I was like of the 1% that thought it was funny for multiple reasons. So most people, I totally get it.
I did go on a full Robbie Williams tangent, and his music does unfortunately slap. But he is also a very confusing human being. So sorry, but not sorry to the British people.
Look, we may be thousands of miles away, but we just had a fist bump online. It's fine.
Yes, we did.
We just did.
But we also made Limp Bizkit, and nothing can top that objective. So
fair.
Well, guys, let me entertain you with a view on pit road.
Oh? Conquest Racing activities. So, Lawrence Vanthor, Kevin Estra, Nico Pino in a Porsche 123, which is a huge win for some really annoying people on the internet. Dane Cameron in the 99 is somehow up front right now. And I wish I had DJ right now, but we talk about kind of a journeyman, and look no further than Dane Cameron, former Honda factory driver, had a little bit of a stint with Penske during the Acura days back in kind of the end of the noughts, beginning of the 20s, then was there for the genesis, if you will, of the Porsche Penske program, and now finds himself in LMP2 machinery. Over to GTP, though, Nico Pino holding off Robert Frins in the 25, about a second between the two of them. And it has been, overall, guys, a fairly uneventful hour thus far.
Oh, now you've done it. Now you've gone and done it. Now we're going to be in for crashes, rainstorms, red flags, and all sorts.
Is that not what you want? Are you not entertained?
I don't want red
was like
flags.
2 seconds away from that.
Look.
I won't play it because we're on Downforce Radio as well, but there was a soundboard clip where
Josh.
with Le Mans in 2023, but I won't play it since we're on Downforce Radio.
Actually,
so I'll
actually, if we introduce it right, we probably could play it. Let's hear what Jess is on about. Now, this was back a couple of years ago at the Le Mans 24 hour.
I need to actually find the clip. I need to find the clip because the soundboard just says "cut off." So I need to find the actual clip.
Jess will find the clip.
Josh's hourly update?
Yeah, this is my version when I do it at Le Mans. I'll wait and I'll introduce it when Jess gets the clip.
Okay, I'll go and find the clip.
I can get it.
Oh, I found it. Right, hold on. Right, I need to get it on YouTube.
Just quickly, because the 25 is getting close to the 5. Now, this is over 3rd position. So, Robin Fry's trying to go to the inside of Nico Pino as well, coming down into the Le Mans chicane. They do not go side by side. The 5 Proton competition has the exit on the BMW as we come on to Speedway 3 and 4. Look at the amount of speed he's got. He pulls up to the high line and breezes round the outside. Now, is that for position? I sincerely hope it is. We cut to TV pictures a bit too late. Yes!
Well, that was nice.
Great move.
200 across the stripe. Tried selling Pino a dummy, and he kind of bought it. Both went wide through the Le Mans chicane, and he was able to just slingshot using the deeper line and get himself into this podium position.
You ready?
Yeah, so this is the clip. I'll introduce so you can play. This is what happened. This is not live. This was back in 2023 when we had a crazy Le Mans 24-hour race. And we were doing the hourly updates alongside Radio Le Mans. And this is what I had to say about that race. Chaos! Cars go back there. Cars go back here. Cars go fly. Everything's gone crazy. There's your hourly update. Yeah. That was about, what, 6 a.m.?
No, it was not 6 a.m. It was with 50. It was 15 hours and 50 seconds. 15 hours and 50 minutes to go.
Ah, okay.
That sounded like the 7 was off the limiter there going into the bus stop. I'm not entirely sure. He was holding it there in 5th or 6th, but he's for sure feathering the throttle, it sounds like, here. Trying to at least get some fuel mileage and use the draft of these LMP2 cars and GT cars to his advantage.
It did sound like it was off limit, wasn't it?
Yeah, just using a smidge of juice there on the back straight, but very much in stave mode right now. Not really in a rush. Again, he's got a rear gunner in the form of Kevin Estra, and that's a whole 8 seconds back from him.
So, because he crossed him after the line, it didn't count for the previous lap, but it has now confirmed on timing screens that Robin Fries has moved ahead of Pino as well. So I was doubting myself for a split second, but we did call it right. Our eyes do not deceive us. Sun setting.
So, I'll throw a goofy question in here since it's kind of quiet.
Don't say the
But if there
keywords.
was one manufacturer that you guys would want to see join IMSA or the Rolex 24, what would it be and in what class?
Ferrari.
Yeah, I was about to say Ferrari in the GTP class, yeah.
Can I throw it into, can I make it into a category of one that doesn't already have a hypercar or GT program?
Can I say Alpha? Can I say Alpha and GTD?
You absolutely can say Alpha, and that is stupid. That is stupid possible if Peugeot really wants to go do this, because you can just grab their prototype.
Yeah.
And just slap an Alpha badge on.
Red Bull.
With a power
LMP2.
Red Bull and LMP2 is shockingly possible, especially considering if if Max Verstappen wants to keep doing this, or if Red Bull wants to make a super team with, say, SVG and Connor Zilic again, very very possible.
SVG from NASCAR, right?
Yeah.
Tim Swift saying
Both of those guys, Red Bull drivers.
Well done, Jess.
Joe Samiega said, I feel Fox is really stepping up. If there's a Pato ad during the NFL Championships, nobody will say Pato who anymore. Mr. Mike 998 says Lundgaard, FTW. Tim Sue saying Porsche Penske. So Penske.
Porsche is already in the.
I think that was the joke, gang.
Yeah.
Tim did also say Kia, which we're
Kia would be
kind
good.
of getting, but not really getting, because Genesis.
Kia's a car brand.
Yeah, but it's sort of, but they can go in. They're coming in, aren't they? Would you say with the Genesis soon?
Audi already does have something, right? I might be wrong.
There is no way that Kia is entering racing.
Yeah,
Okay.
Kia's
Why
a
not?
joke, says Tim.
Why
So
not?
Tim was joking.
They TCR'd for a long time.
Yeah, they TCR'd. They were in Pirelli World Challenge forever with the Optima.
Forever. Yeah. So there is definitely a way that Kia's coming in racing. It's just what category do you want to put them in so they don't.
I want to go bang my head on a wall.
One of my friends, Kyle Keenan, actually was sponsored by Kia for a while. So he used to run their touring cars for a long time. So yeah, Kia.
Wow,
Kia
that's
will
cool.
do a thing.
I've got 3. Do you want my 3?
Go on.
Go on then.
Maserati in the
Yeah.
GTP.
Yes.
That
Yes.
has got to be done.
That's got to
We're best
happen.
friends. We're best friends. We can hang out forever now.
Yeah.
I love you.
Lola, they're coming back in.
Yes.
So Lola,
Yeah.
they're dipping the toe in.
Lola
similarly.
LMP2.
Yeah, Lola LMP2. And then I've forgotten the third. Oh, I've got it.
Well done.
Now I've got it, and it would be perfect to bring it back to GTP because this is having a resurgence, this car manufacturer. In the World Rally Championship, it's coming back as well. Lancia.
Yes.
Lancia would be insane, and they're a part of that Stellaris group. So if they wanted to, oh my god, if they wanted to do an IMSA debut,
Yeah.
or do the American market and not do Alpha, that would break racing, and I would be so here for it.
It would be confusing and arousing all at the same time.
No, absolutely.
Tim's.
I was
yeah,
gonna
go on.
do a weird one. I was gonna say Pagani because they've done 24 hours of Le Mans once and retired 10 laps in with gearbox issues. But I mean, we're getting V12s in the form of the Valkyrie. The Huayra R already kind of looks enough like it. I know it's loud, but you can slap mufflers on it. Why not just convert a Huayra R into a hypercar? Other than the fact that it costs literally like, God, what, $4.5 million a piece, and they're basically rolling wheels apart. But that's why I love them. So.
Do you know what's
So,
really
Jackson,
interesting?
I had Koenigsegg in GTD because I'd like to see them run a customer program. Because I think a Koenigsegg customer program would be exciting.
I feel like... Okay, but I feel like a Koenigsegg in GTD would be so insanely underpowered. It would be like the Group 4 Bugatti in Gran Turismo. It's like this car that's designed to go like 300 miles an hour, getting like
but
200 at the crank.
But the reason why I said that is imagine them trying to sell their cars to their road car customers, where they can brag they have a car that's more powerful than the race car. People would get all up on that.
But Davin, you could make that. I say this, but you and I both know damn well, if you own both a GT3 and a road-going version of like the same car, that's almost the case with like every single GT3 car. It's going to make less power.
But that's how the McLaren F1 GTR became a thing.
Yeah,
because McLaren didn't want to make a race car about it, and they told their road car customers, hey, if you go get 12 customers to make a racing car, we'll make a racing car for you. Please don't race our road cars, you'll ruin them. So that's what makes me think of Koenigsegg, same kind of general deal. Like, here, let me give you some race cars, and we'll dress you all up, and it'll be all real great. And,
Why has why did the Veyron never race?
super expensive.
It was so bespoke, yeah.
Yeah, I don't even know what you would put in there for like a customer program or like an engine program that wouldn't just make them go broke immediately. Like, no W16, please.
I mean, they had the, the minute they dropped the Vision Gran Turismo, I was like, we need this right now in Le Mans. I need it right now. But, I mean, that's a hard one to sell.
They had a racing car of the EB110 for a little while, but it was kind of They did, but it was kind of one of those ones that like customers couldn't really afford to run it because the idea of a Bugatti customer program was like beyond the pale, right? But yeah.
Just trying to think now of
kids in here are saying,
go on.
I've got some Ladas in here. Lada did race in Group B, albeit with a, I think it was a Alpha. Yeah. With I think it was a Alfa Romeo 128 engine. Did Group B rally with them?
Do you know what's missing? McLaren.
What?
McLaren are missing. I miss McLaren.
Yes, they are.
Well, one.
Did
they
McLaren
were
used to be in hypercar?
Not in hypercar.
They've
top tier
they
racing.
were in
they used to be
GTD.
GT3.
They had 2 cars in GTD last year. Both of those have kind of since gone kaput. So
yeah,
it's a
you had
shame
Inception
that
Racing and FAF last year.
McLaren I think only really does well when they have a completely privatized program. Like McLaren kind of McLaren's itself. Whenever it gets involved with its own racing program, they need a brand, like a team that can kind of run branded as something else and let them go racing while they take the spoils. Don't let McLaren run the racing program. Their cars will stay in the pits because they're the wrong color orange. Like it won't work out.
Wrong color orange.
That's a deep cut, Davin.
Wow.
Josh, that was the reason why Fernando Alonso didn't qualify for the 500.
Yeah.
Don't mind us just getting flash banged by the sun on the broadcast.
Time for me to say my absolute favourite joke at this time of night. Blinded by the light. I get to make that joke really.
Jackson, you had mentioned that thing about the PAF McLaren too, and they had that like carbon flannel livery too. There was rumor that they even struggled to get that on the car because McLaren wanted to McLaren it so badly
to sell it.
It's like a really crappy compromise to kind of get it to work, and then nobody really liked it. So, as much as I want to see them in the top flight of things, they need to just like have a Sham Smith or somebody else be like, "We trust you to do this for us. Please don't let us touch it. We'll ruin it." And then I think they'll be okay.
Yeah.
I know it's a different song and a completely different thing, but well, there is something about blinding lights, and well, it is Saturday. It is the weekend.
It is indeed the weekend.
Saturday! Saturday!
That's a clip.
We should have. We're just getting later. It's 10:30.
Welcome to the JB Motorsports Chaos Downforce Radio.
Yeah, hopefully. Well, to be fair, I've been told it's just as chaotic whenever the guys get on for Downforce Radio's broadcast anyway. So hopefully you all enjoy it.
That's absolutely fine then.
Yeah.
They're probably used to it by now.
They are, and if you're new for the ride, welcome, and we're delighted to have Downforce Radio on. Dane question again, do you know what car Nicky Tim is in? Thanks.
Mike, give me 2 seconds, bud.
We've got the entry list on the wall of the commentary box, just on the other side. Problem is, I tried to have my track map below my television monitor like I usually do, but because we've got a new monitor just below it this year, which is bigger so I can see the guys easier. Got my words messed up there. It wouldn't fit.
Nicky Thim in the 44 Magnus Racing Machine. That's with John Potter, Andy Lally, and Spencer Pompelli.
Pit stops coming for LMP2 as the leaders are coming in as well, and the ones at the back of the field. Cameron's at the front.
Beat me to it. I was so close.
Yeah, sorry.
That's JT's job.
I saw it on the timing screen. To be honest.
Well, JT's got to be faster then.
Battle for the lead in GTD Pro, guys. Within a second, the number 64 and the number 65. Two Fords battling it out.
The Ford
Mustangs. I would not expect too much fangs out action between those two right now. They're both exactly. I mean, it's exactly where Lawrence Van Thor and Kevin Estre are right now, just trying to coexist as we're watching this Forte Lambo work its way into the Le Mans chicane. Big hops there. It's running all the curve they want.
Hopping like a bunny.
I've got a point to say about the Ford Mustangs, by the way.
Yeah.
Isn't it amazing to see them 1 and 2 here in this at the moment? Because the last one they ever had in this class was in general was in 2020.
Oof, was it really?
I think so, yeah.
Yep. According to the media guide, one of the Ford Mustang GT3s, their last win was in 2020.
Another battle brewing in GTD Pro, guys, as well. This is battle for third. It is the number 3 GTD Pro and the number 9 Lamborghini and Chevy.
Let's add a little bit of context to these Ford Mustangs, by the way, because this was actually a car that's almost a decade in the making. Ford wanted to go back to Le Mans to commemorate the 50th anniversary of 1966 when they went and won with the GT40. And they wanted to kind of do it with the global launch of the Ford Mustang, which was going on exactly at that time when you guys over in the UK were getting them, when they were starting to be sold in Japan and all over the world. So they actually went over to Multimatic and was like, hey, can you guys make this, a GTE? GTE was the regs at the time. And they tried to work with Multimatic to get that to happen. And, I mean, the car was just too chunky and too heavy to really be competitive in GTE regs. So Multimatic kind of threw in the towel on that, but they said, we've put this much time in the sim, we don't want this to be a write-off. Let's just make a bespoke car. And Ford was like, what, like another Ford GT? And they were like, yeah, like another Ford GT. And they were like, okay.
It
and that thing ended up winning Le Mans class in 2016, winning Daytona in 2017. And now, obviously, the newer Mustang is obviously improved in and of itself, but it's got to work with a much more liberal set of regulations in GT Daytona.
Jackson and Brandon, we never talked about Mazda. Having Mazda in there would be nice.
Oh
we need Mazda back.
The pile-up in the Mazdas was funny.
The big one at Daytona, and it's not even the Daytona 500.
Yeah,
Gavin.
I was just like, how could they make a pile-up with these cars? It never happens. We expect it in like NASCAR, but not Mazdas.
That's an iRacing start right there, baby.
Wasn't that the biggest ever Mazda MX-5 crash in number of cars involved?
I can't say what I'll say, otherwise I'll get cancelled. So.
I'm just gonna say Zoom. So, if gap cars or Zoom.
Say
This joke is for Davin Sturdivant and only Davin Sturdivant, but my brain just instantly went to when we tried doing the big grid at Suzuka.
Send it in manager's chat, Josh.
Alright, what I will say is, it's not the biggest crash I've ever seen of a Mazda MX-5, because I have seen...
There's been bigger.
Yeah, certainly outside somewhere you would go to have something... use scissors.
Oh, God.
And this is genuinely the truth.
Mazda has had a few false dawns with trying to make prototype racing work. So, like, that's kind of why I'm like, man, it would be nice if they could invest for long enough and not try to do a Sky Active diesel.
Great big Crawley. Love it.
Right, we cut to cars in the infield when we have an LMP2 fight battling round slower cars around the International Horseshoe.
And we have a battle for the lead in GT3 Pro.
NASCAR, everybody. That's their production for it as well. We now look at that battle between Prio and Olsen as well. So Prio, who...
Wait, is NASCAR producing this?
IMSA is a division of... They're owned by the same people.
They're owned by NASCAR.
Really? Ah,
Yeah.
did not know that.
Which is why everybody goes, ah! With the TV picture quality.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny too, because like NASCAR gets a bunch of flack by like, oh, we can't go left, even though like a quarter of their race schedule is road courses, so we'll ignore that. But it's funny how like they don't really do any cross branding between the two series to get like NASCAR fans to pay attention. You think one or two teams would grab a commonly known NASCAR livery on a car, even if it was just close enough, and just be like, look at that.
So they could get IMSA fans to like NASCAR and NASCAR fans to like IMSA.
Yeah, but what's even weirder is the fact is that there is no crossover events between NASCAR and IMSA, but there's two for IndyCar. That's the weirdest. You've got Detroit and you've got... Where's the other one? Long Beach. There's two crossover for IndyCar.
What's even weirder is
Oh
that
yeah, it runs at the same weekend, doesn't it?
Yeah, and what's weirder is you don't have a lot of driver crossover between your full-time NASCAR drivers and your IMSA drivers, which you will between other series. Because, or they'll grab folks from IMSA for their road course specialists and drop them in for those particular races because they know that flow of racing much better.
Just quickly, any seniors on the track with their turn signals flashing? A couple.
What?
Ben Keating is one. That's coming through. George asks, I know it's unrelated with this, but what's your opinion on Spa not being on the F1 calendar in 28 and 2030? Abysmal.
Absolutely diabolical.
We need
It's
Spa.
absolutely diabolical.
Look.
Oh, okay, so I probably will be the only person that's on the opposing side to that. I say you either get some Spa or you get no Spa at all.
I'd rather have, have all Spa.
No, because like Spa on rotation actually keeps it so that Spa becomes affordable so that you can continue to have Spa. If Spa goes broke because no one shows up, then you get no Spas. Because some
Spa
Spas
is one of the best.
Yeah, he's got a point now.
I know
has a point.
I know how you feel about it, because like emotionally, I want a lot of things to happen, but financially, if no one's going, then like, what do you do?
Look, I want
It's a shame. It's a shame that no one goes to it.
Yes.
Look,
yeah.
I know.
Well, it's in the middle of nowhere, so that's kind of hard. RDs are cool, but it's like, you got Formula E now where you can go and see things in the city. You've got a lot of, online things where you can see things from your phone. So trying to get people out to the racetrack, like, it breaks my heart too. But I get it.
British touring cars, you could actually go to the pit lane.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Right. That's the other challenge that actually Spa has been having is that like IndyCar, IMSA, a lot of those other sports car racing series, the fans can get more value per dollar for a lot less going there. So now, when you compare it to a Formula 1 Grand Prix, where you barely get any money, and then there's just a certain ticket that none of us can afford, it's hard. But I still want Spa, so I can take 2 years of not having it. Because it'll make it feel more special when it does come back. It'll be a huge hype train that we haven't had Spa for a whole year. Versus no Spa after 2028 because they went broke.
Yeah.
Like that would suck.
Look, there is another theory that's knocking around, is that Spa's not on the calendar in 2028 because we might be going to Zandvoort because 2028 is the last year of Max Verstappen's contract. So if Max decides to retire from Formula 1, Zandvoort could come back on for Max's big goodbye at Zandvoort and everyone get loads of money. But if Max then signs a 2-year contract until 2030, then they can do it in 2030. So there's a lot of thinking around the paddock right now that's why Spa's not on the calendar. And it
That's
may,
a good idea.
Yeah, it may actually turn out that Spa will be on the calendar in 28 and 30, but it all depends on when Max Verstappen decides to retire.
2 hours in, hourly update, go.
It is now time for the hourly update with JB Motorsports.
Quick on the trigger there, and so quick.
bad.
Equally has been Will Stevenson in the 27 for Aston Martin. He holds the lead right now in GTD in a rather uneventful field right now. Parker Kligerman taking the wheel of that Forte Lambo, putting 18 seconds back right now, holding back the 120 right racing machine of Golvin and Kirchhoffer. In GTD Pro, it's Mustang 1-2 once again, Seb Prio and Mitch Olsen, ahead of Mapelli in that Pfaff Lamborghini and Antonio Garcia in the Corvette. Very important update here as we've got the race within a race once again, as NASCARgasm on Twitter is offering $200 to the first individual to ride the Ferris wheel on the world famous Daytona infield. And once again, for the second year in a row, it will in fact be Madison Snow, the driver of that Paul Miller Racing BMW, who was the first one to do a full lap around the Ferris wheel after debriefing. When asked for a quote afterwards, he was like, yeah, it was cool, I guess. LMP2, Dane Cameron leads overall in the 91, almost a minute on Nick Bull, and the rest of the field still pretty packed up behind them. And it is Porsche party up front in GTP. Lawrence Van Thor, Kevin Estra holding off the duo of BMWs. That's Robert Frinz. And for the first time in BMW GTP history, Kevin Magnussen behind the wheel of the 24.
Well done.
That was seamless, guys. Seamless teamwork.
Davin throwing out the dollar for excitement play as well, says Larry Foster as well, coming in.
It's a big deal, man. Like, as a racing fan myself, like, you gotta give me something for my money. And so, you know, any series that makes it so that, like, the first time I went to IndyCar, I got to go say hi to Joseph Newgarden and, like, didn't have to cry about it. It was great. Like, you could just be like, hi, Joseph Newgarden. He go, hi, random citizen, and you get a high five. Like, that was worth it for the whole ticket price. And I got a whole bunch of other racing on top of it. Where if you go to a Formula One race, it's like I get to sit on that grassy grass and see the cars drive by as I'm on my phone.
I'm so glad you didn't say grassy knoll, because that's not the time to be talking about grassy knolls when the Kennedy files have been released.
Wow. Wow.
We are not even a quarter into this race, Joshua.
Guys, I think it's time to go away from that, and I think it might be time for...
It's now time for your JB Motorsports weather update.
Right,
with
end
JT.
of hour 4, and we are down 1 Fahrenheit, 0.6 degrees Celsius on the air temperature, down to 54 Fahrenheit, 12.2 degrees Celsius. Temp continues to drop significantly as the sun is setting. It's down to 66 Fahrenheit, 18.9 degrees Celsius. Humidity 70%, up 4%. Wind has died down. It's down 7 miles per hour, only 3 miles per hour from the infield weather center. Wind gusts is down 5 miles per hour to 12 miles per hour as well. Sunset in 13 minutes time. We are tracking a cell to the south with a very, very low chance of it hitting Daytona. That is your weather update at the end of hour 4.
Right, can you give me like a warning? Because I need to refresh the page to get the latest one on. Because it takes a while. So the number 7 Porsche's coming in, and are they having issues? Because they're refueling the car and they're cleaning up the vents. That's good. That's good. They're just checking the tyres as we go. Sure, I am biased, but I got Lundgaard for Indy 2025. Oh, good shout. Actually, have Christian Lundgaard.
That is not a bad move.
Tim saying Ferrari is throwing things in their pit because Ford Mustang is kicking the prancy horse. Larry says, great job, Jackson.
Still plenty of racing to go, Tim.
It's going to be cold tonight. It is going to be very cold tonight as well. Joe
Hey, we got the
Samiego.
super chat.
Joe Samiego says, love the hourly update and weather reports, and has put $20 in the super chat. Thank you very much to Joe Sammy.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Joe. Bands on bands on bands.
With that, we get to do events as well. Everybody thinks, oh, all the money goes to my own pocket. No, all the money literally goes to getting events and getting JB Motorsports trackside to places and buying people equipment.
Yeah, you're getting more, getting a few more people as well.
Yeah, exactly that as well.
Yeah,
Thank you,
all
Joe.
of the money doesn't go into JB's pocket. It goes to events and tortures me because I decide to go alongside with JB as well.
Yeah. And then I make him hold the mic.
And car 93 continuing slowly from turn 6 has just popped up on the monitor, and that money also gets put to events where spin! That's the number 8.
LMP2 exit of turn
LMP2
exit of Speedway 1. So that's coming on.
That's
to
John
the Monero.
I can't even pronounce his name.
John Ferrano.
Does another one stop?
And,
the 93.
That's the 93 stop.
Alex Palou has come to a stop in the 93 mile shank
That's
racing.
my pick a winner.
And that is
that is JT's pick a winner.
Prepare for full course caution.
Yep.
There it is.
Full course yellow is out.
I feel like Meyer Shank needs like a save ritual. They need some
Oh my God. Someone has
every
taken
year.
all of their bad luck, doubled it, and given it to Meyer Shank Racing.
Yeah, instead of doubled it, they just gave it back to them. Like,
So if you picked them for your pick a winner, then sorry, you're not gonna get any pick a winner points.
Joe, can I change back to my old pick a winner, please? Thank you.
My pick a winner's still here, but it's probably not gonna
yeah.
happen now. But you never know.
Gavin, I want to switch to the onboard again really quick because it looked like Polo had some kind of insert like next to the jaw in his helmet. Get your head up, bud. There it is. I'm trying to figure out what that little like black insert is on the right side of his helmet. If you saw that,
I did very well. Someone help.
Oh, it's a high voltage problem.
This'll be.
It might have been the
battery
electrical
went.
issues we were discussing. Yeah.
Yeah, we discussed your grid network, and Jackson also discussed it in the pre-show, in the JB Motorsports pre-show as well.
Now
it's got to be a high voltage problem, and Acura.
2 seconds,
I
Jess.
said Acura. Sorry,
we're gonna hear from it. So he's hit the curb, exited turn 6. It died.
Completely separate incident, and it just gives out on him.
And I did say Porsche and the BMW were the only engine manufacturers that were having issues, and we were starting to get worried about the others like the Corvette, the Lamborghini, and the Acura. And yeah, so that is their race done.
Right,
They are touching the car, so the car is safe.
Yeah, let's listen. He's trying to refire it now. Selecting down to neutral.
We did have this problem last year.
Did you catch that at the end? The little burr.
We did.
It's got no drive.
That's the very similar sound to what the Huracan and the R8 make during the downshift, Davin.
Yeah, but that could also be fuel pump. It could be several things.
Yeah.
Right. So
It might not be high voltage, but we'll probably get a report on it too.
Ooh, guys,
Lights.
look at the back left on the geometry. That looks like
yeah
something might be knocked loose on the suspension back there. I'm not too sure.
It doesn't. It's not.
We'll see when it gets rolling, but it might be something suspension-wise.
He did go wide.
Did he wall ride? Did he hit someone?
He didn't stop that way though. Like suspension, you see a lot of wobbling and bouncing and like a lot of that, right? It just kind of died. It's almost like going over a curb to strip a connection loose.
Yeah, you heard it. You heard it die as well.
Hang on. Let's see when they start pulling it. The AMR safety crew is gonna pick up the slack. Here we go. It starts pulling away. Let's watch the rear. It's the rear right we're looking at. Is there any damage there? Come on, pick up the slack, and they're just waiting. The guy gets in the car. Here we go.
It's hard to tell that.
Just look at how much that's cambered in. It
It's
must
broken.
have either clipped something or
yeah.
Yeah,
on some
it
kind
didn't
of wheel
look
rub.
right.
That's not normal.
Do you want to know the funny thing is? Do you want to know when the last full course yellow was?
2 hours ago.
2 hours ago.
Yeah. Right, confirmed. Sorry, just all cars pack up, and the commence pass around. So they're passing around now, but they're going to condense the field to one safety car, not the two. So everyone's going to back up together. And that 93, it is a broken rear right suspension. So it's gone over the curb, and the wheel's gone, and it's out of queue a little bit, and it's died as well. I think it's a bit of both, to be fair.
It's a cluster, basically.
Yeah.
That's going to be a bit of an issue then.
I'd say that's out of the race.
I'd say that's out of the... Look, I'm looking at the time screen that I've got. Even though it's the 63, it doesn't say it's officially retired. It still says it's in the pits, but I don't believe that.
Retired, Josh. Jess, sorry.
Yeah. Right. It's just my timing screen haven't updated. So
is the 11 officially?
Officially retired on Alcamau.
Yeah.
Right, okay, cool.
If you're watching us on JB Motorsports, the top screen it says retired just one. So no official retirements just yet. On the other side, so
Josh.
safety cars out. Go on, JT.
Just a note for when we get to the next hourly update and you decide not to refresh the weather. The weather update is very close to following the hourly update, so you're welcome. That's on you.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Actually,
Gavin, what's up?
If you're Meyer Shake, I think the only thing you can say is like the weight of Alex Palou's extreme talent broke the car. It's got to be that.
Oh, absolutely.
That's only.
That's the sole one.
Yeah, that's my only professional opinion. There is that the weight of a multi-time IndyCar champion just made the car bend in protest because of things.
Do you want to know the funny thing? The actual safety car is a Acura. And
But it
guess
doesn't have
who
that
had
flow
an
in
issue?
it, so it doesn't have the
Acura.
weight. See? No.
What video feed are we seeing?
I mean,
IMSA TV on YouTube. Yeah. Go on.
Yeah, for international,
if you're
it's
in
not on
America,
America.
though, you're gonna have to get on Peacock or NBC or something else.
Peacock, if you want to watch it uninterrupted.
VPN.
But I think it's on USA Network at the moment.
Thank you, Jackson. Yeah, just got a bit of a tickle there. Bit of a North throat.
Yeah.
Bless you, Josh.
It was a bit of a annoyed. Go on.
I've got a perfect soundboard to play for that.
Right, go on, Jackson.
Davin, can we also call this maybe the curse of the deflated tires again, or the tire pressure curse?
Don't be
again.
mean. Don't be mean. They apologize. Don't be mean.
I know they apologize,
but don't be mean. Yeah.
And had it not been for that disqualification, they would have separated with Acura as IMSA champions that year.
Well, so I say that all has been forgiven because they came back, right? With a company like HRC and the fact that they were willing to tell on themselves, kind of talk highly of the company culture of that brand. And the fact that they were willing to say, look, we know what happened. We know it was an individual person. We know what we've already talked about. Let's just not talk about it anymore. Really lends to, Honda Acura's strength of the brand, right? So, like, I feel bad for them because I always want to make that joke every time. But then I'm also like, but they forgave you.
Yeah.
Right? So that's something.
Just stepping out for a
Race
drink.
leaders in
Refresh.
the pits, both of the BMWs, Robert Frintz, Kevin Magnussen, Scott Dixon, everybody's coming in now. LMP2, Dane Cameron, Nick Bull, Luis Perez Compunk, Daniel Goldberg, and Kevin Estre joining as well.
Hey, Jackson, I have a trivia question for you. For the 25 and the 26, or no, 24 and the 25 GTD, the BMWs, are the LCD grills different colors? One of those is purple.
Do you know
one
the
different
answer
color?
to this?
No, I don't. That's why someone's supposed to help me out.
I want to say one is white, one is purple. The big difference is, one of the big differences is obviously the banners, and 25 is black, 24 is white. Someone who might know a little bit more about the Hondas, though, is the Honda Academy driver who just joined us. He's driven SRO equipment across the board, and he even had a little bit of seat time in the Acura NSX GT3. He's best known right now as being a HRC esports driver, driving in iRacing and a ton of other stuff. It's Kyle Lowe. Kyle, welcome.
Thanks for having me.
How much have we been watching thus far? I know you've had a busy day so far, but what have you made of the race so far?
Yeah, honestly, this is like my first time just tuning into the race all day. I've been kind of like on a break from racing until this point because I did 2 back-to-back 24 hours of Daytona on iRacing, which was a blast. We won one of them in GT3, and we came in 8th place in our GTP run, so that was a really, really fun time. But yeah, it's looking exciting for the race so far. It seems like we have a full course gala going on, so that should shake things up for all the fields. And I'm really curious to see how the teams play with the hands they've been dealt.
Bad news is that is at the cost of one of the Acuras, Alex Palou, in one of the Mike Shank machines in the trying to remember the number right now, but in the Meyer Shank Acura machine came to a halt. We believe it's because of either some kind of technical gremlin with the hybrid system, but also something looked off tilt with the right-left suspension. So still a lot of unknowns right now, but that will be our 3rd retirement of the race. Just over 4 hours in, welcoming everybody who is tuned in so far. Some 100 and some of you. Oh my God. Jackson Lambros here, just joined by Kyle Lowe, but still here with Jess Ball, Josh Turner, Davin Sturdivant, and Josh Bursch.
Hello.
I didn't know how to end it there.
Yeah,
but we're doing good, and the GTs are in.
Jackson, I absolutely love how you left JB to the last. Yeah, you're definitely out of a job, JB.
Hang on a minute. Hang on. As I say many a time here, I have so many different series that I dip my toes into. IMSA, yeah, we cover the Rolex 24, but everything else, I'm only doing a couple more. This is Jackson's baby he wants to do. He's got it, and I'll just do the shouty bits. Anyway, I like
it's no longer
this.
Joshua Birch Motorsports, it's now JBSports Motorsports.
Hey.
Wait, what?
Hey, I'll have you know that if anything happens to me, God forbid,
it's Megan.
Megan takes over.
Yeah.
Funny story about Megan, actually. Her laptop has broken a bit.
Dead.
Yeah. So she bought.
Just a bit.
Just a bit. So it keeps freezing and restarting itself. I think I fixed it, but I'm not entirely sure. I've had to completely reset it, but keep her files. So I think I fixed it, but I don't know.
God.
I won't know till Monday when I can actually get my hands on it.
God. We have to cover clashes.
It's now
But-
10:58 p.m., 5:58 p.m. Eastern. The sun has officially set.
Lovely.
Ooh,
So
night race. Exciting stuff.
Go.
Megan has brought a new laptop today, which is exactly the same but bigger screen. And I literally said to her when we were setting it up, "There you go, Megan, and here's your old one fixed." And the face she looked at me was that of, "I'm going to kill you." So, yeah. But I'd rather have it.
She has 2 laptops.
Yeah, I said to her, "Megan, I'd rather you have a laptop that you know is 100% going to work when you're writing all your important university work than a laptop that could freeze and you lose everything in 5 minutes."
Yeah.
So, yeah. So,
you use the one that's freezing for the backup comms.
That's exactly what I'm up to. But also, it means, as we've worked out, when I go away now, I get another laptop. Yay. Don't have to borrow
Final
JT's
wave by
and
going
Jess's.
on here, but
And you don't have to
really
use an
quickly,
iPad.
Yeah. Go on, Jackson.
Sorry, Jackson.
Really quickly before we get started, Kyle, I want you to really quickly share your story because we've talked about this before, and I think in your own words you described it as the most anime way someone could possibly get into racing, and I would love for you to share your story really quickly with everyone.
Oh, of course, Jackson. Yeah, the way I got into racing is pretty similar to a lot of pro drivers. It starts with go-karting, but the way I got into go-karting was really unique. So when my family and I moved up to the Bay Area for high school, because my dad got a new job, we were just looking for schools around, and we found this one school the headmaster's a huge NASCAR fan, and because he's the headmaster, he gets to decide whatever he wants to do for school. So he decided to add go-karting racing, of all things, to one of his PE programs. So I signed up for that. It costs money, obviously.
We need to go to that school.
I wish that school still ran the go-karting program, but unfortunately the track closed down.
Boo.
But that's where I really found something that I really wanted to do for my life. I really wanted to race go-karts. I wanted to drive fast, and one thing my headmaster noticed was I loved driving, but my grades were horrible. So he came up to me one day and said, "Kyle, your grades suck, but you're really good at driving. So here's the proposition I have for you. If you can get passing grades by the end of this semester, I will not kick you off the racing program.
Oh.
But if you do pass your classes, I'll give you a scholarship for karting until you graduate." So this was before the times where ChatGPT existed. So the fact that I was able to get passing grades by the end of that semester was actually legit impressive.
So that was
and-
so you were quite lucky then.
Quite lucky. A little bit of skill involved there. I'd say it's a 90 and 10 skill luck ratio. 90% of the luck just being that I was able to find this school with racing as a program in the first place. If it weren't for that school, I never would have been in this industry.
That is brilliant. I know in the UK they're starting to do esports degrees and esports courses in colleges and universities now, and further education, which I think is pretty cool.
Yeah, I think it's fantastic how there are more and more IRL opportunities budding from esports success, both virtual and real. It's really cool to see how. Yeah, there is racing prodigy. My friend David Dalton is qualified for Williams Esports to race in the Radicals, and he's kicking butt.
Oh yeah, I've just seen that. That's fantastic.
Yeah, it's really cool to see these stories. And then the Gran Turismo movie as well.
What?
Johnny Palmer is just joined the commentary box. My dad has the same laptop as him.
Great minds think alike.
Yes.
And back to what I was talking to you about the Gran Turismo movie too. That story of Jan Martinborough finding an IRL opportunity through Gran Turismo. That's another really, really cool story that's just now resurfacing.
Yeah, and I mean, if you ask any of the diehard, whether it's sim racing fans or car fans, Jan's story has deserved a movie forever, and it was really cool to see that finally get representation. I think you look at some of these other guys that are like up and coming. You look at Suelio Almeida. Dude was teaching piano at 23 and just decided to get into sim racing, got a G920, and got to the point where he could coach, real life, not just esports, but coach real life driving. So the pipeline is, as you know, Kyle, it's now a very, very real thing.
Yeah, 10 years ago, it seemed to be an impossible dream, but now with the industry and the technology evolving more and more, and people are getting more creative on what resources they have at their disposal, becoming a racing driver is a very real possibility for just about anyone, as long as you play your cards right and you stay focused on your goals.
Yeah.
I'll throw you this also, because we obviously just had one of the cars you've driven in real life be added to your baby iRacing, the NSX GT3. I know the seat time there is limited, but how much of a mental carryover kind of can be obtained? What was the similarities from the sim version to the, shall we call it, the meat dimension version of that car?
Honestly, the setups were so different on the real life version versus the iRacing fixed version. And even when my team and I, my esports team and I, tuned around with the setup, the car still feels really different, because the Academy setup was really designed for us to not lose control of the car so easily.
Right.
It's super under series, super stable, very predictable car. But then the iRacing variant, when I jumped into it for the first time, I spun out every single outlap. I just could not figure the thing out for a few weeks. Because that's what the car is designed to do in competition. It's supposed to be nervous on all these entries and mid-corner phases, because you want to get that thing pointed as fast as possible. And some of the pro guys who I've met, they talk about how a typical racing line for the NSX is kind of a V-shaped line. It's really point and shoot. which is exactly what we're seeing out of iRacing. But for the Academy, the car was set up a little differently. We got gentleman drivers sharing the car with us as well. So they wanted to make sure that the car was safe for everyone, including myself, because I've never driven a GT3 ever in my life, and it was a new experience. But at the same time, like, I would wrestle a freaking crocodile to drive that car again. It was so awesome.
Obviously, though, good amount of time in the Civic TCR and also the Civic SI TC America version.
Damn,
Yeah, the Civic.
Yeah.
You know, the Civic on iRacing actually does feel a lot like the real car.
Really?
That was my very first impression when I drove it for the first time on the sim. Just from the feedback that I got from my wheel, it was spot on, and I think I've sim raced enough at that point to where my eyes translate to both the sim and in real life. Because before, you know, I didn't sim race as much. I did much more real racing than sim racing, and I drove off of what I feel out of my butt. But after picking up sim racing, starting with Gran Turismo, it really taught me how to use my eyes more than my butt. And I think that really does take your driving to the next level, because now your brain is just using so many more tools. You know, your vision is the most important tool you have when you drive, and sim racing is there to really nourish that strength that you have.
Coach Davin, eyes over butt. How's that sound?
Your hands follow your eyes, so that's also a big deal, right? You're moving from the reaction area of your butt feel, which is the last thing you get, to your hands and your eyes, to the first thing you get. Now you can stay on top of the car, you can stay on top of the wheel. It's a lot easier rather than making, you know, basically butt feel corrections, which is like, I've already done the slip angle, I've already committed to the turn in. Did I do it right?
I hate to be that guy, but we are at the final stage of a caution.
Yeah,
they are class.
That's great.
missing.
I'm just going to let the two coaches talk in the corner really quick because this is brilliant. Keep going.
No, I mean, look, I have a background in competition karting too, right? I raced tags for 15 years. I raced more regional stuff kind of up in the Pacific Northwest, and then raced down here. And then, of course, Jackson, you know, I do a lot of sim coaching online for a lot of grassroots drivers. But I mean, vision is a huge thing, right? Like, most folks don't maximize the use of the biocomputer in their brain because they're looking at the wrong things. And so then when it comes to trying to get the car in the right place, trying to make sure that you can feel it out, if you're not looking in the right place, then you're just kind of, you know, disadvantaging yourself. So what Kyle's saying, Jack's spot on.
I hate to be that guy, but the lights have just gone out.
It is now, yes, lights are out on the Liquid Death / Magneto / I don't know, it's gold and it's black, and we can do a lot of comparisons there, safety car. Maybe not Magneto.
Wow.
Elon Musk is looking at that car thinking, yeah.
And James Hinchcliffe and Townsend Bell are in their respective Rolex 24 cars going into the start.
Right, class.
This is going to be exciting.
We've still got some wild contenders if you take a look down at the infield section as well. So they're not bunched up, and some coming out of Speedway 2. So not going to be 100% on the restart. Lawrence Van Hulst has regained control of the number 7 of the Porsche Penske Motorsport. So he's alongside then Felipe Drugovich coming out there. Let's see what he can do. Night has fallen. Lights on all around the circuit, looking to the gantry for the 3rd time. It's green flag racing here at Daytona. Drugovich immediately going with Van Hulst straight down towards turn 1. Not going to waste any time. Looks to the outside. Robin Fryns coming back through. Right round the outside. Here comes the BMW. Kevin Magnussen not wasting a second. Already trying to have a battle with Kevin Erstray for 4th position as we come into the infield. Look at Drugovich. Round the outside. Look up for the pair of them. They run in a bit too deep. Drugovich gets the exit. Round the outside. Puts the power down. Side by side. BMW and Kevin Erstray as well, coming through and into the lead of the race goes Felipe Drugovich ahead of Lawrence Van Hulst as it comes down into turn 6. BMW as well, and Fryns coming back in. He's lost a position now to Erstray. Now they're side by side again, and Dixon takes 4th position. BMW forcing him off. And back up the inside comes Dixon, takes 3rd place. BMW's dropping back even further as they come on to the banking once more. Dramatic restart, Jackson.
The other OEMs have finally really brought the fight here. We've been waiting for Cadillac and Acura to kind of bring the fight to the BMWs and the Porsches. and it's finally happened. You need to use these restarts to kind of capitalize, Kyle, and that's exactly what Dragovic and Dixon have done.
Breaking.
Absolutely, there's so much stuff going on at that restart. It was just hard to process everything at once, but really impressive moves from Dixon there to find his way back up to third place in the Acura. That just might be my biased opinion since I'm an Acura man myself, but yeah,
Right.
really awesome stuff. I wish we would have seen more of that GT3 restart though in the GTD and GTD Pro field, because there's a lot of action going on back there as well.
Still not over in
Already a shuffle
GT2.
at the restart, already a shuffle further back is more pressure for the BMWs. Almost 3 wide into turn number 1 as Robert Frins has to make the outside work here.
Yeah, and Kamui Kobayashi now in the 40 car, trying to go on the inside of the 24 of Magnussen. These two raced each other in Formula 1 for a very short time, and still side by side together back in the 2014 season with Kamui down in K2. Kevin was at his debut season with McLaren, only the one podium back in Australia. Magnussen didn't get the better exit there, and now Nicolo Pino is coming down through, and there at the inside the 5 goes back through as well, taking to that's Nicolo getting ahead of Kamui Kobayashi.
Lock up there for that car going into the
Can't
West
see it.
Horseshoe. I believe that was number 5, was it?
Ooh, car 80, violation of the GTD stint energy requirements, and it's a 100-second stop-go penalty.
Ow.
That's the car that had the double drive-through as well in the previous stint.
6 and 7.
Can they just... I swear they have really bad luck. Anyway, carry on.
Yeah, the 6 and the 7s are side by side as well. So that's Kevin Estre getting ahead of Lawrence Van Horth. But that means that Dixon must have been up in second position. I haven't seen Jake Dixon take second in the Maya Shank Racing.
Dixon?
Sorry, Scott Dixon. That's my Formula E brain. I keep doing that several times a year. I haven't seen Scott take it, but either way, it's happened. And now BMW under pressure further back as well. Yeah, Dixon's in second, Estre third, Van Holt down to fourth, and now side by side further back as we come across the line. BMW battling with the 40. So this is Kobayashi battling with Robin Fright, and
Magnussen.
Fright stays ahead. Is it the 25 or the 24? I can't see. It's the 25 car. It's Fright battling with Kobayashi. Dixon's ahead of them.
Oh, my bad.
So I can barely see.
Kobayashi to the inside here through the horseshoe. Gonna force Prince to take the long way around, puts him where the marbles are very much inhabited right now.
Timing tower
And
can't
a great
keep
move
up.
for Kobayashi, gets to the back of his former IMSA teammate, Scott Dixon.
Right, let's do it. And battling still as Kobayashi right at the back of Scott Dixon. Yeah, I was in Formula E mode. I haven't said Scott Dixon's name in about 4 or 5 months. Kobayashi trying to go around the outside, locks up on the outside left. Dixon goes in a bit too deep. 48's having a go there on the inside line of the 65, gets ahead. That's about off a second in class. Overall, in the GTDs, that's the leads. That's Christopher Miles in the 65 Ford, losing out to the 48 of Paul Miller Racing. Meantime,
That's the GTD Pro, Josh.
that's the leaders, yeah, at the front. So now, meantime, did we see that overtake in GTP?
Timings are trying to catch up with itself, but it's very difficult as we're seeing. Oh, these GTD classes are just so tight. We've got a battle for the lead between Crone and number 65.
Yeah. And I still can't tell if we saw... Yeah, Kamui Kobayashi's ahead of Dixon. He made that move.
And it's not updating. Lovely stuff.
Felipe Massa's in the 74, guys.
Okay,
Yes,
Jackson.
he is.
Hey!
Those BMWs have been waiting for the right time to turn the wicks up, and now they've decided now is the time. Chris Miles in the 65, losing that lead to Jesse Krohn. Connor DeFilippi in that defending championship #1 Brian Miller Autosports machine. All BMW up front for GTD Pro, kind of filling in where they left off at GTP.
Into the braking zone. This is the race leader, Dragovic, with Kevin Estre just behind him. I'd love to know what the state of play is here. Do you sit behind and get the toe, save some energy, or do you continue pushing? At this rate, the 31s, as the cooler track temperature's coming, the lead of the race looks to be more treacherous. It is twitching around everywhere.
And we're starting to see mistakes could happen in the night time because the references will
Here
be
we
different.
go.
So here we go then.
Kevin Estre to the high line, down to the Le Mans chicane. Djokovic has the inside. He's not going to be able to defend this. And into the lead goes Kevin Estre. So Porsche back to the front. Jackson, it's turning everywhere in our 6th stage of the night.
Was a risky move there, Kyle. I mean, I don't know if I would have the guts to do that at this point in the race, going that late into the Le Mans chicane, trying to make the outside work there on the anchors, but he gets it done.
Yeah, if I were in Kevin's position on that restart after that first lap, sitting in second place isn't the end of the world. This does give you a good opportunity to fuel save because you have the benefit of the slipstream as well as building up that battery energy and getting some power back, so that you do have an advantage in the later stages. It looks like Kevin wasn't interested in that kind of game, and he just wanted to go for that lead.
So, Dane Cameron's got the lead in the fast lap in LMP2. GTD is the battle with the 48 now in the lead of that. Who has the running order in GTD? It's the number 120 car with Goufan at the wheel. Unless I'm very much mistaken. No, I am right. First in class on that running order.
Still that Right Motorsports Porsche.
Right Motorsports look like they are in the right position to win from pole.
Yes.
Where's the Iron Dames got up to? 83. They are off my screen at the moment. There they are. They're ninth in class.
Sitting in P9 in GTD.
Yeah.
Daddy battle further back. Kobayashi with a good run on Drugovich. We'll take it to the high side by side, going into the Le Mans chicane.
That's another easy move. Yeah, Drugovich knew it wasn't possible. Kobayashi goes through. It's now getting to the part of the broadcast where for the next, 9 or so hours? It's maybe even longer. It's, let's see how much we can actually spot from the cameras and the minimal track. Daytona has, fantastic lighting for the Daytona 500.
It really does.
But they don't turn them all on for the 24-hour race.
Yeah, they don't turn them all on.
Which I enjoy.
I don't. It annoys
it's
me.
It's hard to see. Oh, we got more battles, Josh, in the GTDs.
Not that we can see it thanks to the timing pylon, but this is the battle for the lead.
Penalty for LMP2 number 43, the Inter-Europol competition Orica, and that is for working on the car from behind the wall, and that is a drive-through penalty for the 43 LMP2. Let's see if he takes it now as he goes down.
34 to the inside line, down into the Le Mans chicane, passing the 120, so Porsche v Ferrari.
Won't give him a line, Josh.
Yeah, he's got him. Oh, look at the 78 in third with Klingerman at the wheel. Parker Klingerman back in.
It's like we're watching the start of the race.
Fumanelli's behind as well in the 70. The 45 is not in competition for this. It's a lap down. But the top 4 are still there. It's amazing how...
Yeah, they are.
You were right, Jesse. With condensing the field all back together and not having them run behind one safety car and the other safety car, they were all together. It's restarted the race perfectly for us. If we have another safety car, let's do that again.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it shows, especially with the GTDs, it's anyone's game. No one can't make any mistakes because otherwise it could be race over. You've got to be in the right place at the right time. And we are starting to see people that
17.
Cars that are doing well in the night, they go round the outside.
That's the inception.
Thinks better of it.
It's trying to get into
Goes wide.
One thing also worth noting is the driver changes that went down during the pit stops during the FCY. Perhaps a driver who's really, really fast on Daytona is finally in the car again. And so with the restart, things will definitely get shuffled up. Like they might have their gentleman driver in the GTD car now, while another team might have swapped to their pro driver. And these driver changes, they're so fast. They have to be fast because if you spend just a second too long in the pits, you might lose a couple of positions to guys who don't make the mistake in their driver change. And there's so many responsibilities to do, opening the door, unplugging the radio cable, unfastening the seatbelt. As the driver coming in, you got to loosen the seatbelts beforehand. There's so much going on. And if you have a drink bottle as well, that's one more thing you got to worry about in your driver change.
Yeah. And this is all on your end as the incoming or outgoing drivers, things you've got to do for the next guy, right?
Absolutely. As you're coming in, all you got to do is just loosen your seatbelts and GTFO. It's like get out as fast as you can. As you're coming in, though, you got to unfasten the seatbelt for them. You gotta unplug their radio because they can't reach the radio. You gotta unplug their drink connector because they can't reach that either. And you gotta pull them out, put your seat insert in if you have a seat insert, and then jump in. And then as you're getting out, now you're the one having to plug in the radio cable, plug in the drink connector, do their seatbelt for them, get them locked in, and then give them a little kiss on the helmet and send them their way.
Kiss on the helmet, obviously mandatory.
Yeah, as it's a little bit less chaotic from the restart. Got an update on the Rolex 24 Ferris Wheel Challenge that NASCAR Chasm is doing. And, well, as we know, Madison Snow won it for the second consecutive year. Well, they apparently don't have a Venmo account. So NASCAR Chasm has had to send the money to
his mom, right? Yep.
Yep.
Oh my God.
Second year in a row we've had this issue.
Yep, he says, I hope the What's This For field can hold like 3,000 characters. This explanation is going to be a novel.
Battle going on for the lead of GTD as well. The 34 taking over for the 120. As well as a Ferrari, Porsche, Ferrari, Lamborghini in that battle. They're side by side coming out of Speedway 2 down to the Le Mans chicane. And it's looking absolutely fantastic. And just it's the right amount of lighting. As Joe Sammiega says, I miss the days of no lights at Daytona when it was pitch black track with just the car lights. And that's after Walt Palmer says if you turn on the full oval lights, they'll be blind on the infield. Very good point as well as we look at the 120 with the Inception trying to go around the outside. And to be fair, hang on, is there a car down the inside as well? There is! I thought there was. There was 3 cars coming in one. Brilliant!
Forever. Okay. Blind attacks are not legal in IMSA. Do not do it.
We are in the true chaoticness period as it's dark in Daytona and dark in the UK. The proper chaoticness period is when it's also dark for Jackson as well in a couple of hours.
Yes, that's about 2 hours away for us. You're on the West Coast.
At about 1:22 a.m.
For you guys, yeah. Let's talk about the lights really quickly because there is a pretty simple way to deviate the classes from the GT cars aside from the colors of the mirrors and the M plates. Your pro drivers are going to have those normal white tinted headlights, but the GTD AM drivers will have those kind of amber tinted headlights as we see there, those two in the middle ahead of James Hinchcliffe. And of course, Davin, there's always the LED strips, or as we call them in NASCAR, it's the party lights.
Party lights. You always got to pay attention to the party
Always
lights.
got to have the party lights.
Hey, Jackson, Kyle mentioned one thing that I did want to talk about real quick, though, was the benefit of operational efficiency, like when doing pit stops and other things like that. Like, it's something that's not talked about a lot in racing, but it's super important. Because, it's, you know, if you think about it, a pit stop could be...
Oh, bit of a mess on the oval.
Oh, no.
Give me 1 sec.
Never
Oh my
mind,
goodness,
that's
Safari
cool.
almost got squeezed to the outside there. Absolutely pounced on that opportunity. Got by Kevin Estra. I believe that might have been for the lead there, guys. Or,
Yeah.
excuse me, no, it was Loris Vantor.
Kobayashi
no,
leads.
Kobayashi got past Estra.
Yeah, that's the
move
one
for
problem.
the lead came through maximizing the traffic there, and an absolute bonsai move from Kobayashi almost ended up in the fence.
So
what a massive gamble with 19 hours left remaining on the clock. Like sometimes that's just a necessary risk you got to take if you want to fight for the win in the Daytona 24.
Kobayashi
We got
wants
Ferrari
to...
1-2 in GTD.
We do, yeah, because the 120's dropped down to third now for Porsche.
They've been given that
Kobayashi
position
wants
up,
to
yeah.
win this to have both Le Mans and Daytona 24-hour victories.
His also driving style has not changed in like 15 years, so we
Nope,
should not
not
be
at all.
shocked.
No, I
Like-
interviewed him, and I said, I interviewed him after Silverstone 2018, and I said, we've got Fuji up next, you know, your home circuit, you go well in Japan from your Formula 1 days, and he goes, I don't know what you mean. I said, oh, come on, you on the podium. He says, was I? I said, yeah, don't do that to me, come on, yeah, you were on the podium, and he said, yes, I go well. He's a
Official
mammoth.
statement from MSR
He drives like
Josh.
the team boss he is. He drives like the team boss he is, right?
I loved watching him.
JT's got update for you, Josh.
Yeah, we've got an official statement from MSR. It's literally just saying the 93 car has suffered a rear suspension failure, and
It
the
was
team is
suspension,
working
okay.
hard to get the
Okay.
Acura back on track. So they are getting it back out.
It
Yay.
seemed optimistic because from the you compare it to the Lambo that we saw that retired, engine cover was off for that. It was very much, get the wheels off, let's look underneath the car there. So it was already a lot more let's say, enthusiastic.
Hello,
Oh
green
man,
light.
another four.
Oh!
There, as the BMW tries to make that go by, that'll pounce on a
That
move
made me
on one of the
jump.
Porsches. I think that was the Mustang sampling, almost a carbon copy of the move we saw earlier.
It is getting to the point where it is dangerous at the exit of Speedway 2 down to the Le Mans chicane. The amount of traffic you've got because the field's congested is unbelievable. That was almost an airplane-style accident.
Kyle, what's our top speed differential here between the GTDs and the GTPs?
Ooh, I can't say for certain. I can tell you the top speed differences in iRacing after doing Build 24. So the top speed in GTP would be around like 196 to 200, depending on how much suspension you've got, and depending on the car you have. In GT3, your top speed is probably topping out at around 174 to 175, which is just a 20-mile-an-hour difference, which is actually quite a big jump, you know. But it's the rate of acceleration that the GTPs really excel at, you know, with the hybrid systems and the batteries giving them that extra boost. It takes the GT3s a little longer to get to that top speed, which makes it so easy for these GT3s to just circle around on the oval.
What's the strat for pulling the hybrid power on the GTP cars as we're watching the 25 under fire again here from, I believe that's the Proton Mustang sampling machine. Yes, it is. Side by side here, going to use that Trackhouse Corvette as a man shield, and it will work. But Kyle, when are we trying to pull the hybrid to really maximize performance? We're doing it out of corners, right? Not towards the tail end where we're already kind of towards our top speed?
Right, so the battery kicks in when you're on throttle coming out of these corners, right? But if you're coming up on traffic, GT3 traffic, and even LMP2 traffic in a GTP, you can switch the power unit, you can switch the battery into building mode. So you can build up energy in the infield if you need to work your way around GT3s, because you'll still blast through them in the infield. You'll still get your overtakes done on the traffic, so that you build up that extra percentage of battery that you can then utilize onto the oval, where it really does matter when you don't want to lose time on the oval.
19 hours, 15 minutes to go here. Kobayashi still in a dogfight with Kevin Estra, but as we know, the guy is just a cheat code here at Daytona. Dane Cameron very much in a fight right now in LMP2 with Mateus Beck. Jesse Krohn going at it with Chris Miles. We are far from over here, JT.
Yeah, IMSA don't publish the top speeds anymore. The last time they did was 2019, but I have got the average speeds for you. GTP 132, LMP2 130 miles per hour, and GTD and GTD Pro an average speed of 118 to 119 miles per hour.
130 for LMP2?
They are limited though, aren't
That's
they?
the average, I believe. So
average,
that also
yeah.
includes like the minimum speeds around the apexes, which I actually really do want to see that statistic as well among all these cars. Is what are everyone's minimum speeds as they go through the horseshoes and as they come onto the banking? Are they trying to keep their speed up to carry that momentum, or are they really going to practice that slow in, fast out method that everyone loves to talk about when they coach?
Is it time to prepare the next hour's weather update? I think it is.
No, it's 10 minutes. 12 minutes.
Yeah, but I've got to prepare it, Jess.
Yeah, so we could do the weather update straight after the hourly update, just like a news update thing.
Oh, if you give me... Look,
do
as long as JT tells me when the new post has been published so I can refresh the page before he actually goes and does it, that'll be fine.
It gets published exactly on the hour, JB. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that...
Guys, Felipe Massa in third in LMP2.
Felipe Massa has
I don't know if we were talking about that. Also, Toby Sorry. We like Toby Sorry in this house a lot.
Felipe, would anyone like to know when Felipe Massa's last race victory was in any category?
Go on.
What?
The 2008 Brazilian Grand Prix.
No, it was not.
What? No way.
Yes, it was. That's the last one.
Oh my goodness.
I guess that was one of the last seasons where he's had a competitive car in F1.
And he just missed out on the championship.
A couple more years.
His last...
No, the Williams were fast in 2014.
2014.
And 15, yeah.
No, when Massa was in the Williams, he never won a race. He got on the podium, but not won a race.
No. But like even in the 2015 era, when he had the rocket ship of a low drag Mercedes, like he dropped a few potential wins.
He should have.
Could have come his way.
He should have won a few races.
Yeah, he should have won Monza that year, but just wasn't paying attention. Like,
yeah,
there's.
Good point. He should have won Austria after starting on pole position. He should have won Monza, and he should have won Silverstone in 15 after lightning getaway from him.
I'd argue for those 2 years, any low drag track that the Williams was on had a potential to maybe win. Like not any high downforce track, but low drag tracks. Come on, guys.
Oof,
like,
it was awful.
Yeah.
I remember commentating on that race at the start. I remember I said, action, it's almost done. And look at Massa! Brilliant start on Bottas too! Almost taking out Hamilton and Rosberg. Literally, they just went straight down the middle, and it was fantastic. And I can remember now the visions. Frank Williams smiling as ever, and Claire Williams jumping up and down, clapping hands with Susie Wolf. It was absolutely fantastic.
I loved it when the Williams family owned the team. It was just so special.
I am very surprised that I do not have any doubt in my mind that after Toto has left Mercedes, I know he's got a stake in the Mercedes team, but he also still has a very large stake in the Williams team. That he'll go and become an ambassador at Williams, not Mercedes. That is my firm
Wait,
belief.
didn't he get rid of all his Williams stake?
No, he's still got it.
2014.
No,
he's moved over.
I know he's got a lot of a stake. He's bought, what, 40% of the company of Mercedes? He's got a controlling share there. But
yeah, he's like 33 and some change, yeah.
He does still have shares in Williams. Yeah.
Oh.
He's kept that.
So that helps if Williams does decently in the constructors, which hopefully they'll do a lot better at this year, because their car got a bit more rubbish. It started off well, then it got rubbish towards the end of the season.
I know for full well that there's people in the paddock saying that Williams are very much on the ball for 2026. Yeah. They are preparing for that.
They're focusing for 2026. So 2025. As we've got is it a battle or is it traffic?
Oh, interesting. Wes, who's been joining us in the commentary box as well, has said that Massa won a race last year in Brazilian Stock Car Pro Series. So his last race was still in Brazil, but now last year. I didn't know about that.
Oh, nice. Thanks, Wes.
He's not washed up after all.
Wow.
To be fair, let's all agree right now, he should have won Germany 2010.
Yes.
Fernando is faster than you. Can you confirm you want to tell me?
That was the time before I even started watching racing.
Yeah.
Please don't say that to me, Kyle. You make me feel old. Don't do that to me, please.
Thing is, it happened
What do you mean?
twice.
I thought you were 25.
No, I'm 38. Like, no.
You want to know who else in that series? Rubens Barrichello.
Oh, Barry, hello.
And Ricardo Zonta.
I don't know if you've ever watched some of the Brazilian television that Barrichello does, where he highlights some of the Brazilian supercars. It's called Acelerados. It's really good, but he highlights a lot of his supercar racing in there too.
Roman Grosjean also does some fantastic stuff on YouTube. He did like full race debriefs from his IndyCar races. Good stuff. Battle for the lead here in GTA Daytona. Guven fighting with Fulminelli. Ferrari versus Porsche.
The whole point of Inception...
And right now, Fulminelli is taking the lead.
Yeah. The whole point of Inception is to make other people think that they've decided to do it. It's worked there because he sold him a dummy. He thought he was going to go defend, went around the outside, took it.
It was in March where Massa won, and it was Mogi Gasu. And it was meant to be 2 rounds of that track, but race 2 got cancelled due to adverse weather conditions, and it got rescheduled to the 30th of June. There we go. Interesting fact there about Felipe Massa.
I'm just having to reply to a text about our comments. Go on.
No, you're good. Can we talk about how insane it is that we've got James Hinchcliffe, Shane Van Gisbergen, and Felipe Massa on track at the same time right now? And Austin Cindric. Oh my gosh, I didn't even realize that. Austin Cindric in the 64 now.
Oh, yes.
Oh my goodness.
Throw in Pascal Wehrlein, Formula E World Champion. Kevin Magnussen's in here as well.
Sainz is out there.
Gamble's in here.
Dixon is out there.
Djokovic, of course.
Shame the one we did we made fun of because the name is not in there, but he was in them all.
Bell is out there.
Oh, here we go.
Alex Blow was out there, but he
120 tries the outside into turn number 1. Has to try the long way around, doing the iRacing line, Kyle, into turn number 1. Tries to maximize that exit speed. It might just work. He's right on the gearbox of the 70. It's going to be down to the anchors here to the International Horseshoe. Tries the long way around the outside again here. James Hinchcliffe watching this whole battle in the mirror says there's another battle further back. This keeps going all the way into the kinks. Some great defense from Fulminelli.
This is more like
That
it.
was really good use of the gamer line that I like to call it there. It really sets you up for a good exit out of turn 1. One thing to take into account, though, is it is a gamble because there's a lot of debris, a lot of marbles, and a lot of dust, brake dust on the outside. So you really need to understand the limits of that car to pull it off in this IRL race.
I have some good news, ladies and gentlemen. 81 laps down, the number 11 LMP2 car of the TDS Racing is back on track.
Yay!
Everyone say yay on 1, 2, 3. Yay!
Yay!
Okay. Hooray! Hooray!
I said it early. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were counting.
I was just thinking of Professor Farnsworth when he's like, "Good news, everyone."
Good news, everyone.
Good news.
Good news.
For the first time in 2025, the Arkham Series West is green, and their race is ongoing at the moment.
But the guys put out, nobody's watching that because everybody's watching Daytona. That's just not fair.
Why would they put it on the same weekend as Daytona?
JT, you said it was green, and my brain said, where are they, Daytona?
Is it pretty much, is it the same track that NASCAR is going to next week?
No.
That's Bowman Gray.
Oh.
That's Bowman Gray.
And there is one person watching it, me.
Okay,
I'm
fair.
watching it.
Fair dues, because JT can multitask.
Happy they're going back to Bowman Gray. Still wish it was at the Coliseum. That was so cool.
Oh, hello, JT. There was a track limits. Sorry, there's a race control message. Do you want to throw that up?
Oh, okay, yeah, I'll take it. Car 14 and 57. So that 14 is, of course, the GTD Lexus, and the 57 is, of course, the GTD Winward Racing Mercedes car. They have got a mechanical black flag, failure to adhere to tyre operational requirements, stop and repair. So is that different tyres on? Is that stickers and scrubbed? I don't know. We will have to see. And if we get any information about that, I will probably ignore it and forget about it.
Right on, BMW trying to get back into the picture here. Lawrence Fanthor versus Robert Frins. Tries the outside here again into the bus stop. Lap traffic, a bit of an issue, taking him all the way to the line
Porsche.
here. Now it goes down low to avoid the Porsche. Up and down we go into the Le Mans chicane.
1, 2, pick up speed mid corner. 3, 4, flat out, and it gets traction, but there's a Lambo in the way. Yeah. Just listen to the onboard, trying to pick up that rev. He's staying in the tow, goes high, avoids the leaders. And this is just a mess around. He's got a great traction though, coming into the triangle section. Now we're going to see it. Come on, down low. It's literally open for you. Gee, there's a Ferrari right there, going to block him though. Under braking, and they split up, and that's really, really annoyed Robin Frines. And he gets to the exit 2.
I don't know if there was a gap that existed there, Josh. I mean, you maybe could have tried the gamer line, as we called it, but you're risking so much at that point. Again, still 19 hours of racing to go here, but you definitely want to stay in the conversation here, which is why you've got to get a move on through this lap traffic. If I'm Frins, I still want to do everything I can, obviously, to stay on the bumper, at least of Vanthor, and kind of stay in his mind.
Right, I know the hourly update's coming, but could we have a break of like a minute after the hourly update so I can refresh the page for JT's weather? Because I don't have to do anything. I don't have to do anything when Jackson does his stuff.
Refresh it while Jackson is doing the hourly update. Easy.
Who's in charge here?
Let JB do what he wants.
I jest.
I do actually have to edit stuff, so stuff has changed, so hold on.
Oh, forgot.
Oh, JT!
Looks like we just saw an overtake for Bluesky right there. It's nice that the curbing on bus stop has been elevated because that actually turns that corner into a safer passing opportunity for these cars. They're able to go too wide safely. They actually have to brake and turn out. And are we still calling it the bus stop, or is it now actually legitimately?
People call it the bus stop, but it's the Le Mans chicane. But you can still call it the bus stop. We'd like it if you called it.
Hang on.
We won't kill you.
Hang on. If we call this the bus stop, then can we go back to calling it the Forza chicane over at Le Mans? Where we have to now call the first.
That's the Daytona. That's the Daytona.
Yeah,
chicane.
it got renamed the Daytona chicane because this one got renamed the Le Mans chicane. So if we have to call this one the bus stop, we call that one the Forza. Anyway, it's time. Go.
Yeah, said it.
It is now time for the hourly update with JB Motorsports.
The light has left my life, and it has also left Daytona. In GTD Pro, Daniel Firminelli leads over Othakan Guven. It's Porsche versus Ferrari up front. Don't forget Tom Gamble in the 27 Aston Martin staying in the conversation as well. But it is all Ferrari in GTD. GTD Pro, Jesse Krohn over Chris Miles and Connor DeFilippi. Connor DeFilippi, obviously, with a lot of prototype time. He's feeling mighty fine right now in this M4 GT3. Third overall. BMW leads in GTD. LMP2, Dane Cameron, new to this LMP2 machinery. Still no stranger to the prototypes or to IMSA racing overall. He leads right now in LMP2, just a second or 2 seconds and change over Matthias Beck. Kamui Kobayashi is an absolute cheat code right now in GTP. He's got a just over quarter of a second over Kevin Estra. It's Porsche versus Cadillac. I am very tired, guys. We've still got 18 hours of this to go. I'm cool with it, though. Tom Gamble's in third.
Woo!
Amazing. And because we like making JB's life a living hell, it's time for...
It's now time for your JB Motorsports weather update with JT.
Hello everyone, end of hour 5, the sun has set at Daytona and we are into the night stint. Air temp down 2 Fahrenheit to 52 degrees. Never mind, it's just gone down another 2 Fahrenheit to 50, so we've got to change that as well. Again, the track temp down 5 Fahrenheit once again to 61 Fahrenheit, 16.1 degrees Celsius. Humidity 73%. Wind 4 miles per hour at a north direction. Wind gusts 10 miles per hour. And the sun will rise at 12:16 p.m. GMT, 7:16 Eastern. So quite a little bit to go, just over, well, 12 and a half hours. That is your weather update with the radar still clear. You're welcome, JB.
Hey, I already had it done bang on the dot, so, you know. I'm fine. I did not
Jess, if you want to know what they are, go into a different voice chat and press them.
Okay, I'll do that now. I'll be back in a minute.
Adam says, can we bring them back to bus stop chicane in Spa? He says no, but I obviously it's not possible, but I wish it was, and it is easily doable. Don't know why we don't. Oh, hang on a minute, has my TV pictures just gone?
Yes, your TV pictures have just gone.
I'll go and find out what that problem is. I'll hand over to IMSA Radio.
Reasons to be cheerful if you're a Ford fan right now. Those Mustangs in GTD Pro and GTD running well.
The night stint with Sacred Coffee, as it has been for the last couple of years, you desperately need a good amount of Sacred Coffee to get you through the whole of the night. I know plenty of you are being brave and trying to stay up for the duration. I'm not sure whether have I ever stayed up. I did once for the big anniversary meeting at Le Mans, celebrating the centenary. I thought, I've got to do it, and why not do it for this key race? It nearly killed me, but I did just about do it. I mean, that wouldn't be what I'd want to do for every single 24-hour race through the course of the year. And also, I know that we've got people tuned in all around the world. You know, if you could select the start time in your home country, what would it actually be? Would you prefer a slightly earlier start? Because the Barcelona 24 hours, for instance, begins at midday. So you get to daybreak and you've really not that far to go to.
There we go. Sorry, I had no idea what happened there. Just disconnected. Also, everyone's in bed because it's quarter to midnight. Go on.
I'm
so
If
ready.
you were going to stay up all of the 24 hours at the Daytona 24, what's your strategy to not fall asleep?
Ask Josh, who's doing that.
Which one? Because even though I'm having breaks, I'm still here.
Which one? We're
Oh, yeah,
both doing the full 24, Jackson.
Which
one?
I do not have. I do not have the testicular mass to do, so I shall not be doing that. But we'll start with JT. What's the strat?
All right. This wonderful machine called a Soda Stream. This wonderful machine, all right? That is my strat. I've got 5.5 litres of water here, which hasn't leaked everywhere for once. I've got Pepsi Max cherry syrup, sausage rolls, Tang Fastics, Matchmakers, Werthers, Vimto, and Rubicon Still mango juice with pork pies. That is my strat.
I'm so happy I've got 2 more Americans in here with me, so you guys aren't like.
Translate.
It doesn't feel like I'm just the only one that's not speaking your language. All right, JB, what you got?
Well, what, to get through the entire 24 hours?
To get through, yes.
Heroin. There you go.
No, there it is. It was inevitable.
What the hell?
Some could argue.
Oh my god.
If you can't have your cake and eat it too.
Martin
Josh has chosen the alternative.
You're gonna get cancelled for that. Oh my god.
Martin Haven approved. Nah, I'm kidding. Literally, water does help. Have a glass or 2 of that every couple of hours or so. I stand up to commentate, so that helps a lot because you're constantly on the balls of your feet doing stuff. And
yeah.
You don't actually realise you're standing up that long. And also for me, it's easy because I've not only got you lot screaming in my ears, but I've also got the IMSA radio lot screaming in my ears, and I have to run it all. So practically, you do. If a safety car comes out around about 2 a.m., then you really feel tired. Other than that, you're sort of just coasting and flying. It's quite easy.
I don't know how you do it.
Well, do you remember when we did Le Mans and we got to like 3, 4 a.m.?
Well, you went to 3, 4 a.m.
Yeah, fair dues. And everyone was like, everyone feel okay? Yeah, I feel okay, fine. That's because we worked out that we actually had a 32-hour day in Australia that year because...
God.
Do you remember the Saturday night to Sunday evening? We started at 9 p.m. Saturday night and didn't stop until about 4 a.m. Monday morning. We were constantly on air for that the whole day. Because I was
going to take a photo for Jackson of my supply so he actually knew what I was talking about, but then I got distracted into clipping something. I don't know what.
I would take a photo, but I think my dealer might get done by the police. I'm joking.
Kyle, I'll turn that.
4K.
I'll turn that question on its head. If there is one track on Earth that doesn't have a 24-hour race that you would want to see or drive in, where would it be?
Brands Hatch.
Silverstone.
Laguna Seca.
Oh.
It's only an hour and a half away from here. From where I'm at.
Actually, wait. let me ask you this because you're a Bay Area guy. Which of the two? Your Coke or Pepsi is Sonoma or Laguna Seca. So which is it?
It's gotta be Laguna Seca. It's the track that I've driven on Gran Turismo when I was a kid all the
Even
time.
Horseshoe?
Yeah.
The Horseshoe's difficult, man.
I love Laguna too. I don't know. I love Sonoma, and I'm not allowed to have an opinion because I've never done race cars IRL. But in my brain, it's like the closest to it's like the American Suzuka is the best way I could describe it.
The American
Suzuka. Like the dynamics of the car.
24 hours.
I totally see the analogy. I think the difference between Suzuka and the SSS Suzuka and the SSS Sonoma is you gotta take the SSS Sonoma flat out in an open wheel car. Like, no lifting allowed. But yeah, both tracks, both Bay Area tracks, like you cannot really overtake that easily. You have that
Yeah.
turn 11 hairpin at Sonoma, and you have that turn 11 brake zone at Laguna. Turn 2, the Andretti hairpin at Laguna, there's another opportunity there, but it's risky because everyone likes to go for that diamond entry.
And they
if you're
think the race is
feeling-
not over. The race is over on that one.
Yeah.
Let's just saying, there was one year in iRacing, I was watching my friends do it. There was a 10 hours of Suzuka.
I was
there's still
commentating
a
on it.
12 Yeah, there's still a. What is it? The 1,000-kilometer race they do there?
WEC don't
Or
race at
I don't know if
Suzuka.
it's for Super GT or.
WEC races
or
at
is it-
Fuji.
Yep.
Wait, is it ELMS then that races Suzuka, or is it just?
No.
That's European.
Is it an Asian endurance series?
Yeah. I know. I did the commentary on the esports series that they raced in Suzuka, and that was like.
Oh right.
I did. That was my first ever commentary with them, and I forgot the name now. Literally, I'm sorry to Chris and to Nick Homewood who are now shouting at me and Ed Hunter, but when you've been on air for 6 hours, you sort of go a little bit loopy. But
We can tell.
EERC. There we go. EERC. Got me a second. But no.
EERC, yeah.
I got left in the commentary box alone for an hour to call the end of that race, and it was absolutely nuts. And I was like, I'm on my own, trying my best
Did
not
your
to
voice
miss out.
die?
No, I was fine. It was only 10 hours. I was only scheduled for a couple of them. Do you know what I want?
24 hours of Bristol would be insane.
Let's
Oh
have
god,
24 hours of
no, it'll be chaos.
Mooncar did 24 hours of Martinsville in the MX-5 Cup cars, and that went about as well as we expected.
What about just hear me out when I say this. Nobody go no. Don't be stupid.
24 hours of Hendersford Raceway in the UK. It's the only
24
quarter
hours
of a
above a
mile.
gun.
It's the only quarter of a
from
mile
bumper
banked
change,
oval in
6.
the UK.
Do you want a good race and do you want drama? The 24 hours of Monaco. There you are.
Oh yes.
Nothing will happen. You've managed to make an event where nothing will happen, guaranteed for 24 hours. Congratulations.
There you are.
I just want Josh. I would like to see it for 1 year
That's a
and
great
see how
question.
it
What
is.
kind would it be Formula 1 cars or what would it be?
GT3.
GT3, yeah.
GT3, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh my god! Have you seen the Porsches at Monaco?
Yeah, 24 hours of Macau is a good shout.
We found the answer.
Macau.
Well, if obviously Omi's in the box, but he's probably just listening in right now. You'll probably love the fact that
Omi is out of a job because when Jackson mentioned everyone in the box, he forgot about Omi, so Omi is out of a job.
We love you, Omi.
Hi, Omi.
20.
Oh God. Beans. Beans.
Joe says 24 hours at Monaco with Formula E needs to be pit stopped to recharge and change drivers every 5 minutes. But Anna says 24-hour race at Bathurst. Don't we have a Bathurst 24 hour?
We got a
That's
12-hour
next
one.
week.
That's an interesting one because it starts at daybreak and ends at like noon. So it starts at like 3 in the morning and ends at like 3 p.m.
Yeah.
It's next week, Josh.
We're not
Which
covering.
I think is sick.
Are we covering?
We're not
Please no.
I don't think so because someone asked in the chat if we were covering it, but we're doing Daytona. That's enough for a while.
Hello to Elizabeth Sizemore and Sid Icarus Cavallino. Sid with the right answer, which would be a 24-hour race at Monaco with Spec Miatas. What's up, Davin?
So, ironically, there was a 24 hours of Bathurst, but it only lasted for 1 year. It was in 2002.
Really?
Yeah, it was an endurance race.
Interesting.
They did it for 1 year. It was kind of one of those like pro car. It was before pro car collapsed. So they did have it, but it was just exhausting and it was a lot of work. So they broke it down to 12 hours.
Huh.
Yep.
The more you know. Who can tell me
one
what
thing
the
I'm
longest
noticing now.
Go.
One thing I'm noticing now, we have Colton Herta in the number 04 LMP2
Hey.
car for Crosstrack Racing. Well, that was a name that I did not expect to see in the 24 under LMP2. I would have expected Colton to be driving a GTP this year.
Obviously has that HRC connection as we get some fangs out driving here. between Scott Dixon and I believe that's the Mustang sampling machine. Yep, Proton competition car. Might be a lap down at this point. I'm struggling to see where these guys are coexisting. But yeah, we've seen Colton Herta in the prototypes before, Kyle. I think the way the cards fell, he still wanted to represent here at Daytona, but just by different means, so.
I'm gonna sit down.
What is good, though, he's finally gotten his super license.
Bamba.
After Brad Pitt, but he's finally gotten his super license.
Frog is in the car as well.
It took, that's not important.
Brad Pitt getting
120
an
in the
honorary
pits.
super license was absolutely ridiculous for that movie. And
Who?
Brad Pitt was given an honorary super license so he could do some of the driving at Silverstone.
Oh, God.
If he's got the money, Brad Pitt can enter Formula 1.
Yeah. Actually, I'll probably wait for Jake Sanson to come back to ask about the Brad Pitt story, as we heard earlier on in the broadcast, if you're with us. Right?
Oh, yeah.
That was funny.
So apparently who did he say was the best? Oh, Valentino Rossi, that was it, the best smelling man. I've never been next to Valet, so I can certainly say that. I suppose I have to say Mallory and Lizzie for female racers, because otherwise they'll hit me. So I can't say no. Lizzie will probably never come back to the broadcast booth if I don't say that. Lizzie Whitmore's going to be joining us in MotoGP,
Yep.
World Superbikes, and WCR commentary this year as well. Oh, and I think she said British Superbikes as well. Oh, and obviously Formula 1, whenever she's not racing. And we'll catch up with Mallory at Donington.
More females, woohoo!
Dixon's in the pits. He's come back out again, as we just seen.
All right, we'll do another goofy question since nothing's going on. We'll start in the order of like the group chat pylon, going top down. So starting with Dab and ending with Omi. Favorite color, but be like insanely specific.
Favorite color, but like...
That's random.
Okay. Hold on. I will actually give you that.
Blood, yeah, that was close on traffic.
This is on board with the 70 Ferrari down to turn 6.
Yep.
Okay. Favorite color, but insanely specific, is the 2004 Laguna Blue AP2 Blue from the S2000. That dark blue. That's my favorite color.
I was gonna say, go.
It's like dark enough blue that, you know, it's a dark blue, but not like black, not like a carbon blue, like a Hyundai or something.
If I could just
I was gonna
interrupt,
say,
we've had it officially
I
announced.
hate.
Yeah, the 75
Yeah.
is officially retired from this race.
And another point,
man.
car 93 has been returned from behind the wall.
Woohoo!
Yay!
So
Hooray!
the 75 Express is out.
Guys, I've lost my Marco O'Doom.
See,
There it
that's
is.
fine.
Oh, no.
There's mine. I've got mine. So yeah, back to the.
I got an invisible one.
Right, go on. Go back to the.
Okay, yep. I was gonna say either I was gonna say Laguna Seca blue, like the E46 color, that or like the teal of like Baja Blast. You could also apply that to like Hatsune Miku hair, like the bleen color.
Sure,
of
yeah.
that.
I'm confused at what you're asking here.
Just
So you
give me
wanted
your
to pick a
favorite
color
color,
that-
but be insanely specific. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Favorite-
you can't
So,
just say blue.
so like favorite track and favorite color.
No.
Just favorite
No,
color.
just favorite color. It's like
Just favorite
you can't
color.
just say blue.
There's
It could be like
a manufacturer. No, Jess, there's a BMW color officially called Laguna Seca blue.
Yeah.
I don't.
It's like how there is a lighter blue for the S2000 called Suzuka blue, but it's not the same as Laguna blue for the S2000.
I like the Aston Martin green.
The British Racing
Good
Green.
old British Racing Green.
The
Yes,
British
the
Racing
British
green,
Racing
or the,
green,
or the
yes.
sealed one?
Yeah, the British Racing green, or the red Ferrari. You gotta love the red Ferrari. JT.
I am going for the main body color of the number 7 in the 2017 Lime Rock Park 120.
Yes.
How does Turner come before Birch? Hang on a minute, how did that happen?
I am sending you a screenshot of it in commentators chat, so you actually know what I'm talking about.
I'm sending a screenshot as well.
Can I just ask, in what alphabet does Turner come before Birch?
I literally don't know why it said that on the voice channel. It's ridiculous.
It's because my Discord username is Josh Turner and yours is Joshua Birch. So
we'll go through chat really quickly.
Behind lower than me.
We'll go through chat really quickly. Jose Maniego, Sky Blue used by Renault. Oh, dude, the mild 7 blue. That's solid.
Oh, yes.
Wes saying either amber gold or sunrise yellow, which is, I mean, Honda and Acura had a really close color to that for the first gen NSXs that I really like. NSX? Is that plural? I don't know.
Back. You are correct. Keep going.
Okay. JB.
Don't know.
You had extra time to think about it.
Yeah.
I really like red. I know that's really boring, but I do like a red. I presume it'd be the Scarlet Ferrari red. That's always quite nice. But
yes,
I must admit, considering I've got a coat of it alongside me in the commentary box, and I love the colour. I do enjoy a cross between a burgundy and a purple. You know, as it crosses that colour, like a really burgundy purple.
We can call you Josh Burgundy then.
But yes, you can call me Josh Burgundy.
27 in the pits.
This is fuel stop only. But yeah, I like a burgundy.
So for anyone who is watching on YouTube and Twitch, basically anyone watching with video, this is what I mean. The main the main body color of this car. Okay, awesome. Thank you.
And JB, it's midnight, so you know what that means.
Oh right. We have to swap over streams. Thank you, Jess. I completely forgot about that. Coming into it. Right. Okay, I'll put us on to battle screen and everything. So, if you're watching us on YouTube and Twitch, don't go anywhere. We're going to be... Well, if you're watching us on Twitch, you don't have to go anywhere. On YouTube, we'll be switching over to the second stream. Because every 6 hours
V-Direct is set up, I've confirmed.
Yes, it is. I just have to get it up, ready to go, in order to plumb it in.
We can ask Kuro and Omi's opinions about their colours when we get to part 2.
Yes. If somebody,
Stay tuned.
Yeah. Always fun.
Yeah. 20 more seconds to think about my favorite color.
Hey!
And I've just found out at 2:30 a.m. I have to change the thing as well.
You have to change yours and the IMSA stream.
Yeah, at 2:30 I've got to change the TV picture, so that's always going to be fun, isn't it? To close.
You can always put it on IMSA radio, sorted.
Yeah, easily done. I'm just getting the second YouTube live studio up, which obviously is going to lag my computer up like crazy to come into it. But yeah, I completely forgot about that.
Good. Yeah, good job I reminded you, actually.
Yeah, I was
like, surely we meant to change now.
No, I was just sat here waiting for it. Okay, right, we're going to go to a holding screen. Do not go anywhere. Part 2 is coming up extremely shortly. We're just going to wait for everything to load up. You won't notice anything over there on the other side of the stream. We'll play the intro again, and then Jackson will reintroduce us for part 2 of the broadcast as well. I'm literally just waiting for it to load up now, but it's not actually letting me connect it.
It's being in Paddy.
It's having, yeah. Here we go now. Right, we'll be back shortly here at Daytona.